I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 376: Counterattack. Showing off muscles. On the battlefield, the Lanling family unleashed a terrifying counterattack. Even with the formidable strength of Yuding and Honglin, the couple had to retreat, slightly avoiding the Lanling family's onslaught. However, they were ultimately terrifying beings at the true immortal level. Red Phoenix Scarf. Jade Essence. Honglin Fairy and Yuding Immortal each uttered a soft cry, instantly releasing their respective protective magic treasures. In an instant, a long scarf in Honglin Fairy's sleeve expanded rapidly, transforming into a crimson rainbow that stretched across the universe, tightly encircling the two. Simultaneously, an ancient jade pendant, carved from ice and jade, exuding a sense of history and grandeur, shot from Yuding Immortal's waist, instantly growing into a massive, sky-covering mountain, directly blocking their path. The Red Phoenix Scarf was graceful and agile, while the Jade Essence was warm and majestic. The two combined to create an impenetrable barrier, indestructible and unbreakable. Especially with the two immortals joining forces, their defenses were immense and imposing, as immovable as a mountain, seemingly impenetrable even if the heavens and earth collapsed. However, in that instant, the spiritual energy cannons unleashed by the Blue Spirit Clan's flagship, along with the artillery barrage from the surrounding 20-odd escort ships, roared angrily across the void like dragons, directly slamming into the defensive barrier erected by Fairy Honglin and Immortal Yuding. Boom! The violent explosion almost illuminated the entire surrounding void, and the resulting blast spread outwards like waves. At the center of the explosion, Fairy Honglin and Immortal Yuding's protective magic treasures trembled violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. Whoosh! The explosion finally subsided. Fairy Honglin and Immortal Yuding raised their hands to retrieve their defensive magic treasures, and the two, hand in hand, flew backward slightly, a blush creeping across their faces. Clearly, although they had barely withstood the volley of fire from the Blue Spirit Clan's fleet, they had suffered some damage. We underestimated those spiritual energy cultivators. Jade Cauldron Immortal's face darkened. He and Red Mist Fairy exchanged a glance, then retreated rapidly, each landing on the upper decks of their respective treasure ships in a few moments. The two massive treasure ships belonging to Jade Cauldron Immortal and Red Mist Fairy radiated layers of dazzling seven-colored light, making them appear like magnificent palaces. Inside the treasure ships, disciples with strength reaching level 9 were already in their positions, controlling various immortal seal arrays around them and a group of lower-level disciples. These immortal seal arrays each had their own unique function. Some propelled the treasure ships, while others served defensive and offensive purposes. In an instant, the treasure ships shone brightly, clashing with the Blue Spirit Clan's fleet. In the vast universe, the fierce battle between the two sides resembled a grand fireworks display. In the blink of an eye, one of the Blue Spirit Clan's escort ships was blasted to pieces. Despite the Blue Spirit Clan's formidable fleet, it was still no match for the combined might of Jade Cauldron Immortal and Red Wave Immortal. The Blue Spirit ancestor sensed something amiss and attempted to return to reinforce, but was held back by Xuanjian Immortal. Boom! The cosmic space crystal wall rippled as another escort ship was shattered by the sword light of the treasure ship. On the bridge of the Arbiter's ship, Wu Wei frowned deeply at the scene before him. While those cultivators from the immortal civilization were arrogant and domineering, their combat power was truly formidable. Even Wu Wei's angel might not be guaranteed a victory against a powerhouse of the same level. On the bridge, besides Wu Wei and Lan Fudy in their true forms, everyone else had left behind a spiritual projection. Faced with this situation, everyone's expressions were extremely grave. Through the porthole, Lan Fudy saw the Lanling family's escort ships being destroyed one after another, while her father's main body was still fighting in front. She glanced at Wu Wei, then hesitated to speak. Stranded aboard Wu Wei's warship, Lan Aoyun's energy avatar's face was extremely grim. He took a deep breath and said, "Son-in-law, Fudy, please don't act rashly. The enemy has 3 level 11 experts, and their treasure ship's combat power is also very strong. Our strongest ancestor is also being held back by Xuanjian Immortal. Our family's fleet can't hold out for more than a few hours. I hope you will take Feudy and retreat first to preserve our strength. Father, Lan Feudy said anxiously, but if we leave, what will happen to you and the family's fleet? We can't worry about that now. Lan Aoyun's face was ashen, like blue ice. If the enemy had only sent 2 level 11 elders, we might have had a chance. But now they have not only 3 level 11 elders, but Yuding Immortal and Honglin Immortal are also a well-coordinated couple. Even if His Highness the Divine Sun's fleet joins in, it will only prolong the time. We have no chance this time in inheriting the pure Yang Immortal Sex ruins. Just as Wu Wei opened his mouth, about to say something, suddenly, the Xuanjian Immortal's giant treasure ship, piloted jointly by his 2 level 10 disciples, had somehow turned a corner and appeared behind Wu Wei's fleet, as if it had anticipated Wu Wei's fleet's retreat. At the same time, the Xuanjian Immortal, who was currently entangled with the blue spirit ancestor, let out a hearty laugh. Boy, you stole my star core from the Kois Plain market back then, now it's time for you to pay the price. His voice, traveling through the cosmic space, reverberated throughout Wu Wei's ship, deafeningly loud. Wu Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes, sneering, "Old dog Xuanjian, are you still going to keep this up? It's just a star core, why hold a grudge for so long? And do you really think you've got this divine child figured out?" Young friend Wu Wei, roared the blue spirit ancestor, who was also locked in fierce combat with Xuanjian Immortal, retreat immediately. Find a way to break out. From now on, please have your father God look after our blue spirit family. The blue spirit ancestor had realized that they were in a desperate situation. His spiritual energy erupted, vast and boundless like a blazing blue sun. Xuanjian Immortal, don't think our blue spirit family is easy to bully. Even if we can't get this pure Yang Immortal Palace, you won't get it either. With that, a violent blue wave condensed, transforming into a shockwave that blasted towards the pure Yang Immortal Palace suspended in the universe. You wicked creature, how dare you? The Xuanjian Immortal's expression changed drastically. He no longer cared about Wu Wei, hastily flashing forward to block the attack, controlling a Xuanjian to create a massive arc shield that forcefully blocked the blue spirit ancestor's strike. Although he didn't believe the blue spirit ancestor could shatter the pure Yang Immortal Palace, he dared not take the risk at this moment. The pure Yang Immortal Palace was far more important to him than a mere star core. Boom. 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 The universe trembled violently as the blue spirit ancestor and the Xuanjian Immortal fought desperately, their battle seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. A series of changes made Wu Wei, who hadn't even had a chance to express his opinion, rub his nose. Why is everyone in such a hurry? Since I, the Divine Sun, dare to take half the benefits, of course I'll bring some trump cards. Wu Wei's voice spread outward along the cosmic space strings, reaching every corner of the battlefield. Ancestor Lan Ling, Immortal Xuanjian, are you in such a hurry to arrange my fate? Aren't you underestimating me? Trump cards? On the bridge of Wu Wei's spaceship, the expressions of his allies changed. Could it be that he brought hidden power? Could it be that Lord Lamfuty's blue face lit up with joy, her eyes filled with anticipation? Is that level 11 Lord still protecting you in secret? She clearly remembered the guard who had been by Wu Wei's side back then, the super god level powerhouse who killed the blood demon. A level 11 expert. Lan Aoyun's energy avatar exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, you have such a powerful guard hidden by your side. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Immediately, from the flagship of the Lanling family, Lan Aoyun's hearty laughter rang out. "My fellow members of the Lanling family, our Lanling family's son-in-law, Prince Wu Wei, is accompanied by a powerful level 11 guard. Everyone, stay calm. We may not necessarily lose this battle." His voice, piercing through the cosmic strings, resonated throughout the entire battlefield on both sides. This instantly boosted the morale of our fleet, which had been dispirited and filled with despair. Meanwhile, a slight commotion arose in the 2 treasure ships of the opposing Yuding and Honglan's forces, their high morale waning. Even Yuding and Honglan themselves exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. If the enemy were to add another level 11 expert to the battle, their absolute advantage would be reduced to a slight one, making the outcome of the battle uncertain. Just as the morale and situation on both sides were subtly shifting, Wu Wei's voice also reached the entire battlefield. "Father-in-law, you misunderstand. The level 11 expert who protected me has been dispatched by Father God to another plane on a mission and won't be back for a while. What? Lan Aowen's energy avatar stumbled, almost falling, and looked at his future son-in-law with a gloomy expression. This kid was too straightforward. Even if the guard really wasn't there, did he have to say it so directly on the battlefield? The morale he had finally managed to build up was instantly crushed. PFFT. Fairy Honglin sneered, "Young man of the Lanling family, is the son-in-law you found no fool? He actually undermined you in public like that." Immortal Yuding, however, smiled arrogantly and mocked, "A level 11 expert is so noble, how could he possibly act as that kid's guard?" This was originally just an absurd joke. This couple are also noble beings of the universal level 11. They know they would never act as guards for any spoiled brat. Even the offspring of the Daotian sect master would be extremely respectful to them and would never dare to order them around. Undoubtedly, the morale of the two fleets shifted again. Your Highness Lan Fudy couldn't hold back any longer and glared at Wu Wei playfully. "What time is it? You still have time to joke. Did Father God give you any trump cards? If so, please save my father quickly." Lan Wu was far away on the flagship, surrounded by two treasure ships. Without a miracle, he would definitely be in a life-or-death situation. Alright, I won't joke anymore." Wu Wei coughed and continued to raise his voice. "Father-in-law, St. John has indeed gone to other deep space to carry out important missions and is temporarily unable to spare any resources. However, this time I brought other experts to participate in the operation. Liliana, have you been holding back for too long? Come out and stretch your muscles." HMPH. A delicate snort rang out, and a powerful burst of lightning and fire erupted from inside Wu Wei's spaceship. Sizzle. Boom. A terrifying arc of lightning shot straight from Wu Wei's spaceship into the desolate void. In an instant, the lightning ignited a raging inferno that nearly ignited the entire void. Dazzling arcs of electricity crisscrossed violently above everyone's heads, and the rumbling thunder deeply shook this entire cosmic region. Everyone was stunned. Not only were Fairy Honglin and Immortal Yuding remotely controlling the battlefield, but even Ancestor Lanling and Immortal Zuanjian, who were locked in combat, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at this scene. How can there be such terrifying power of lightning? At this moment, both sides, friend and foe alike, were deeply shaken by this sudden and ferocious divine power. The level 11 immortals on both sides were relatively unaffected, but the disciples still assisting in the battle aboard the warships were utterly stunned, their hearts pounding and their legs trembling. The bone-deep fear was like that of a weak wild beast facing a thunderstorm alone in the wilderness. How could ordinary beings withstand such power originating from the universe? Whoosh! A flap of wings resounded. Amidst the intense gazes of the crowd, a female angel clad in dazzling silver armor, wielding a domineering golden whip, and with 10 elegantly outstretched wings, slowly descended from the lightning-filled void. This beautiful and imposing female angel was undoubtedly another divine general under Wu Wei, the level 11 10-winged Archangel Liliana. Excellent. With this powerful figure here, we are now invincible. After a long while, Lan Aowen finally recovered from his shock and exclaimed with delight, "My dear son-in-law, your divine kingdom is indeed full of talented people." However, Liliana did not immediately join the battle. Instead, she said to the warship, "Holy consort, if you don't show yourself soon, I'll steal the spotlight this time. Hurry up and come out to greet the fellow Daoists on the other side." Suddenly, a dazzling holy light shot into the sky from the other side of Wu Wei's warship. This holy light seemed warm and peaceful, but the moment it rose into the void, a vast and boundless power erupted instantly. It was like a rising sun, seemingly warm and peaceful, yet concealing a majestic and profound aura, full of all-encompassing and all-consuming power. Another level 11 expert. Both Fairy Honglin and Immortal Yuding were shaken to their core, their bodies chilled to the bone. Even Ancestor Zuanjian, who was battling Ancestor Lanling not far away, was stunned and nearly collapsed from shock. What a joke. Did they really think level 11 experts were like ants on the street, one after another? But what was happening now? After one level 11 expert appeared, another had appeared. Moreover, these two level 11 experts possessed immense power and overwhelming divine might, their bodies brimming with pure and terrifying energy. They were respectively mid to late level 11 experts, or even top-tier experts. Normally, Immortal Zuanjian, Fairy Honglin, and Immortal Yuding would treat such powerful figures with utmost respect and deference. They would never provoke such experts unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, two such top-tier experts had appeared before them. How could they not tremble with fear? In the void, the dazzling light, like the sun, began to slowly recede. All the holy light converged into an elegant and majestic female angel of authority, Wu Wei's other wife, the former saintess of the plane of light, and now the holy consort, Katarina. HMPH. 10 holy wings, radiating holy light, expanded behind Katarina, their majesty overwhelming, blotting out the sky. At the same time, she glared forward with the imposing presence of a supreme judge. You audacious madman, how dare you offend His Highness the Divine Child? Do you know your crime? In an instant, a sacred, solemn, and awe-inspiring divine might spread across all members of the Daotian sect. Outside the treasure ship, Zhuangjian Immortal, Honglin Immortal, and Yuding Immortal were all on high alert, secretly cursing their ominous demeanor. Inside the treasure ship, many Daotian sect disciples tensed up, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Several disciples with lower strength were even so stunned that their legs went weak and they nearly collapsed. In contrast, on the Lanling family's side, especially the soldiers and retainers inside the Lanling family's warship, after witnessing the dramatic reversal of the battlefield situation, their blood boiled and their morale soared. They were like chickens injected with adrenaline, shouting loudly, vowing to launch a final counterattack against the arrogant Daotian sect. Chapter 377 Annihilation. Daotian sect elders. Silence. The battlefield on the heavenly Dao sect side fell into deathly silence. The previously calm and confident Yuding and Honglan couple now looked extremely grim. The presence of an 11th level enemy reinforcement had already made the situation unpredictable. Now, with another 11th level enemy appearing, wouldn't they be in a completely disadvantageous position? Especially Zhuangjian Immortal, who was being held back by Ancestor Lan Ling, was completely stunned. How could this be? How could this be? Just who was this kid? Having one 11th level guard was already unimaginable. And now, two had appeared at once. Could this arrogant young man be an heir to level 4 civilization? No, even the heir to level 4 civilization's bigwig wouldn't be this powerful. Retreat. Yuding and Honglan exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, steered their respective treasure ships backward at high speed. Given the disparity in strength between the two sides, victory was impossible. To avoid immediate annihilation, retreat was the wisest choice. Yuding, Honglan. Zhuangjian Immortal roared in shock and anger. With his two allies gone, what hope was there left? What terrified him even more was that he was currently entangled by Ancestor Lan Ling, unable to escape even if he wanted to. Zhuangjian, admit defeat this time, Yuding Immortal said loudly as he urged his Taoist partner to retreat. After we escape, we will definitely inform the sect and avenge you. His words were righteous and resolute, without a trace of remorse. Lan Aoyan, still in a state of excitement, was startled and hurriedly said, Your Highness, please have your guards stop Yuding and Honglan. Don't let them escape. The other side was a level 3 cultivation civilization, with powerful and domineering overall strength. If one of them escaped, it would likely be a fight to the death. Especially since these cultivators are extremely vengeful and have a strong desire for revenge, and their individual abilities are powerful. Once they get entangled, they are often difficult to defend against. Father-in-law, rest assured, Wu Wei said calmly, Saint Taylor, it's your turn to take action. Yes, Your Highness. A deep voice rang out from Wu Wei's Arbiter flagship. Lan Aoyan was slightly stunned on the spot. Could there be another level 11 expert? Before he could react, a powerful divine might suddenly surged up from the Arbiter flagship. The vast power was like a sudden electric current, instantly causing his pores to expand and his whole body to tremble. Level 10, 12. This was definitely the overwhelming power that only a level 12 expert could possess. Just as Lan Aoyan and the Lanling family were collectively deeply shocked by this divine might, a male angel wearing a metal mask and with a lithe and well-proportioned body shot straight into the void like a rainbow. In the quiet and boundless void of the universe, an incomparably magnificent scene was unfolding. This male angel, wearing a metal mask, radiated dazzling holy light, like a sun high in the sky illuminating the entire night. Whoosh! 12 sacred, pure white wings, like a magnificent canopy, slowly unfolded behind him. In that instant, the entire universe seemed to fall silent. Only the soft rustling of his wings and the vast, overwhelming divine power spreading outwards could be heard. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. The members of the Blue Spirit family were already dumbfounded. Even the Blue Spirit Patriarch, Lan Aoyun, and the Blue Spirit Ancestor himself were breathless and filled with awe under this indescribable divine power. This was a level 12 high-level expert. A high-level expert capable of creating a level 3 civilization. In their home planet cluster, where the Kelling people reside, a powerful life form reaching level 10 could indeed occupy a planet and reign supreme. But in the eyes of a level 12 superior life form, level 10 life forms are nothing more than the rest of the masses. Level 12 life forms have reached an extremely high level of control over power. They are like a magnificent, colossal star, capable of generating immense, timeless power. Their understanding of power, and the quality and quantity of their control over it, far surpasses that of level 10 or even level 11 life forms. Even in cultivation civilizations, level 12 beings are called celestial immortals, their strength far exceeding that of ordinary true immortal elders. How is this possible? A level 12 superior powerhouse. Jade Cauldron Immortal and Red Wave Immortal stared wide-eyed at the 12-winged Dark Angel, suspended in the void, its wings pure white, its armor imposing. That was a level 12 superior powerhouse. Even in their heavenly Deo sect, only the sect master and the supreme elder had reached that supreme realm. What was happening now? A powerful expert comparable to a grand master of a level 3 civilization was merely a bodyguard of that young boy? If even such a powerful expert was just a bodyguard, how powerful must this boy's background be? The thought sent a chill down the spines of Jade Cauldron Immortal and Red Land Fairy, spreading from their hearts throughout their bodies. This was terrible. They had offended someone they absolutely could not afford to provoke. We have to leave quickly. Retreat. Jade Cauldron Immortal and Red Land Fairy exchanged a glance, not daring to linger for a moment, and immediately steered their treasure ship to retreat. As for Xuanjian Immortal, who was surrounded by Ancestor Blue Spirit and the Blue Spirit Fleet, these two fellow Daoists completely ignored him, not even offering a greeting. They clearly considered him cannon fodder and completely forgot about him. Jade Cauldron. Red Land. Wait for me. You can't just leave like this. Xuanjian Immortal was terrified and furious. He roared angrily, trying to call back his fellow Daoist, but before he could finish speaking, Patriarch Lanling had already seized the opportunity to attack. At the same time, the Lanling family's fleet and Wu Wei's escort ships had already blocked his and the treasure ship's retreat, and fierce cannon fire poured out. Boom boom boom. Under such a fierce attack, the destruction of Xuanjian Immortal was almost a foregone conclusion. On this side, Lan Aoyun's energy avatar, still in the bridge of the Arbiter, turned his gaze back with a mixture of awe and reverence. Your son-in-law? No, Your Highness, that Saint Taylor, is he really just your guard? At this moment, Lanling Patriarch Lan Aoyun was extremely shocked. A level 12 high-level expert was actually just his son-in-law's guard and servant. This inconceivable thing was far beyond his imagination. Yes, he's one of my guards, Wu Wei replied nonchalantly. Father-in-law, please rest assured, those troublesome cultivators will be handled by Saint Taylor. Good, this time we owe a great debt to His Highness the Divine Child's guards, Lan Aoyun readily agreed. He dared not put on any more airs of a father-in-law, the background of the son-in-law was simply too intimidating. But despite the intimidation, Lan Aoyun was filled with joy. He had to admit, this marriage to his daughter was a brilliant move. With a son-in-law like Wu Wei, wouldn't the Lanling family's future be bright and prosperous? In fact, the level 12 Seraphim currently on the battlefield was St. John Nassadal. The reason Nassadal was asked to conceal his identity and impersonate a newcomer was because St. John had only appeared as an level 11 Archangel, information that the Lanling family had already gathered. Therefore, Wu Wei lied, claiming that St. John had gone to other deep space missions, hence the person before him was Saint Taylor. There was no other way. If the civilization of Lake Nash knew that St. John had reached level 12 so quickly, they would inevitably become suspicious and wary. Given that the overall strength of the Kingdom of Light was not yet sufficient to sweep across Lake Nash, Wu Wei didn't want to be coveted and jointly besieged by various powerful civilizations. Quick! Those angels are catching up. Move faster. As long as we leave this space, no one can stop us. On this side, facing the relentless pursuit of the two level 11 archangels, Liliana and Catherine, Jade Cauldron Immortal and Red Wave Fairy were utterly exhausted and mentally drained. They could only shout at their disciples from within the two treasure ships, sternly urging them to control the ships, But at that very moment, Nasidal, suspended in the void, finally moved. His 12 magnificent, umbrella-like wings suddenly flapped, and with a flash of holy light, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 2 treasure ships that hadn't yet gone far. Spatial teleportation. This was a perfect continuation of the spatial technology mastered by Wu Wei's god-level civilization. As a product of Wu Wei's god-level civilization, the War Angel had long since ingrained its innate spatial talent into its very being. And St. John Nasidal, a level 12 seraphim, had perfected this ability. With his current strength, he could easily traverse spatial barriers tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant with just a little effort. Right now, Yuding and Hong Lan, desperate to escape, suddenly saw the level 12 seraphim they had just feared appear out of thin air in front of their treasure ship. They were terrified, nearly fainting. Their disciples were almost completely stunned. Many of the weaker disciples nearly wet themselves on the spot, lacking even the courage to resist. Yuding and Hong Lan trembled. They understood that the spatial fluctuations just now indicated that their opponent possessed extremely high spatial abilities. Although they didn't know how Nasidal had done it, with his spatial abilities far surpassing all of theirs, they were now unable to escape. Senior Saint Taylor, Fairy Honglan and Immortal Yuding exchanged a glance, then stepped onto the treasure ship's deck and respectfully bowed to Nasidal. Our Heavenly Deo sect has no grudge against your side. This is all a misunderstanding. If you would be so lenient and spare us, our Heavenly Deo sect will compensate you double, triple, no, many times over for all your losses. In this desperate situation, they could only invoke the Heavenly Deo sect's background, attempting to feign weakness and negotiate with the other party. After Fairy Huanglin finished speaking, Immortal Yuding hurriedly followed Wu Wei, who was far behind, and loudly pleaded for peace. Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You want that ancient ruin? We'll give it all to you. Please, for the sake of the Heavenly Deo sect, show mercy. We can discuss everything. Heavenly Deo sect? How? What is the Heavenly Deo sect? Wu Wei chuckled lightly, while secretly channeling his divine power to spread his voice throughout the 2 treasure ships. Your Highness, you may disregard us, but you cannot defy the Heavenly Deo sect. Immortal Yuding's face was gloomy and he dared not back down. If you truly intend to spare our lives, it will be tantamount to breaking ties with the Heavenly Deo sect. Our ancient and venerable Heavenly Deo sect will surely avenge us and will never let this go. How? Even at this point, you still dare to try to use the Heavenly Deo sect to intimidate this divine son? Wu Wei scoffed and casually waved his hand on the bridge. Taylor, quickly deal with these troublesome fellows. Yes. We obey your Highness's command. St. John Nasidal bowed gracefully in the air, and when he raised his hand again, a majestic longsword shining with solemn holy light had already appeared in his hand. Yuding, Hong Lan, and the Heavenly Deo sect disciples on the 2 treasure ships almost all collapsed on the spot. Hong Lan immediately shouted sharply, "Boy! Don't push your luck. If you dare to hurt us, the Heavenly Deo sect will never let this go." However, what awaited her was not Wu Wei's reply, but Nasidal's overwhelmingly powerful sword. Killing to silence witnesses and eliminating all traces is the most common and unchanging practice among major forces in the struggle for cosmic supremacy. Since the pretense of civility has already been broken, why hesitate and be timid? After all, in Wu Wei's eyes, he will eventually take over the entire Star Lake. Now, it's just a matter of cutting off a few of the Heavenly Deo sect's claws in advance. A win-win situation, why not? Clang. Boom. St. John always obeyed divine orders and was decisive in killing. He immediately raised his blade and slashed. In an instant, 2 holy light blades that spanned the void shattered the shields of the 2 treasure ships, and even half of the deck and the rudder were forcibly broken apart by these 2 swords. The treasure ship shuddered violently, instantly losing its mobility. At this moment, Liliana and Katerina, leading 4 Divine Kingdom Judgment-class escort ships, pursued them relentlessly from behind. All the Daotian sect disciples had nowhere to escape. No. No. I absolutely cannot perish here. All Daotian sect disciples, listen to my command. Abandon ship and fight our way out. Yuding and Hong Lan, pushed to their limits, desperately led their 2 ships of disciples outwards. This was the beginning of their demise. As a fierce aerial battle erupted in the void, Nasidal, with his formidable strength, completely overwhelmed Yuding and Hong Lan, fighting 2 against 1. Closely following behind were Liliana and Katerina, 2 level 11 archangels, along with the 4 Divine Kingdom escort ships and 4 squads of war angels. With the addition of this force, the battle almost instantly escalated to fever pitch. It wasn't until 100 hours later that the entire battle finally came to a close. Facing Jade Cauldron Immortal, Red Wave Ferry, and their 2 treasure ships, Wu Wei's side naturally achieved a resounding victory. On the other battlefield, Xuanjian Immortal, surrounded by Blue Spirit Ancestor, Wu Wei's flagship, and the Blue Spirit Fleet, was powerless to resist and was completely annihilated. Despite their desperate attempts to escape and resist, and even revealing some of their trump cards, it was all in vain. Given the absolute difference in strength, any resistance was futile. Moreover, this was the border of the chaotic Star Lake, a desolate region rarely visited by civilization. It was normal for them to not see any civilized life for decades or even centuries. Therefore, despite their long escape and the fierce fighting, they ultimately failed to find any savior. In fact, in such a remote region, hundreds or thousands of light years away from their own civilization, where the journey alone would take many years, it was impossible to easily contact their mother civilization for help, let alone transmit any messages back to their mother civilization. This is not something a Type II civilization could accomplish. Without faster-than-light communication, even if they could spread the message at the speed of light, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the mother civilization. Moreover, sending a message over such a long distance consumes astronomical amounts of energy and time. It was precisely because of this that the Xuanjian Immortal dared to act so readily, resorting to murder to silence witnesses. As long as he could eliminate the entire Lanling family, he had no fear of being exposed. Unfortunately, the Xuanjian Immortal misjudged the situation. Wu Wei's hidden trump cards far exceeded his expectations, leading to his complete defeat. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Looting the Immortal Palace. After collecting their spoils and taking a short rest, Wu Wei and his group eagerly disembarked from their spaceship. They hovered above the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, finally having the leisure to observe it closely. It was a vast floating immortal mountain range, its peaks and valleys stretching endlessly, exuding an imposing aura. Clouds and mist drifted through the mountains, revealing numerous buildings. These buildings, each with its own unique style, were all pristine and protected by special formations, perfectly embodying the ethereal beauty of a celestial realm as imagined by ordinary people. At the very center of this continent stood a magnificent immortal palace. Hidden in the clouds, its imposing towers and majestic silhouette were still visible, faintly shrouded in celestial light, captivating all who beheld it. Even Wu Wei, who possessed a divine kingdom, had to admit the Pure Yang Immortal Palace's overwhelming grandeur and magnificent architecture. Moreover, it wasn't the ancient headquarters of the Pure Yang Immortal sect, but rather a separate residence. Nine Dragons Patriarch Lanling suppressed the excitement in his eyes and called out softly, "Patriarch!" The Nine Dragons Immortal, who looked like a celestial being, obediently stepped forward to await orders. Although he and Wu Wei were both Patriarch Lanling's great-grandson-in-law, the difference in their status was like heaven and earth. It was as if Wu Wei was a son-in-law who had been married into a powerful family, while the Nine Dragons Immortal was like a son-in-law who had been picked up off the street. The family has gone to great lengths to improve your strength, all for this moment. Patriarch Lanling patted the Nine Dragons Immortal's shoulder, his tone solemn. "Now it's up to you." "Go yes, Patriarch." The Nine Dragons Immortal respectfully replied, then took a deep breath, turned around, and flew out of the warship, landing in the ruins below. Seeing this, Patriarch Lanling waved his hand, and immediately a junior of the Lanling family brought over a spiritual energy crystal ball that glowed with blue light, activating it in front of everyone. Instantly, a holographic image popped up on the crystal ball. The holographic image presented a scene from the ruins of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. Moreover, the perspective from which the holographic image was viewed was actually that of the Nine Dragons Immortal. Ancestor's foresight is indeed thorough. Wu Wei couldn't help but laugh. He had been considering sending a holy light eye to follow, but unexpectedly, Ancestor Lanling had already prepared, leaving a photographic device on the Nine Dragons Immortal. With this, They could monitor the 9 Dragons Immortal's situation within the ruins at any time and react promptly to any unexpected events. Ancestor Lanling waved his hand with a chuckle. Since we've come to explore the ruins, of course we need to make some preparations. It's nothing at all. He was quite pleased with the junior's flattery, though he didn't show it on his face. His mood had clearly improved considerably. As he spoke, the 9 Dragons Immortal had already flown to the Immortal Palace in the center of the ruins and slowly descended from the sky. Seeing this, everyone immediately fell silent, turning their attention to the holographic image. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 9 Dragons Immortal finally landed on the jade steps in front of the Immortal Palace. But in an instant, as if some mechanism had been activated, a long, resonant hum suddenly echoed from the magnificent celestial palace. The sound, like flowing water striking a chime, carried a lingering echo, instantly piercing through time and space, invigorating everyone's spirit. Amidst a hum, a bright, clear light suddenly burst forth from the celestial palace, as if the entire palace had come alive in an instant, radiating an indescribable ethereal and spiritual aura. The Pure Yang Immortal sect truly lives up to its name. Ancestor Lanling, with his vast knowledge, had already assessed the situation upon observing the aura emanating from the Immortal Palace as it operated, and couldn't help but sigh. The formations within this Immortal Palace are concealed, seemingly inconspicuous, but in reality extremely powerful and harboring hidden killing intent. Without the 9 dragons, if our Lanling family were to force our way in, we would likely suffer heavy losses and casualties. Indeed, Wu Wei nodded, but that's not the most troublesome part. This Immortal Palace must also have self-destruct mechanisms in place. Anyone who tries to force their way in will perish. The Pure Yang Immortal sect is an ancient and powerful sect, and it would undoubtedly have many means to protect its heritage. How could it so easily allow other civilizations to obtain it? Without the 9 Dragons Immortal, even with his 12-winged seraphim, retrieving the heritage and treasures from the Immortal Palace's treasury without triggering its self-destruct mechanism would be extremely difficult. Of course, for the Xuanjin Immortal and others, who were also cultivators, breaking through the ruins would be much easier than for Wu Wei and his group. As they spoke, the 9 Dragons Immortal ascended the jade steps and entered the main hall of the Immortal Palace. The hall was grand and imposing, with a massive Tai Chi diagram hanging in the center, flanked by portraits of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace's past patriarchs. Both the diagram and the portraits exuded a rich immortal aura, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. The 9 Dragons Immortal seemed to understand something, immediately taking incense from a nearby shelf, lighting it, and respectfully bowing 3 times towards the Tai Chi diagram and the portraits before placing the incense in the hall's incense burner. After bowing, as if completing a ritual, a beam of light suddenly shone down from above, enveloping the 9 Dragons Immortal. The next moment, a beautiful yet rigid female voice echoed throughout the Immortal Palace. Identity verification successful. Upon assessment, the inheritor's strength has reached level 10. Passing the trial will allow you to advance to core disciple. Would you like to accept the trial? The 9 Yang Immortal's expression was solemn. He knew that the most important test of the day was finally approaching. All his previous efforts had been for this step. Only after reaching level 10 in strength and passing the trial to become a core disciple can he possess the complete inheritance and some of the Celestial Palace's authority. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Accept the trial." The inheritor confirms acceptance of the trial. Begin the trial. The rigid female voice sounded again. As soon as the voice fell, the pillar of light enveloping the 9 Dragons Immortal suddenly brightened, and the 9 Dragons Immortal abruptly closed his eyes, slowly sitting down cross-legged in the hall. "It seems that the 9 Dragons' consciousness has entered the trial illusion," said Ancestor Lanling. "From now on, it's up to him. With his strength, he won't fail the trial, will he?" Wu Wei's impression of the old man, the 9 Dragons, was rather ordinary. He always felt that the 9 Dragons was somewhat immature and unreliable. Seeing that the Lanling family had placed all their hopes on the 9 Dragons Immortal, he was a little uneasy. If he failed the trial, things would probably get quite troublesome. Of course, for Wu Wei, it was just a bit of trouble. Ancestor Lanling laughed heartily, displaying exceptional confidence in the 9 Dragons Immortal. "Ha, young friend, please rest assured. The Pure Yang Immortal Palace's trials for its core disciples are indeed quite rigorous, but we have long been prepared. We not only gave the 9 Dragons special training beforehand but also prepared several backup plans for him. The trial will definitely proceed without any problems." In that case, let's wait and see. Wu Wei nodded slightly, deciding to trust Ancestor Lanling's judgment. Unable to interfere with the 9 Dragons Immortals trial, they waited quietly in the void. The waiting was quite tedious. Wu Wei waited a day, and seeing that the 9 Dragons Immortal showed no signs of waking up, he took Catherine back to the Divine Kingdom to deal with some backlog matters. However, when he returned from the Divine Kingdom a day later, the 9 Dragons Immortal was still not finished with his trial. The smile on Ancestor Lanling's face had vanished. Lamfuti, standing to the side, looked at the holographic projection outside the warship with a worried expression. I heard that such trials usually take a day at most to pass, so why isn't it over yet? Wu Wei didn't answer, silently lighting a candle for the 9 Dragons Immortal in his heart. Given the situation, even if the 9 Dragons Immortal succeeds in the end, he probably won't be treated well. If he really fails, that would be truly terrible. Your Majesty, Holy Consort Catherine approached Wu Wei and transmitted her thoughts. Judging from the situation, the 9 Dragons Immortals trial doesn't seem to be going smoothly. Should we activate the backup plan? Let's see. Wu Wei waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty, Holy Consort Catherine responded and withdrew, saying no more. Since Wu Wei had come here, he had naturally made thorough preparations. Even if the 9 Dragons Immortal failed, there was a way to open the Immortal Palace, although the process would be quite cumbersome and troublesome. Moreover, he believed that Ancestor Lanling must have prepared a backup plan as well, but the cost might be quite high, so it was best to avoid using it if possible. 2 more days passed unnoticed. Seeing that Ancestor Lanling's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot, Immortal Zhilong finally awoke from the trial. No one knew what he had experienced during the trial. Upon waking, he was deathly pale, swaying precariously, and looked as if he were about to collapse. The moment he awoke, the female voice in the Immortal Palace rang out again. Trial passed. Inheritor promoted to core disciple. Serial number 1, automatically becoming the senior disciple of the Jade Dragon lineage of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, granted basic management authority of the Immortal Palace. As the words fell, a jade white Dao seal suddenly flew out from the Taiji diagram in the center of the main hall, quickly disappearing into Immortal Zhilong's brow. Only at this moment did Immortal Zhilong finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. Without time to rejoice, he quickly took out an immortal pill and swallowed it. After a short rest, he stood up and used his newly acquired authority to open the incredibly complex array outside the Immortal Palace. Ancestor, Your Highness the Divine Child, you may enter now. Wu Wei and Ancestor Lanling breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene through the holographic projection. Let's go. Wu Wei waved his hand and immediately flew towards the Immortal Palace with St. John, Liliana, and Catherine. Ancestor Lanling and the rest of the Lanling family quickly followed. Soon, everyone landed on the floating Immortal Mountain. Wu Wei and Ancestor Lanling, along with the others, went directly into the Immortal Palace, while some of the younger members of the Lanling family, led by Lanao Iden, began to raid the Immortal Palace. In a corner of the Immortal Palace, the palace gates, sealed for many years, were forcefully pushed open with a bang, and a group of Lanling family members surged in. Ha ha ha, look what I found. A jade bed. A member of the Blue Spirit clan shouted excitedly. This is a real treasure. I once saw a jade bed at an auction that sold for a staggering 100,000 star coins. I'll take it. Here's a Chalcedony tourmaline. A real treasure, I'll take it. This chair is made of immortal dragon wood. A real treasure, I'll take it. This bed canopy is actually a magic treasure. I'll take it. The Blue Spirit clan members excitedly searched the Immortal Palace, immediately taking anything of value they found. They even took all the furniture, lamps, and other miscellaneous items, storing them all in their special storage. It took almost a whole day for the Blue Spirit clan members to finally sweep through all the buildings scattered throughout the central Immortal Palace and the surrounding mountains, even taking all the precious medicinal herbs from the spirit fields. Finally, everything was compiled into a list and fell into the hands of the Blue Spirit clan patriarch, Lan Aoyan. How these things combined can fetch at least 200 million star coins. If we hand them over to an auction house and manage them properly, we might even get more. After calculating the prices with a list in hand, Lan Aoyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, so excited that he seemed to be walking on air. Lan Aoyan was extremely excited. The Lanling family was indeed very wealthy. But even if they mortgaged most of all the Lanling family's fixed assets and possessions, they could probably only scrape together a similar amount. You have to know that the Lanling family has a history of tens of thousands of years since its establishment. 10,000 years of accumulation is nothing more than this. No wonder Lan Aoyun couldn't control his excitement. Congratulations, father-in-law. Wu Wei happened to hear this and chimed in with his congratulations. You've really struck it rich this time. How my dear son-in-law. Congratulations to you too. Congratulations to you too. At least half of this belongs to your divine kingdom. Lan Aoyun wasn't blinded by the star coins. After chatting with Wu Wei for a few words, he excitedly took the results to report to the Lanling ancestor. Hearing Lan Aoyun's report, the Lanling ancestor's dark expression finally softened, revealing a slight smile. The 9 dragons immortal, looking utterly miserable, silently squatted to the side, watching the Lanling family demolish their home. He felt wronged but dared not speak. Alice, it was his own fault for being so useless, failing to preserve the news of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins. He only managed to advance to level 10 thanks to the Lanling family's help, so naturally he had no say. Moreover, he was a son-in-law, theoretically belonging to the Lanling family. As they spoke, all the valuable items looted from the Immortal Palace had been packed and moved into the warship's warehouse. Lan Aoyun's gaze shifted from the loot to the buildings on the floating Immortal Mountain. At this moment, Lan Aoyun had abandoned any semblance of patriarchal restraint, his eyes shining as he examined the exquisite pavilions and buildings, suggesting, these buildings are all antique works of art. If we dismantle them one by one and sell them, they could probably fetch astronomical prices. No wonder. Although the Lanling family is vast and powerful, possessing billions of people in several inhabited planets, generating no less than tens of millions of star yuan annually, after deducting various development and construction projects and enormous expenses, they can't accumulate much star yuan. Especially after several recent massive investments, their star yuan reserves have fallen below 10 million. As the head of the family, he's having a tough time. Now, with such an immense fortune laid out before him, how could he not have his eyes light up? Like a wolf that's been starving for a long time. The 9 dragons immortals' forehead twitched. Father-in-law, does it have to be so ruthless? He is, after all, the legal heir of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. As his father-in-law, can't he leave him some inheritance? Even a son-in-law has some human rights, doesn't he? Yuan, demolishing and selling the buildings is a bit much, Ancestor Lanling said with a slight reproach. This Pure Yang Immortal Palace is a rare ancient intangible cultural heritage. Ancestor is absolutely right, Lan Yuan bowed his head in obedience. Yuan is ashamed. Moreover, if we carelessly sell those ancient buildings and are noticed by those with ulterior motives, it is very likely that they will judge that we have obtained the ruins of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. Ancestor Lanling said with a heavy and serious expression. Acting rashly could very well bring destruction to my Lanling family. Lan Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, fortunately, Ancestor reminded me. I was reckless. Immortal Jiu Long felt relieved and looked at Ancestor Lanling gratefully. He truly deserved to be called an ancestor-level figure, his thinking was so thorough. This Pure Yang Immortal Palace was finally saved. From now on, he, Immortal Jiu Long, would be the true master of the Immortal Palace. However, keeping this celestial palace wouldn't be of much use. There's a significant difference between cultivation civilizations and our spiritual energy civilization, and young friend Wu Wei certainly wouldn't need it, said Ancestor Lanling, frowning. If we're going to sell it, it's best to sell it as a whole. Ideally, to top-tier, reputable advanced civilization. What? 9 dragons immortal nearly coughed up blood, his heart aching as if stabbed by countless flying swords. Even his ruthless father-in-law only planned to dismantle and sell some buildings. This ancestor, however, was planning to sell the entire celestial palace in one go. As a mere son-in-law, he had no say in this matter and could only look to Wu Wei for help. They were both sons-in-law of the Lanling family. Could Wu Wei say something and leave him some inheritance? Wu Wei patted his shoulder sympathetically and said, Father-in-law, ancestor. This immortal palace is enormous. Even if we sell it to the Coast Plain civilization, it's not necessarily safe. Yes, Brother Wei is right, the 9 dragons immortal echoed. If the Coast civilization thinks we're hiding some priceless treasure, we'll be in big trouble. If we're going to sell it, I suggest selling it to the Cosmic Bank, Wu Wei pondered. The Cosmic Bank is the closest super civilization we can contact. Their influence spans the entire universe. Although the Pure Yang Immortal Palace is precious and rare, it's just an ordinary item to an entity of the Cosmic Bank's level. And at least on the surface, the Cosmic Bank values its reputation highly. What? The 9 dragons immortal swayed precariously, nearly fainting. It was all over. Even Wu Wei was offering to sell. His dream of becoming the Immortal Palace Master was abruptly shattered. He hurriedly said, "I've heard of the Cosmic Bank. They run a bank, not a general store, right? They shouldn't be buying our Immortal Palace, right? A Cosmic Bank is such a large organization, they definitely have a department that specializes in acquiring rare treasures," Wu Wei said with a smile. "At most, the package price won't be too high. But for us, even a rock-bottom price, selling it for 1 billion or 800 million star coins would be great." 1 billion or 800 million? Both Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun were incredibly tempted. If they could really sell it for that price, the Lan Ling family would advance by leaps and bounds in a short time, their strength increasing dramatically. The 9 Dragons Immortal was already in despair. He figured that no matter what, he would never become the Immortal Palace Master. "Farewell, my Immortal Palace, farewell, my dream of becoming Palace Master. Actually, there's no need to sell this celestial palace," said Saintess Katarina, who had remained silent until now. "I see that the floating continent of this celestial palace covers a vast area, and it also has several large spirit gathering arrays that constantly draw spiritual energy from the universe. Why not use it to grow high-grade crops and raise some high-end biological food? If managed properly, the annual profits would be quite considerable." "Ms. Katarina is right," said Ancestor Lanling, bowing solemnly. "Rather than selling it for a one-off deal, it's better to keep it as a foundation for both of us. What do you think, young friend Wu Wei?" Wu Wei didn't reveal Katarina and Liliana's identities, but directly agreed, saying, "Since Katarina has said so, let's do it that way. As for how to develop and distribute the profits, we'll discuss that later. Let's take a look at the Asgard Palace's treasury first." The treasury. This was the most core resource of the Asgard Palace. Wu Wei's words naturally aroused everyone's interest, and they showed expressions of great anticipation. Chapter 379 Post-War Gains. The dust settled. Everything had vanished, leaving only a devastated and ravaged battlefield. The wreckage of warships and broken corpses were scattered everywhere, the battlefield stained with the smoke of battle, a scene of utter devastation. Without Wu Wei or the Blue Spirit Ancestors' specific instructions, the Angelic Army and the younger generation of the Blue Spirit family spontaneously began cleaning up the battlefield. While the cleanup took some time, the spoils left behind by the 3 immortals, including Zhuan Jian, were quickly cleared. The Blue Spirit Ancestor, Lan Aoyun, and several other important members of the Blue Spirit family, including the 9 Dragons Immortal, rested briefly before quickly gathering on the Arbiter's flagship. They sat around with Wu Wei and the others, beginning to divide the spoils. At this moment, not only was the 9 Dragons Immortal extremely excited, but even the Blue Spirit Ancestor, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, couldn't contain his excitement, his face showing a hint of exhilaration. Although the Blue Spirit family had suffered considerable losses in this battle, compared to annihilating 3 true immortal-level elders of the Dao Tian sect, it was still a remarkably glorious victory. Not to mention, they can quietly develop the Pure Yang ruins afterwards. "Saint Taylor, bring out everything you found on those 3 guys." Wu Wei didn't mind their naive appearance and waved his hand, addressing St. John, who was still impersonating Taylor behind him. "Yes, Your Highness." St. John Nassadal respectfully replied and stepped out from behind Wu Wei. He looked loyal and devoted, like a steward or old servant. At his level, changing his appearance was easy. As for others trying to distinguish him from Taylor or John by his aura, it was almost impossible. They were all 12-winged seraphim of the light element, and their auras were very similar, unless they were high-ranking members of the Light God Kingdom who were very familiar with St. John's aura. The Blue Spirit Ancestor and the others had all witnessed St. Taylor's rampage on the battlefield, and now, seeing him come out, their eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of awe. Such is the fundamental law of the universe: strength reigns supreme, and the mighty are respected. In fact, not only St. John, the 12-winged seraphim, but also Saintess Catherine and Saintess Liliana, the 10-winged dark angels, left a deep impression on them. Even the blue spirit ancestor himself knew that he would find it difficult to gain much advantage if he encountered either of them. Unconsciously, Wu Wei and the god of light behind him rose in their hearts once again. The blue spirit ancestor, who had previously treated Wu Wei as a junior, now unconsciously felt a sense of awe towards him. However, more important than being awestruck by the opponent's strength was the spoils left behind by the three Xuanjian immortals. St. John quickly took out everything he had searched from the three Xuanjian immortals and placed it on the table around which everyone was seated. The most eye-catching items were the immortal swords and magical treasures that the three Xuanjian immortals had previously used. The Xuanjian immortal's immortal sword is of extraordinary quality, and the materials used are also top-notch and expensive, but it's too damaged. Currently, it's probably worth around 1.5 million star coins. And this one. Ancestor Lanling had suffered considerable injuries in the previous battle, and although his complexion was still somewhat pale, his spirits were quite good. Relying on his extensive knowledge and unique insight, he quickly made a rough estimate of the value of these immortal swords and magical treasures. The Yuding Immortal's immortal sword is slightly inferior, and it has already suffered significant damage in the battle, worth about 70 to 80 star coins. That red phoenix scarf and jade essence are both excellent defensive magical treasures, originally worth 1.5 million star coins, but unfortunately, they've been mostly destroyed, now worth at most 500,000 star coins. Besides the immortal swords and magical treasures, the three also found some immortal pills, immortal robes, and other miscellaneous items on their bodies, which, all added up, were worth over 2 million star coins. It must be said, an 11th level expert is indeed an 11th level expert. The value of these spoils alone is already close to 5 million star coins. Besides these, those three treasure ships outside are also quite valuable, Ancestor Lanling casually added. Although the hulls are severely damaged, the materials are extraordinary. If we break them down and sell them, we should be able to recover 3 to 5 million star coins. Wu Wei silently calculated in his mind. Based on that calculation, selling these magical treasures and materials would probably yield around 8 or 9 million star coins. Star coins are not like ordinary currency, their value is extremely high, and they are almost universally accepted throughout the universe. This move was definitely worthwhile. Oh, there's even this. Ancestor Lanling removed the appraised immortal swords and magical treasures one by one, quickly discovering 3 translucent crystalline fragments hidden beneath them. His expression showed some surprise. These things are rare. I didn't expect that all 3 of them had condensed soul fragments. Soul fragments. Wu Wei's eyes also lit up. He had frequently obtained soul fragments along the way. Soul fragments contain pure soul energy, which can significantly enhance the soul strength of heroic spirits and unlock their potential. Unfortunately, the appearance of soul fragments is completely unpredictable. Sometimes they drop from a simple level 7 monster, but more often than not, they don't drop at all. Furthermore, once an angel reaches godhood, they gain the ability to destroy souls. In the heat of battle, excessive force can easily obliterate an opponent, leaving not even a trace of their soul, let alone soul fragments. As a result, even now, the number of soul fragments he possesses is still insufficient. These 3 soul fragments come from an 11th level true immortal, each about half the size of a palm, undoubtedly containing abundant soul energy. He has recently been considering using the soul fragments to convert life essence. If successful, these 3 soul fragments will certainly be able to convert into many strands of life essence. Thinking of this, Wu Wei looked at Ancestor Lanling and asked, "Ancestor, how do you usually handle these soul fragments?" "We usually sell them to the demonic cultivator civilization," Ancestor Lanling explained. Demonic cultivators need souls for cultivation, and there are fixed purchasing points in the Kois Grand Market. Soul fragments of an 11th level god level expert like these are extremely rare. The purchase price is 2 million star coins, so 3 fragments would be 6 million star coins. Worth 6 million star coins? It seems the drop rate for these soul fragments is indeed very low. Wu Wei nodded, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Ancestor, I think it would be better to do this. You certainly have ready-made channels to sell the materials from the dismantled wreckage of those 3 treasure ships, as well as these immortal swords and magical treasures, so I won't compete with you. As for the remaining soul fragments, they can all be mine. It just so happens that Father God is doing some research recently and needs some soul fragments. If you want them, of course, there's no problem," Ancestor Lanling readily agreed. Today's victory was entirely due to your subordinates. To be honest, you saved us. Even if you take them all, I won't object. How can that be? Wu Wei laughed. The Lanling family contributed a lot, how can I let them down? After saying that, the two looked at each other and laughed heartily. The two families will also cooperate to explore the ruins of the Pure Yang Immortal Sect. Both men understood that the focus of their exploration was the Pure Yang Immortal Sect. While the three members of the Zhuanjin sect were wealthy, they were insignificant compared to the sect's resources, and neither would bother competing for such a paltry sum. However, after securing ownership of the soul fragments, the problem that had troubled Wu Wei for so long resurfaced. Soul fragments were indeed valuable, but even after purification, some stubborn remnants of the deceased soul would remain, affecting the will and mind of the person being absorbed. The higher the level of the soul fragment, the stronger and more difficult these remnants were to purify, and the greater their impact on the mind. Holy spirits, due to their extremely pure and condensed souls, actually repelled soul fragments. Forcibly absorbing them would actually affect the purity of their own souls. Moreover, now that he possessed the creation bottle, the Holy Spirit's soul enhancement could be achieved entirely through the life essence, rendering the soul fragments practically useless. The reason he was still collecting soul fragments was because he considered soul energy to be closer to the origin of life than divine power. If it could be converted into the origin of life, the conversion rate should be much higher than that of divine crystals. However, Wu Wei had tried it before and found that although soul fragments could be converted into the origin of life by the creation bottle, the converted life essence still contained stubborn remnants of the dead. Directly giving it to angels would definitely cause problems. Demonic cultivators, for example, relied on devouring soul fragments to level up quickly, but the consequence was a drastic change in temperament, becoming increasingly cruel and bloodthirsty, and their actions becoming increasingly extreme. He didn't want his angels to become like that. After thinking for a while, Wu Wei simply asked the knowledgeable ancestor Lanling for advice. Ancestor, do you know which civilizations in interstellar space are good at purifying soul fragments? Purify soul fragments. Ancestor Lanling frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, if we're talking about civilizations good at purifying remnants of souls, I'm afraid only the Buddhist civilization is good at it. Buddhist civilization. Wu Wei was stunned. There are monks in this universe? Yes, a Buddhist cultivator, Ancestor Lanling, unaware of Wu Wei's surprise, assumed he hadn't heard of him and explained, thousands of years ago, when I traveled to the Koi civilization, I encountered a Buddhist cultivator and witnessed him purifying soul fragments to cultivate supernatural powers. It's said that powerful Buddhist cultivators can even completely restore soul fragments to pure soul energy. However, Buddhist civilizations are extremely rare in the universe, and I only encountered one, so I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. You can ask others. Wu Wei nodded. Thank you for your explanation, Ancestor. I will continue to follow this matter. If this Buddhist cultivator was indeed the kind he knew, he might very well be able to help him solve the problem of soul fragments. After all, soul purification transcendence is a signature skill of monks. As they spoke, the battlefield was finally cleared. The corpses in the void were collected, some burned, and a considerable amount of other things were recovered, but compared to the wealth of Zhuanjin and the other two, it was nothing. However, a few dozen low-level soul fragments were collected here and there. Perhaps due to their cultivation methods, cultivators possess incredibly powerful souls, resulting in a surprisingly high drop rate of soul fragments, a pleasant surprise. However, compared to the potential treasures within the Pure Yang Immortal Sect ruins, these are insignificant. Now that the matter is settled, it's time to explore the Pure Yang Immortal Sect ruins. Everyone's spirits lifted immediately. The Pure Yang ruins, who knows what rewards they might find? Chapter 380 Elder Assessment. The treasure vault is usually located deep within the Immortal Palace. The legacy and treasures left to future generations by the ancient ruins of the Pure Yang Immortal Sect must reside in the Immortal Palace's vault. Wu Wei and his companions walked along the central axis road into the Immortal Palace. Along the way, they saw magnificent pavilions, carved beams and embroidered pillars, and layered towers, a breathtaking sight, possessing everything imaginable. Rather than a palace, the Immortal Palace was more like an ancient city steeped in history. Even though it was now deserted, the magnificent buildings and the abundant spiritual energy flowing throughout still testified to its former prosperity and glory. Seeing this, Wu Wei couldn't help but inwardly lament, Why didn't the old god of light leave me a magnificent divine kingdom of this scale? Otherwise, why would I have expended so much effort to reach this point? Gentlemen, said Patriarch Lan Ling, his vast knowledge and experience evident in his frequent pronouncements about the purpose of surrounding buildings, the area we just passed must have been filled with disciples. He then pointed ahead. Look, that's the main hall of this palace. The treasure vault and the legacy of the pure Yang ancient sect must be there. His words roused everyone, and soon they arrived before the tallest and most magnificent main hall. The main hall stood high above, overlooking the entire palace. Reaching it required ascending a long flight of stairs, leading to a vast plaza large enough to dock a cruiser. At the far end of this platform stood a majestic and beautiful building, the destination of Wu Wei and his group. Ancestor, son-in-law, there's a circle here just like the one at the entrance, said Lan Aoyan, the Blue Spirit Clan chief, pointing to the Dao seal at the entrance of the main hall. This should be the same as the entrance, requiring the identity verification of a core disciple to enter. A piece of cake. Immortal 9 Dragons immediately patted his chest and stepped forward. I am already a core disciple recognized by the Immortal Palace's artifact spirit. Entering the core hall will definitely not be a problem. With that, Immortal 9 Dragons volunteered to stand on the Dao seal at the entrance of the main hall to undergo the Immortal Palace's artifact spirits test. However, this time, the prompt from the artifact spirit was completely different from before. Last Disciple 9 Dragons, your authority is insufficient to enter the sect's main hall. Minimum entry standard, Sect Elder. Last Disciple 9 Dragons, would you like to accept the Sect Elder's assessment? Although the artifact spirit's prompt was a sound, it was actually a higher form of mental consciousness. Regardless of the civilization or race of those present, they could directly understand what the artifact spirit wanted to express. Ancestor, Brother Wei, father-in-law, it seems I'll have to take this elder's test. Hearing the spirit's prompt, Jilong turned to the crowd. But don't worry, with my current abilities, passing the elder's test will be a piece of cake. Yes, I believe in Jilong on that point. Ancestor Lanling nodded approvingly. Jilong has cultivated diligently over the past few decades and made tremendous progress. With his current abilities, even in Nash Star Lake, which boasts numerous level 10 deities, he would rank among the top. This mere test for a sect elder is no challenge for him. Hearing Ancestor Lanling's high praise, Jilong, who had always been a lowly son-in-law, was almost moved to tears. At this moment, he felt that his years of hard work had finally paid off. His exceptional talent was finally beginning to materialize. The ancestor is right, my son-in-law is exceptionally talented and virtuous. With the crisis averted, Lan Aoyan was in high spirits and continued with a smile. Since marrying into our Lanling family, my son-in-law has been diligent and hard-working, without the slightest slackening. With decades of accumulation, he has already reached the upper middle level among level 10 experts. With his current strength, he will definitely pass the sect elder assessment without any problem. The views of the Lanling ancestor and Lan Aoyan were actually quite reasonable. Based on their understanding of the cultivation world, any outstanding core disciple, after successfully graduating from their studies, would almost always have the opportunity to be promoted to sect elder and hold some position within the sect, if they wished. At least, that's roughly how they understood it from a modern perspective. Now, their Lanling family's son-in-law, the 9 Dragons Immortal, has already reached the upper middle level of level 10, and he's still not qualified to become a sect elder? What sect has a core disciple whose cultivation realm has already reached immortality who can't become a sect elder? The reason the Blue Spirit family has been fully supporting Jilong's cultivation for decades is precisely to ensure Jilong can successfully open the gate. Therefore, in their eyes, Jilong Immortal, who has already reached the upper middle level of level 10, will only be going through the motions of the test, and there will definitely be no problem. Ancestor, father-in-law, rest assured, I, Jilong, will definitely not let you down. Praise like this, Jilong Immortal's confidence soared, and he patted his chest and guaranteed, it's just a test barrier, I'll break through it right away. Brother Wei, just wait for my good news. Jilong now greatly admires Wu Wei, and before leaving, he specially nodded to Wu Wei as a greeting. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll give you another blessing to help you have a smooth journey. Wu Wei gestured to Katarina standing behind him. The latter was very skilled in enhancement magic, and with her personally casting the blessing magic, the effect would naturally be multiplied. The spell ended quickly, and the Nine Dragons Immortal was enveloped in holy light, instantly becoming invigorated, his blood surging, and his entire body seemingly filled with inexhaustible strength. Good. Good. Thank you for your help, Brother Wei. I've never felt so good. The Nine Dragons Immortal was in excellent condition, his confidence soaring. At this moment, he felt so good that even if that old dog Xuanjian were reborn in front of him, he could cut him to pieces with a few sword strikes. The elder assessment was a must-win. Without saying much, the Nine Dragons Immortal stepped to the front of the main hall and loudly called out to the Immortal Palace's artifact spirit, "Artifact spirit, I want to undergo the elder assessment." Core Disciple Nine Dragons identity verification complete. The elder assessment begins. As the artifact spirit's mechanical voice fell, the main hall's main gate slowly opened. Rumble. The main hall's main gate was dozens of feet high, and as the giant gate opened, the entire ground trembled slightly, creating an extremely grand spectacle. Logically speaking, with the main hall's main gate opening, the inheritance and treasures inside the hall should be within sight. But when Zhilong raised his gaze and looked into the hall, the scene before him almost froze his blood. It was a gigantic puppet, more than 10 times his size. At first glance, this puppet resembled a heavy, ancient suit of armor. Its head was a bronze-colored beast head helmet, its breastplate imposing and thick, with 2 breastplates on the front and back, and a gold-trimmed belt connecting 6 wide, thick skirt plates. Its feet and legs were entirely made of one piece of metal armor and boots. Most striking was the enormous hammer it carried, as tall as itself. The hammer, weighing at least 10,000 pounds, was cast entirely of metal, with a long handle end with spikes, gleaming with a cold, bronze luster in the dimly lit entrance of the hall. At this moment, this armored puppet wielding the hammer resembled a battle-hardened, bloodthirsty general. Even standing motionless, its imposing and ferocious aura was still terrifying beyond compare. Gulp. The Nine Dragons Immortal, only a few dozen meters away from the puppet, felt a sudden jolt in his heart and swallowed hard. The Nine Dragons Immortal considered himself capable of handling most opponents within the 10th level of cultivation, but what was this puppet? Despite not moving an inch, the ferocious aura emanating from the puppet itself was like that of a terrifying killing god emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even just looking at it from a distance was enough to send chills down his spine and break out in a cold sweat. Buzz! Suddenly, the puppet emitted a resounding boom, and a pair of crimson eyes suddenly lit up inside its previously empty helmet. At the same time, an unparalleled, domineering power erupted fiercely. The terrifying power surpassed even that of Saint John Nasidal, the strongest warrior in Wu Wei Divine Kingdom. In an instant, a wave of white, turbid energy surged from the puppet, almost knocking the Nine Dragons Immortal off his feet and blinding him. The Nine Dragons Immortal's heart pounded wildly. How could he dare to hesitate? Almost instinctively, he retreated. In that instant, out of the corner of his eye, the Nine Dragons Immortal saw that the majestic and imposing armored puppet had actually moved. Without any further movement, the armored puppet leaped up, raising its giant hammer and smashing it down towards the Nine Dragons Immortal. Hiss! The Nine Dragons Immortal, who had just landed, gasped sharply, his pupils constricting rapidly. Still shaken, he dared not linger for a moment. He quickly used his movement technique, his feet stomping rapidly, and leaped backward again. Boom! The heavy hammer crashed down, its terrifying power instantly creating a huge crater in the plaza in front of the hall, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful shockwave. Whoa! Although the Nine Dragons Immortal avoided the hammer's impact, the terrifying shockwave still knocked him over. He was like a leaf in the autumn wind, blown hundreds of meters away. Terrifying. At this moment, the Nine Dragons Immortal had only one thought in his mind: terror. In a flash, the impact of the hammer also rushed towards Wu Wei and the Blue Spirit Ancestor, who were not far away. Protect His Highness the Divine Child. Nasidal, disguised as Saint Taylor, immediately stepped forward to block Wu Wei. At the same time, Catherine and Liliana, one on the left and one on the right, each deployed a divine shield to protect Wu Wei as he retreated. On the other side, the Blue Spirit Ancestor and Lan Aoyun also hurriedly set up a defense, while pulling Lan Fudy completely backward. As the impact subsided, the armored puppet remained in its hammer-smashing stance, standing proudly before the hall. Although it made no other move, the ferocious aura emanating from it was utterly terrifying and awe-inspiring. What is this thing? How can it be so powerful? Ancestor Lan Ling stared in disbelief, almost frozen in shock. This is this the pure Yang Immortal Sect Elder assessment? Cold sweat beaded on Lan Aoyun's forehead, his adrenaline surged rapidly due to instinctive fear, making him so nervous he could barely speak, completely losing any semblance of his composure as a family head. Quickly protect His Highness the Divine Child and get him out of here. The 12-winged Seraphim St. John, standing in front of Wu Wei, immediately tensed, entering an unprecedented state of alertness. Even Nasidal, a powerful level 12 expert, had never been so tense and out of control. This is going to be difficult. Under heavy protection, Wu Wei narrowed his eyes, secretly scanning the armored puppet with his divine power. I didn't expect the former pure Yang Immortal Sect to be so powerful. This combat puppet used for the Elder assessment has an energy level far exceeding level 13 of my subordinates. W.H. Watt. Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun's hearts skipped a beat. An energy level of 13 meant that the armored puppet's strength had reached at least an astonishing level 13. That was a power level far stronger than Wu Wei's level 12 subordinate. In the eyes of a level 13 superior expert, even a level 10 guard was no different from an ant. Level 13. Lamfuti, who had already retreated to the side under protection, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. How could the once powerful Chunyang Immortal Sect have become so strong? No, such a high-level expert is far beyond our capabilities. Your Highness, Ancestor, Father, we must leave here immediately. Realizing the crisis, Lamfuti hurriedly urged everyone to retreat. A level 13 high-level expert, if used against them with all their might, would be unstoppable and could easily destroy them all. Wait, it seems we can handle this puppet. Just then, Wu Wei gestured for everyone to look at the battlefield. Only then did everyone notice that the battle below seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Ancestor. Brother Wei. Father-in-law. Quick, save me. The 9 Dragons Immortal, who had been pushed hundreds of meters away, had just gotten up when he saw the terrifying level 13 puppet, wielding a heavy hammer, charging at him again. A level 13 high-level expert, what could he possibly do with that hammer blow? Even a mere glancing blow would be enough to obliterate the 9 Dragons Immortal, leaving not a trace. This terrified the 9 dragons, who fled in panic across the plaza before the palace. However, at that moment, an astonishing thing happened. The armored puppet, having clearly caught up with the 9 Dragons Immortal in its leap, always seemed a beat slower when raising its massive hammer, as if intentionally letting the 9 Dragons Immortal escape. Moreover, after each strike, the armored puppet's movements became even slower. It was like a malfunctioning movie scene, constantly stuttering. What's going on? The Blue Spirit Ancestor, Blue Aoyun, and the others all noticed the anomaly. The power of each of the armored puppet's strikes was indeed a solid level 13, but its movements were far below that standard. It was like a rusty wheel, each movement exhibiting varying degrees of lag. Just as I expected, a puppet is just a puppet after all. Wu Wei's lips curled up slightly, and he felt much more at ease. That puppet is probably because it hasn't been activated for too long. It's been neglected and lacks maintenance, so there's probably some internal damage. It's like household appliances. If you don't use them often, they're more likely to break down if left at home for too long. Wu Wei had already noticed this before, and now he was even more certain. Hearing this, Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun, among others, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then this level 13 armored puppet might not be impossible to defeat. Ancestor. Brother Wei. Father-in-law. Don't just stand by and watch. I can't hold on much longer. In just a short while, the 9 Dragons Immortal was already exhausted and covered in sweat. Even his brand new clothes were now tattered and torn from the residual force of the puppet's heavy blows, resembling a rag. There was no way around it. Even though the puppet was always a beat slower, its terrifying level 13 power was far beyond what the 9 Dragons Immortal could withstand. Not to mention 9 dragons, even St. John, the strongest under Wu Wei, couldn't clash head-on with this overwhelming force. 9 dragons, don't panic. That puppet looks like it's after you. Hold on, we'll think of something over here, Wu Wei casually called out, but the sound almost made 9 dragons burst into tears. The puppet was indeed after him, but he was supposed to hold on? How could he possibly hold on? In desperation, 9 dragons could only grit his teeth and desperately use his movement techniques, leading the armored puppet in circles around the plaza, hoping to buy himself a little more time to survive. Ancestor, father-in-law, if this continues, I'm afraid Jilong won't be able to hold on. Please lend a hand. Leave the rest to me. Wu Wei glanced at the battlefield, an idea forming in his mind. However, you two must be careful. That puppet is targeting Jilong, but that doesn't mean it won't attack you after being affected. Focus on delaying the attack and relieving pressure on Jilong. We understand. Leave it to us. Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun exchanged a glance before leaping into the fray. Just as Wu Wei had predicted, the puppet would prioritize attacking Jilong. If Jilong wasn't there, it would retaliate against whoever attacked it. Therefore, with the addition of Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun, the pressure on the Jilong immortal was immediately reduced. The three took turns drawing fire, and for a time, the battle gradually stabilized. This puppet has no intelligence, we're really lucky, Wu Wei thought to himself, secretly relieved. He also remarked that dealing with this armored puppet was far easier than grinding dungeons and pulling bosses back in his online gaming days on Earth. Saint Taylor, Saint Liliana, Wu Wei continued, you two, find an opportunity and attack the puppet. Start with its joints and vital points. Remember, never engage in direct combat. The powerful armored puppet was made entirely of steel, making ordinary attacks ineffective. Finding its weaknesses was crucial. Your Highness, please rest assured, leave the rest to us. Nasidal, disguised as Saint Taylor, immediately took to the air with Liliana, using their high mobility to begin hit-and-run tactics against the puppet. Wu Wei nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the current situation, and continued, Katarina, go heal them. Katarina blushed, momentarily stunned. Heal? What is this all about? Wu Wei stammered, embarrassed. He realized he'd played too many games before and couldn't even correct his speech. He quickly changed his words. I meant, you go assist them. And have Isabella and Lloyd bring our warships over. I, the Divine Child, will personally blast this iron lump with my ship's cannons. Understood. Catherine immediately bowed solemnly. Your Highness, it's dangerous here. Please stay away from this plaza. Leave the rest to us. Go ahead. Lanfeudi and I promise to stay far away. With Catherine joining the battle, Wu Wei and Lanfeudi stood far away at the edge of the plaza. He and Lanfeudi were the weakest, and in a battle of this level, even a mere touch would result in massive damage. Naturally, they couldn't afford to cause trouble. Wu Wei wore an air of self-righteousness, but Lanfeudi felt deeply guilty for being unable to contribute. She secretly vowed to herself that she would definitely achieve another breakthrough in her cultivation level, and next time she encountered such a situation, she would absolutely become everyone's helper, never standing by like this again. Currently, a puppet with level 13 strength, yet slow and unable to effectively utilize its abilities, was locked in a fierce battle with a seraphim, two archangels, Lanling Ancestor, Lan Aoyun, and the 9 Dragons Immortal. The entire scene was truly dazzling and spectacular. It must be said, this puppet was indeed incredibly powerful. Besides its unparalleled terrifying strength, its steel-like defense was outrageously strong. Even under the combined attack of so many experts, its armor-like metallic body didn't even show a dent. This sight impressed even Wu Wei, a mere spectator. The Pure Yang Immortal sect was truly remarkable. This single puppet was enough to reveal their formidable strength in its heyday. If only I could acquire this puppet intact, Wu Wei thought to himself. Such powerful puppetry techniques and such resilient alchemy, if he could master these, even just the alloy craftsmanship of the puppets, it would be an immense asset to his divine kingdom. Just then, Wu Wei's warship finally set sail from the outer perimeter. Without a word, Wu Wei, along with Lanfeudi, boarded his flagship. With the powerful firepower of the warship, he refused to believe he couldn't destroy a puppet. Boom. Boom boom. Under Wu Wei's personal control, a close-in weapon system began to precisely bombard the armored puppet. The armored puppet naturally wanted to retaliate, but with so many experts in the plaza, how could it allow itself to succeed? After a fierce battle that lasted for over 10 minutes, the armored puppet, its body covered in scorch marks, finally collapsed to the ground with a loud boom under Wu Wei's powerful attack. At that moment, Wu Wei immediately shouted, 9 dragons, finish it off. Attack the gap in its helmet. Having frequently played online games on Earth, Wu Wei naturally knew that to complete the assessment task, he had to personally defeat this powerful puppet. Fortunately, the 9 Dragons Immortal was already on edge, his adrenaline surging. The instant he heard Wu Wei's instruction, he swung his sword. The longsword, covered in sharp true energy, pierced the puppet's eye socket in its helmet. With a hiss, like a sudden, sharp crack, the previously ferocious puppet finally extinguished its eye fire, collapsing to the ground like a black iron tower with a boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterward, the voice of the Immortal Palace's artifact spirit rang out again. Congratulations to core disciple Jilong for officially being promoted to elder of the sect. Intermediate level privileges activated. Inheritance qualification activated. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. I succeeded. I've become an elder of the Immortal Palace. Jilong, almost completely exhausted, couldn't help but laugh loudly, celebrating his one-hit kill. At the same time, he hurriedly thanked everyone present, his attitude humble and respectful. He was joking, even with such powerful subordinates under Brother Wei, he remained calm and composed. He, Jilong, was currently just a minor elder, calmness was essential. Ha ha ha. Chapter 381 Kowloon's Fortuitous Encounter. Everyone, the puppet has been removed, and Jilong has successfully obtained his elder status. Let's rest briefly before heading to the main hall. After Jilong finished their excitement, Wu Wei returned to the plaza in front of the main hall. He walked to the fallen metal puppet and tried to move it, only to find that even with his current divine body, he couldn't budge it. This truly startled him. Just how heavy was this enormous puppet? It was unimaginable. Moreover, despite suffering so many heavy blows, the puppet's armor-like surface showed little damage. How tough must this metal be? It was equally unimaginable. However, there was no time to concern himself with a puppet for now. Wu Wei decided to first thoroughly investigate the main hall before having his men carry it back to the flagship. Having just experienced a fierce battle, everyone was quite exhausted, so they each rested briefly on the spot to avoid any further unforeseen events in the main hall. A short while later, the group set off again. 9 dragons immortal led the way, and after their identities were verified by the Immortal Palace's artifact spirit, the group finally stepped into the mysterious and secluded sect master's hall. Squeak, rumble, the massive doors slowly closed, and the entire hall returned to silence once more. The hall was dimly lit and utterly still, so much so that even the normal breathing of Wu Wei and his group seemed amplified, and even their footsteps sounded like a disturbance. I don't know why, but I feel a sudden sense of awe, as if a powerful being is standing before me. 9 dragons immortal, walking in front, subconsciously lowered his voice, expressing his current feelings. In fact, it wasn't just him. Ancestor Lan Ling, Lan Aoyan, and the others were also affected by the solemn and quiet atmosphere of the hall after entering. However, they understood that this was due to the powerful aura left behind by the hall's former owner. Those of high status and great power possess an immense life energy that emanates a powerful fluctuation from within, strong enough to influence people and things around them. This fluctuation originating from life energy is known as aura or presence. Clearly, this grand hall was deeply influenced by the aura of its former master, so much so that outsiders instinctively maintain respect and humility upon arrival. Look, there seems to be a sword hanging on the throne ahead. A faint, shimmering light in the dimly lit hall immediately caught Lan Fudi's attention. She quickly called out to her companions, and everyone's attention turned to it. At the far end of the hall, atop tiered steps, stood a vast throne, seemingly carved from a single piece of jade. Hanging in the center of the throne was an ancient, imposing longsword, its entire body radiating a soft, eerie light. The sword's aura was extremely powerful. Even from this distance, one could still feel its sharp edge. It seems that sword is the heirloom of the pure Yang immortal sect, Wu Wei said after examining it. That sword is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Tisk tisk, Brother Jilong, acquiring that divine artifact will definitely be of great benefit to you in the future. Hurry up and inherit the divine artifact and its legacy, so that we can open the Immortal Palace's treasury as soon as possible. Wu Wei had no intention of snatching the sword. Even a fool would know that the sword was only suitable for cultivators of the pure Yang lineage. What my son-in-law Wu Wei says is absolutely right, Lan Aoyan nodded with the air of a father-in-law. Jilong, you are the rightful heir of the pure Yang immortal sect's legacy. Go quickly. Once you truly become the new sect master, the Immortal Palace's treasury will no longer be a problem. Ancestor Lan Ling also nodded in agreement. The pure Yang immortal sect is not what it used to be. The sect master is more of a title now, but as long as one inherits the position of sect master, the entire Immortal Palace's authority will be open to him. At that time, finding and opening the treasury will be a piece of cake. Alright, Jilong, will go and inherit the pure Yang sect's legacy. Jilong Immortal was excited and eager, but after taking only a few steps, he turned back. Brother Wei, ancestor, father-in-law, since we came together, let's go together. The treasure vault might be in the back hall. Was there even a need to say more? That terrifying level 13 half-damaged puppet had really given him a hard time. Like someone bitten by a snake once and afraid of a rope for 10 years, he dared not be careless in this unfathomable immortal palace. Alright, let's go together. Wu Wei and the others naturally had no objections. After exchanging glances, they walked on either side of Jilong, heading towards the sect leader's throne. The journey was silent and quiet until Jilong Immortal slowly ascended the platform, approached the throne, and grasped the hilt of his long sword. Suddenly, an immense power surged forth from the sword. Whoosh! The surging power poured out like mercury, instantly filling the hall and enveloping everyone inside. The next second, the scene abruptly changed, as if everyone had been transported to another dimension. Don't worry, everyone, it's just a memory image. It seems the former sect leader of the Pure Yang sect has something to tell us, the knowledgeable ancestor Lan Ling immediately offered a reminder. The crowd quieted down, silently watching the strange scene unfold before them. At this moment, a majestic old man with white hair and beard, possessing an otherworldly air, suddenly rose from his throne. Judging from his noble sword robe and deep-set eyes, he was clearly the former sect leader of this immortal palace. The old man strode to the side of the 9 dragons immortal. 9 dragons' heart pounded inexplicably, as if meeting a long-lost master. He immediately knelt and respectfully performed a deep bow. The old man seemed to see 9 dragons, his deep eyes softening slightly. As 9 dragons slowly rose, the old man suddenly gazed into the distance, pointing forward. 9 dragons and everyone else looked in the direction the old man had indicated. The surrounding scenery shifted again, revealing an ancient planet filled with magnificent mountains and rivers, shrouded in an ethereal, otherworldly atmosphere. In the central region of this planet, a group of cultivators carrying long swords, led by a middle-aged man, were trekking up a majestic river. The next moment, this rugged-looking man, atop the cloud-piercing peak of that towering mountain, was leading his disciples in building their own simple dwellings. Clearly, this was the ancestral home of the Pure Yang Immortal sect, and the old man seemed to be explaining the sect's origins to the assembled crowd. Indeed, over the ages, the once unremarkable Pure Yang Immortal sect had become the greatest sect on this planet. Its branches were scattered throughout the entire planet, with magnificent palaces rising and falling in endless rows. The sect leaders throughout the ages had reached an unbelievable level 15, and there were countless elders at levels 13 and 14, with countless disciples. At this very moment, one magnificent and dazzling large flying ship after another, carrying numerous elders and disciples, set sail for the distant cosmic galaxy. This was the era of the Pure Yang Immortal sect's expansion into the universe, its most glorious era. In this cosmic age, the Pure Yang Immortal sect encountered many friends and many enemies, but relying on its profound foundation and formidable martial prowess, it remained invincible. This glorious era lasted for a long time, until one day, a group of invaders, their bodies shrouded in black mist, their faces obscured, suddenly invaded their star field. This was an enemy even the Pure Yang sect master could not contend with. It was said that these mysterious invaders, arriving suddenly, came from another universe, and were therefore known as the extraterrestrial demons. These mysterious and cruel invaders seemed to have only one purpose: invasion. In this war of invasion from outer space, all the past accumulations of the Pure Yang Immortal sect rapidly crumbled, utterly unable to withstand it. The scene that appeared before Jilong, Wu Wei, and the others was a brutal battlefield. Bloodshed and carnage were everywhere, both in space and on planets. Flying ships were shattered, celestial palaces were destroyed, and magnificent buildings collapsed, with lives constantly being lost. The horrific scene shocked even Wu Wei, and the others stood frozen in disbelief, as if they had witnessed it all firsthand. In this war, the Pure Yang sect master and all core members perished. On his deathbed, the Pure Yang sect master passed a position of sect leader to his disciple, the white-haired elder before them. This elder was only middle-aged at the time, but unfortunately, his strength was far from reaching level 15, and he too was severely wounded in the continuous battles. However, to ensure the continuation of the Pure Yang Immortal sect, he accepted the mission in a time of crisis. With the lives of many companions protecting him, He alone piloted this secluded celestial palace and fled the battlefield. He drifted through the universe until he reached this place, where he finally hid the celestial palace. But here, he was exhausted, his life nearing its end. To ensure the continuation of the pure Yang immortal sect, he created a seed, sending it to find a destined inheritor of the pure Yang lineage, while he himself passed away here. The scene shifts to the white-haired old man, his eyes already brimming with tears. He turns to look at the 9 dragons immortal, who kneel solemnly. The rise and fall of a sect, the vicissitudes of a civilization, all converge into a complex emotion, now melting into the 9 dragons immortal's heart. Master, please accept my bow. The 9 dragons immortal's eyes are sincere as he respectfully performs a disciple's bow to the white-haired elder. Although he had spent his entire life as a rogue cultivator, only now truly joining a sect, he had never violated the principles of cultivation and humanity. Perhaps this was why the Blue Spirit ancestor and the Blue Spirit clan chief, Lan Aoyan, held him in high regard. With this bow, a hint of relief appeared in the white-haired elder's eyes. He looked back into the distance, letting out a heavy sigh, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. The scene finally ended there, and the white-haired elder vanished into nothingness. Everyone returned to reality. However, after watching that video, everyone's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. Extraterrestrial demons? There were actually extraterrestrial demons in this universe? However, the short message was somewhat vague, and everyone could only get a general idea. Moreover, that happened countless years ago. The universe is peaceful now, so there's no need for them to think too much about it. Besides, even the former master of this immortal palace, with such exaggerated power, enough to suppress an entire galaxy, could only flee in disarray and barely survive. It was pointless for the Lanling family and Wu Wei to think too much about it. The previous video also revealed some additional information. The battle back then was extremely fierce. In the end, only a level 14 elder escaped here, and he was basically exhausted. Most of the resources in the treasury had been depleted in the war, leaving only scraps. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. They had painstakingly dealt with a crippled level 13 puppet and painstakingly opened the Immortal Palace's treasury, only to be told, after hearing a backstory, that all the resources were gone. Those resource-spending elders didn't seem to think about their descendants. What devastated the 9 dragons immortal most was that the so-called sword of inheritance, after the video finished playing, vanished into thin air just like the video itself. Clearly, the sword wasn't a physical object, but merely a container for the video. Chapter 382 The Treasure Vault opens. Cough cough Jinlong, cheer up. Wu Wei comforted the nearly collapsing Jinlong immortal. That sword is probably already broken, just being held together by some energy. Let's open the treasure vault door quickly, maybe we can still find 1 or 2 swords. Brother Wei is right. Jinlong immortal came to his senses. That sword should be the sect leader's natal flying sword, which perished when the sect leader fell. Even if I get it, I can't use it. The treasure vault, sigh, this treasure vault is just so-so. After Jinlong immortal performed some actions, buzz with a low hum, the door on the other side of the treasure vault slowly opened. Clearly, this door led to the real place where the treasures were stored. Wu Wei and the others didn't even move, their expressions completely calm. Before, seeing this scene, they probably would have excitedly rushed in. But now, after watching this footage, they had given up hope of finding anything in the treasure vault. Among them, Jinlong immortal's state of mind was particularly speechless. Recalling the painful experience of the elder trial, he couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow, sensing the profound malice emanating from the universe. Why? Why did his all-out effort result in this? Overwhelmed by grief and indignation, he inexplicably developed a fierce determination, and strode towards the door. He wanted to see just how shabby the pure Yang Immortal Palace's treasure vault truly was. However, he froze as soon as he reached the door. Damn it! In the next moment, as if provoked, he leaped 3 feet into the air and rushed inside without a word. Seeing his actions, Wu Wei, Ancestor Lan Ling, and the others were slightly taken aback, then followed him in with suspicion. At first glance, the vast treasure vault was completely empty, just as described in the images. Only a few scattered items were left in the corners, looking as if hastily abandoned, quite shabby. However, these sparse items completely exceeded their expectations. Several juniors from the Lanling family couldn't contain themselves and exclaimed in surprise, just like the 9 dragons immortal. Wu Wei and the Lanling ancestor, while able to remain composed, couldn't help but show their astonishment. After a long while, the Lanling ancestor shook his head, his expression wistful. If this is considered scrap, then how many treasures must have been here when the pure Yang Immortal Palace was at its peak? Wu Wei didn't speak, but couldn't help but nod silently. Indeed, while the total quantity of items in this treasure vault wasn't large, every single one was of exceptional quality. The pile of things casually stacked against the wall, like stones, was star gold, a top-grade material for refining immortal magic weapons, a rare find even on the interdimensional market. Several wooden boxes casually placed in the corner had already been opened by the 9 dragons immortal. The contents inside radiated a jade-like luster and were filled with top-grade spirit stones. Scattered around were many other items, all seemingly unremarkable at first glance, like the star gold and top-grade spirit stones, but upon closer inspection, they were all valuable. 1 or 2 of them were even rare materials now almost extinct. Conservatively estimated, these items alone were worth tens of millions of star yuan. Surrounded by a mountain of precious materials, the 9 dragons immortal was ecstatic. Holy crap! The pure Yang Immortal Sword. Just then, the 9 dragons immortal, having spotted something, excitedly rushed to a corner deep within the treasure vault and picked something up from the ground. It was a white, sheathed longsword. This type of sheath was very ancient, almost never used by cultivators anymore. However, upon seeing it, the 9 dragons immortal was as excited as if he had seen his dream lover, his face flushing red. He forcefully pulled the sword from its sheath with his right hand. But upon pulling it out, he was dumbfounded. The immortal sword that should have been attached to the hilt was now only half intact. Although the blade was still sharp, the body was dull and covered with numerous fine cracks, clearly indicating severe damage. How could it be broken? The 9 dragons immortal stared in disbelief at the sword in his hand, his heart aching so much he could hardly breathe. The pure Yang Immortal Sword was the iconic sword of the pure Yang Immortal Palace, possessing unparalleled power. This white sword in his hand was a sword that only elders of the pure Yang Immortal Palace were qualified to wear. In terms of power, even in the era of the pure Yang Immortal Palace, few other immortal swords could match it. How could it be broken? PFFT, the 9 dragons immortal's expression was so comical that Wu Wei couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the 9 dragons immortal turn and glare at him, he coughed insincerely. Ahem, even if it's just fragments, it's still fragments of the pure Yang Immortal Sword, still a treasure. We can find a skilled weapon refiner to study it, perhaps they can recreate the pure Yang Immortal Sword's forging techniques. Hearing this, Ancestor Blue Spirit turned and glanced at the pile of broken magical artifacts in the corner, nodding in agreement. Indeed. After all, it's something left over from the pure Yang Immortal Palace era. Even broken artifacts contain the most advanced weapon refining techniques of that era, and have great research value. If sold to those cultivation civilizations, they would definitely fight over it. The 9 dragons immortal wasn't comforted at all, still looking miserable and devastated. Of course, he knew that even broken artifacts had research value. But he knew how slow those weapon refiners were at researching things. How long would it take for them to get results? He just wanted a perfectly intact pure Yang Immortal Sword. Why was it so difficult? While the 9 dragons immortal was still wallowing in self-pity, the younger generation of the Blue Spirit clan had already spontaneously begun to inventory, categorize, and record the contents of the treasure vault. Suddenly, a junior exclaimed from a corner, "The origin of life in the universe." The origin of life? Wu Wei's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that this treasure vault, now reduced to mere remnants, would still contain such a top-tier resource as the origin of life. However, before he could react, Lan Aoyan, the patriarch of the Blue Spirit clan standing beside him, had excitedly vanished from his spot and appeared before the junior in the blink of an eye. The origin of life? Are you sure it's the origin of life? Quick. Let me see. Patriarch. The junior was startled and hurriedly and respectfully handed over what he was holding. Lan Aoyan took it and immediately beamed with joy. It really is the origin of life. It was a small jade box containing dozens of wisps of mysterious, mist-like energy, the very origin of life. In the center of the jade box, 3 drops of liquid, even more mysterious and imbued with powerful life force, floated quietly. These were the life essence liquid, even more potent and miraculous. Even level 11 experts could experience a significant increase in soul strength by directly using the life essence liquid. Perhaps they could even break through to level 12. Lan Aoyan, beaming with joy, counted the life essence several times before finally recovering. Write it down in the list, 3 drops of life essence, 56 strands, he instructed the Lanling family member in charge of recording, then excitedly returned to Wu Wei and the Lanling ancestor with a jade box. Ancestor, son-in-law, we've made a killing this time. Look at you, all excited, like you've never seen Origin of Life before. Huo Yuan, you're the head of the family, be more composed. Ancestor Lanling glared at him, then awkwardly glanced at Wu Wei. Look, we've roughly tallied up the spoils, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and divide them up? His eyes were filled with anticipation. He had certainly seen Origin of Life before, but this was the first time he'd seen it condensed to the point of being a drop. Not to mention, there were now more than 3 drops. If this thing appeared in the Kois Plain market, it would definitely attract many level 12 powerhouses to fight tooth and nail for it. In fact, it wouldn't even appear at auctions. The Kois market usually secretly collects it long ago, exclusively for the high-ranking members of the Kois civilization. Therefore, while Ancestor Lanling appeared calm on the surface, he was actually eager to taste even a drop of the Origin of Life. With his current cultivation level, perhaps just 1 drop would be enough to transform his soul. At that point, he would truly have a chance to break through to level 12. Since Ancestor says so, of course there's no problem, Wu Wei nodded with a smile. He understood Lan Aoyan's excitement and Ancestor Lanling's intense desire. Unlike him, the Lanling family didn't possess a creation bottle, an item that could purify and extract the Origin of Life. The Origin of Life was extremely rare in the current universe, only occasionally discovered on some primitive planets and in ruins like the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. Its appearance would inevitably cause a frenzied struggle, even attracting the attention of level 3 and 4 cosmic civilizations. Although the Lanling family was considered quite good within the K-Ling civilization, they were ultimately just a family within a level 3 civilization. It was normal for them to be impatient in the face of such a treasure as the Origin of Life. Moreover, with this life essence, Patriarch Lanling could advance to level 12, at which point the Lanling family would undoubtedly experience a leap forward. How could Lan Aoyan not be excited? As they spoke, the list of items in the treasure vault was already displayed. The list circulated among Wu Wei, Patriarch Lanling, Lan Aoyan, Catherine, and others, each of them making their own calculations. This time, our success in seizing the Pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins owes a great deal to young friend Wu Wei's protection. I propose that the Lanling family take only 1 drop of this life essence, and the rest belong entirely to His Highness the Divine Child, Patriarch Lanling proactively stated. As for the remaining items, their total value is approximately 130 million star coins. How about His Highness the Divine Child takes 70%? This distribution plan was quite practical and clearly stated the Lanling family's attitude. After all, the strength displayed by the Light God Kingdom was truly formidable. They could befriend them, and he naturally wouldn't choose to antagonize them. Indeed, as he said, if it weren't for Wu Wei's involvement, the Lanling family might have faced annihilation. However, Wu Wei did not agree to such a generous distribution plan. He smiled and said, compared to this, I have a better suggestion. Would you like to hear it, Ancestor? Ancestor Lanling was taken aback, thinking that Wu Wei was not satisfied with the plan, and immediately said, without His Highness the Divine Child's level 12 guard, we would probably have gained nothing on this trip. As long as His Highness the Divine Child is willing to leave a drop of life essence for the Lanling family, everything else is negotiable. As long as there is a chance to advance to level 12, it will already be a huge gain for the Lanling family. As for Star Essence, once he becomes a level 12 powerhouse, the family will definitely grow exponentially. Ancestor, you must understand. Wu Wei waved his hand, looking calm and composed. What I mean is, I don't want the life essence, and I don't want anything else either. Ancestor Lanling was stunned. Who would explore ruins and not want anything? Then what do you want? Lan Aoyan couldn't help but blurt out. Star Yuan, seeing the stunned expressions on the others' faces, Wu Wei explained, just convert everything into Star Yuan and give it to me directly. No need for a 30-70 split, 50-50 is fine. We're all family after all, no need to be so meticulous. However, upon hearing this, the Lanling family members not only didn't understand, but were even more bewildered. Other things were one thing, but this contained the essence of life. That was a treasure even 4th and 5th level civilizations coveted. People always had piles of star yuan but nowhere to buy it. Who would voluntarily ask to exchange it for star yuan? Could it be that the kingdom of light had become so powerful that it didn't even care about the essence of life? Amidst everyone's confusion, Lan Fudy seemed to suddenly understand something, her eyes welling up with tears, deeply moved. Your Highness, thank you, Lan Fudy said gratefully. Seeing this, the Lanling family members' bewildered minds suddenly cleared, and they instantly realized, that's right. The kingdom of light couldn't possibly be without a treasure like the essence of life. Wu Wei's willingness to relinquish the resources could only be because he knew the Lanling family needed them more than the Bright God Kingdom, so he was proactively offering a portion of his profits to help them. My dear son-in-law, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Lan Aoyan patted Wu Wei's shoulder, also looking moved. Don't worry, with you thinking so much about the Lanling family, I certainly won't let you suffer any losses. Wu Wei was utterly bewildered. What on earth were these people imagining? He didn't want the life essence simply because it was so rare and ridiculously expensive. Instead of directly taking the life essence, he'd rather convert it into star essence, then use that to buy some low to mid-grade divine stones, absorb and convert their divine power, and then use the creation bottle to convert it back into life essence. This plan was far more cost-effective than simply sharing the life essence. It had to be said, this was truly a wonderful misunderstanding. In the blink of an eye, Lan Aoyan and the Lanling ancestor had already reached a conclusion. My dear son-in-law, I've discussed it with the ancestor, Lan Aoyan said earnestly, looking at Wu Wei. The Koi civilization has taken away most of the source essence. In the last 1,000 years, only 2 drops of life essence have been released at auction. 1 drop sold for 280 million star coins, and the other for 320 million star coins. Let's compromise and say it's 300 million star coins per drop. This time, we obtained a total of 3 drops of life essence with 56 strands. Even if we split it 50-50 as you suggested, you should get 1 drop with 78 strands, which is 534 million star coins. So much? Wu Wei was stunned. This number was completely beyond his expectations. Purifying 1 drop of life essence requires 100 divine crystals, which is about 100 million star coins. He originally thought that giving away 1 drop of essence for a few hundred million star coins would be a huge profit. But the price Lan Aoyan offered was too outrageous. Did the entire Lanling family's wealth amount to that much? 1 drop of essence could sell for 300 million star coins. Chapter 383 Kowloon. Cheer up. Wu Wei even had the urge to extract more origin from the creation bottle and sell it. However, this impulse was quickly suppressed after passing through his mind. He was joking, drops of origin would definitely attract the attention of the Koi civilization. With Wu Wei's current strength, he wasn't too afraid of a level 3 civilization. Even if he couldn't defeat them immediately, he could develop his strength and eventually fight back. But a level 4 civilization was a different story. It would be difficult for Wu Wei to grow to a point where he could contend with a level 4 civilization in a short time. Not to mention, what if selling too much origin attracted an even more terrifying level 5 civilization? Origin was an extremely precious strategic development resource for all civilizations. No matter how much they had, they would always lack it. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Wu Wei frowned slightly and said, Father-in-law, this price is from an auction. Normally, trading origin essence in a level 4 or 5 civilization wouldn't reach such an astronomical price. How about we calculate it at 150 million per drop? Wu Wei had a general understanding of the Blue Spirit family's financial resources, and he also had plans for this ally's future. He definitely didn't want to squeeze them dry. Son-in-law, you must accept the star essence. Lan Aoyan said solemnly, almost forcefully, life essence has a price, but friendship is priceless. Your willingness to relinquish your life essence already incurs a great debt of gratitude from the Lanling family. We absolutely cannot let you suffer further losses regarding star essence. Even if it means going bankrupt, the Lanling family will definitely provide this amount. Indeed. The Lanling ancestor nodded solemnly. This is the principle and bottom line that a great family should have. My Lanling family cannot do such an unjust thing. Young friend Wu Wei, you can rest assured. With those 3.5 drops of life essence, my Lanling family will surely rise to prominence. No matter what happens in the future, we will always be the most steadfast ally of the Kingdom of Light. Since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Seeing their resolute attitude, Wu Wei no longer insisted and nodded in agreement. He knew perfectly well that although this would definitely cost the Lanling family a fortune, possibly forcing them to sell some assets and suffer a significant blow, with this batch of life essence, the Lanling family would soon have 3 more level 12 experts and a large number of level 11 and 10 powerhouses, instantly becoming the most powerful family in the Kelling civilization. How much star yuan could they possibly earn back then? And he, Wu Wei, could use the star yuan he gained to refine and convert even more life essence, acquiring more 12-winged seraphim. It was a win-win situation, so why not? Moreover, the Lanling family's actions made Wu Wei look at them with new respect. Undoubtedly, neither the Lanling patriarch nor his father-in-law, Lan Aoyuan, were the type to desperately try to take advantage of their allies. This was good. Future cooperation would actually make Wu Wei more at ease, at least he wouldn't raise an ungrateful wretch. Feudy. Lan Aoyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wu Wei agree to the deal. He then focused his attention on Lan Feudy and said earnestly, "You must never forget His Highness's affection for you. Remember, serve His Highness well from now on, and always put him first." "Yes, father." Lan Feudy's face turned slightly bluish-green, and her eyes, filled with shyness, looked at Wu Wei with tender affection. "Your Highness's care for me is etched in my heart." Lan Feudy clearly misunderstood Wu Wei's actions, thinking it was all because of her. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Unless there are special circumstances, which civilization would be willing to forego allocating the incomparably precious life essence power, merely converting it into star essence? However, there seemed to be a hint of ferocity hidden in Wu Wei's shy gaze towards Lan Feudy. It looked like he wanted to devour her. "Your Highness," Holy Consort Catherine chimed in, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous glint, "Miss Lan Feudy is your Highness's fiancée. Since the exploration of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins went so smoothly, and all allies are happy, why not take this opportunity to arrange the marriage?" Yes, Lady Catherine is right." Lan Aoyuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed, "My dear son-in-law, this is a double celebration." His precious son-in-law was a super powerful figure, holding on to him tightly was the right thing to do. Even Lan Feudy didn't seem to object, her face flushed with shyness, appearing to let her father make the decision. He. Wu Wei rubbed his nose, glared at Katerina, and then said with a smile, "By the way, because there were so many people and so much chatter, I didn't introduce her to my father-in-law and the ancestor. This Lady Saint Katerina isn't actually my bodyguard, but one of my wives." As he spoke, Wu Wei affectionately took the saintess's hand. "What? Wives?" Everyone present was extremely shocked. Such a powerful female expert was actually one of Wu Wei's wives? Lan Feudy's eyes widened, also showing extreme surprise, with a hint of something else in her eyes. She seemed to feel a tremendous pressure. The previous goddess consort, Evelise, was already enough to put pressure on her. Who would have thought that this extremely outstanding Lady Katerina was also a goddess consort? Just how many goddess consorts does this damned guy have? Katerina greets ancestor Lanling and Chief Aoyuan. After gracefully greeting her seniors, Katerina affectionately took Lan Feudy's hand and comforted her, saying, "Feudy, I've heard of you for a long time. Now that I've met you in person, I feel even more that the universe is truly a tapestry of beauty and talent. The Kelling civilization is a civilization with a high level of racial evolution. Most Kelling people can live for 200 or 300 years after birth, even without cultivation. In fact, the vast majority of Kelling civilians can reach level 3. Those who are slightly better are at level 4 or 5, which is normal. Of course, for a cosmic civilization, level 7 is still a huge threshold. Those who can reach level 7 must be outstanding beings in their own civilization. Most noble children can reach level 7 due to their excellent genes and the supply of family resources. However, among the commoners, those who can reach level 7 are extremely rare. Lan Feudy not only comes from a noble family and has excellent genes, but also has received systematic education and training from her family since childhood, and has already reached level 9 at a young age. Even considering the entire Kelling civilization, with a population of nearly 100 billion, only a few thousand can reach level 9. This is a ratio of millions to 1 in the total population. Moreover, the vast majority of those at level 9 are already mature Kelling people. Now, with the full support of her family, Lan Feudy has become a god-level life form, making her even more remarkable. According to intelligence, there are approximately 89 god-level life forms in the entire Kelling civilization. Among them, 2 are level 12, 13 are level 11, and 74 are level 10. Lamfuti's ability to become one of them, while aided by some cosmic life essence, is still an extremely extraordinary achievement. If she weren't inherently exceptional, Lamfuti wouldn't have been groomed as one of her family's successors. Even without consuming her essence, she might have become a god-level life form in a few hundred years. From a universally accepted standard, level 10 is a huge watershed. Levels 10 and above are considered god-level life forms or god-level life entities. Only at this level can one be called a true cosmic life form. Without a single mistake, a single post, a single content, a single 6 to 9 book, a single bar, a single look. God-level life forms have a strong ability to survive in the universe, even able to traverse the universe with their bare bodies, dismantle warships with their bare hands, and so on. For any civilization, a god-level life form is extremely precious. It represents the powerful foundation and basis of a civilization. Okay, let's leave the digression aside for now. Catherine took Lamfuti's small hand and went to the side to chat about sisterly affection. Meanwhile, the 9 Dragons Immortal still had his mouth agape, looking at Wu Wei with a very complicated expression. Compared to Wu Wei, this second-generation god, the 9 Dragons Immortal, was a complete loser. He originally thought that after inheriting the Immortal Palace, he had more or less caught up with Wu Wei's pace. But he never expected that the other party had more than one wife, and this one was even a level 11. You must know that a blue spirit ancestor, whom he greatly respected, and even the Xuanjian Immortal, whom he once revered immensely, were only level 11. Wow, this universe is too unfair. We are all intelligent life forms, so why is there such a big difference? 9 dragons, you don't look too well. Why are you crying? Wu Wei asked with concern. This 9 Dragons Immortal hurriedly wiped away his tears, forcing a smile. So many good things have happened these past few days, I guess I'm just too happy. By the way, Brother Wei, sister-in-law Catherine is really amazing. I envy your good fortune. I'm truly happy for you. Really? Happy for me? Wu Wei's eyes were somewhat suspicious. Of course. 9 Dragons Immortal quickly adopted a confident demeanor. Brother Wei, I swear, I'm genuinely happy for you. He even forced a smile as he spoke. Good, very good. You truly live up to my reputation as Brother 9 Dragons. Wu Wei patted him on the shoulder approvingly. Since you're so happy, I'll keep up the good work and make you even happier. What? 9 Dragons Immortal suddenly had a bad feeling. Liliana. Wu Wei smiled and waved to Yanfei Liliana. Liliana rolled her eyes at him, but still immediately walked over and affectionately took Wu Wei's arm. This. The 9 Dragons Immortal was struck dumb, staggering back a few steps, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that this powerful goddess is also? Is this how it is? Is this vast universe so unfair? His path to immortality was full of hardships and tragedy, while this second-generation god was born Lion. Congratulations, you guessed right. Wu Wei revealed a sincere smile. Let me introduce you, Saint Liliana, one of my wives. Brother 9 Dragons, are you happy for me? So happy. The 9 Dragons Immortal's heart felt as if it had been pierced by 10,000 flying swords, riddled with holes and bleeding profusely. His lips twitched as he forced a smile. Wei, Brother Wei. I'm so happy for you. Then why are you crying? I'm crying tears of joy. The 9 Dragons Immortal cried even more sadly. You really are a good brother. I'll introduce you to other wives later, so you can be as happy as you want. Brother Wei, you're so considerate. The 9 Dragons Immortal cried his heart out, the intense negative energy almost making him lose the will to live. Chapter 384. This wave of gains was enormous. My dear son-in-law. You've truly exceeded my expectations, you're quite capable. Lan Aoyan finally recovered from his shock and exclaimed in amazement. However, Lan Aoyan didn't blame Wu Wei at all. On the contrary, he felt that it was perfectly normal for Wu Wei, as the heir to a powerful divine kingdom, to have several excellent spouses. In the vast universe, the most primitive law of the jungle always prevails. In most civilizations, some ruling classes with strong genes have many excellent spouses. This is the instinct of species evolution, to spread their superior genes and bloodlines as much as possible. As the patriarch of the Lanling family, Lan Aoyan has several official spouses and a considerable number of offspring, although only a few of them are truly outstanding. In the eyes of the Kelling people, including Lan Aoyan, Continuing the family bloodline and expanding its branches is not only a right but also an obligation that must be fulfilled. And Wu Wei, as the heir to a powerful divine kingdom, also has the obligation to pass on his noble bloodline as much as possible. After a discussion with his father-in-law, Lan Aoyuan, Wu Wei felt that the Lanling family was about to undergo a dramatic transformation. He suggested waiting until the Lanling family had firmly established itself before marrying Lan Fudy. Lan Aoyuan considered this and agreed with Wu Wei's reasoning. While the Lanling family was currently a powerful noble family, it was still significantly weaker than the Divine Kingdom of Light. If they waited until the Lanling family had fully absorbed the fruits of their victory, they would undoubtedly rise a significant level. Even if they still couldn't compare to the Divine Kingdom, they wouldn't be far behind. This would give his daughter a better status after marriage. Furthermore, Lan Aoyuan had an ulterior motive. The Lanling family had gained immense resources and benefits from the Pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins. If his daughter didn't marry into the Divine Kingdom immediately, she would still be considered a daughter of the Lanling family, thus entitled to a share of the resources, perhaps even a large portion. If his daughter could level up to level 11 in the future, her status after marriage would be even higher. At least, she wouldn't be overly suppressed in the competition for favor. Lan Aoyuan was both a clan leader and a father. After some discussion, they decided to postpone the wedding for another 70 years. Everyone was a god-level being. 70 years was but a fleeting moment. After the matters in the Immortal Palace ruins were settled, Wu Wei returned to his Arbiter-class flagship. Deciding on the next series of cooperative matters didn't require his personal involvement as the Divine Son. The intelligent and capable Holy Consort Katarina was in charge. Furthermore, with the spaceship flying back, Wu Wei couldn't stay on the ship all day. Instead, his soul consciousness returned directly to the Divine Kingdom. Although the Divine Kingdom wasn't large, Wu Wei always felt a special sense of security as long as his main consciousness was within it. Especially returning to the lakeside villa he had first built, lying in the small courtyard, watching the lake's shimmering blue waves and ripples of holy light, filled him with a profound peace. Recalling when he first awoke from the Divine Kingdom, experiencing that ravaged world, about 200 years had passed. On the grand scale of the universe, 200 years was but a fleeting moment. For Wu Wei, originally a human from Earth, this was an extremely long time. On Earth, 200 years would be enough for many generations. After a short rest, stealing half a day of leisure, Wu Wei, in a semi-reclining position, took out his current supreme treasure, the creation bottle. The bottle had an ancient and heavy design, its materials unknown, yet its effects were extraordinary. Wu Wei guessed that it was a masterpiece of a powerful ancient cultivation civilization. Moreover, that powerful cultivation civilization was likely far superior to the Pure Yang Immortal Sect ruins he was currently exploring. This was truly a powerful and awe-inspiring civilization. He wondered if Wu Wei's own Light God Kingdom civilization, currently at its peak, could compare to that cultivation civilization. Furthermore, Wu Wei deduced that the creation bottle wouldn't have been very useful in ancient times. After all, the more ancient the era, the more abundant resources like the origin of life were. Those powerful figures of that time could easily obtain the origin of life simply by scavenging throughout the universe. There was absolutely no need for them to expend enormous energy to extract even a tiny fraction of it. Of course, all these fantasies are meaningless. Wu Wei's most important task now is to improve the overall strength of his Divine Kingdom as quickly as possible. Although the Divine Kingdom currently appears powerful, it has only barely reached the level of a third-tier civilization. Even compared to those established third-tier civilizations, its overall strength is far inferior. To improve its strength, a large-scale expansion of its followers is essential. In addition, there is the collection of life essence. Although the creation bottle's effects are miraculous, it ultimately consumes far too much energy. No matter how much divine power Wu Wei possesses, it's insufficient to replenish it. Soul fragments. These are crystals that accidentally condense when some powerful intelligent beings die and their soul energy dissipates and returns to the universe. In a sense, these crystals are the closest thing to the essence of life. However, the more powerful the being, the harder it is for its lingering will dissipate upon death. Rashly using high-level soul fragments to strengthen oneself will create hidden dangers and sow the seeds of future disaster. Only civilizations that cultivate various demonic techniques absorb large quantities of soul fragments to strengthen themselves. Of course, Demonic cultivators who practice this way for a long time also face the fate of mental chaos, which also contributes to their cruel, bloodthirsty, cunning, and unpredictable personalities. Wu Wei took out an ordinary soul fragment and studied it for a while, then tried to dissolve and transform it again using the creation bottle. The soul fragment fell into the creation bottle, a vortex flashed within, and the soul fragment vanished. Then one, two, until the third, before a trace of life essence power condensed in the creation bottle. Unfortunately, that trace of essence was surrounded by a large mass of dark negative energy, which was formed from the impurities within the soul crystals. The creation bottle not only failed to dispel those negative impurities, but instead extracted the malevolent impurities from each soul fragment, making them even more difficult to deal with. Using such extremely filthy life essence to help an angel strengthen their soul was undoubtedly a losing proposition. If not handled properly, it could turn that angel into a fallen angel. At the same time, Wu Wei also tried to use divine power to wash away and dispel those malevolent resentments. The effect wasn't entirely non-existent, but only a small portion could be removed with a large amount of divine power. If things continued this way, Wu Wei would have to expend a massive amount of divine power to cleanse this wisp of life essence. It might even be more costly than condensing a single wisp of life essence. Could it be that I really need to find a Buddhist method of salvation? Wu Wei couldn't help but frown. After pondering for a while, Wu Wei decided to suspend the experiment and issue an order to all believers and angels across all planes to pay close attention to various methods of dispelling the malevolent energy of souls. If they could obtain information about Buddhist methods, that would be even better. Having put aside these distracting thoughts, Wu Wei entered a period of relaxation. Several years passed quickly. On this day, the annual court assembly of the Divine Kingdom began once again. Wu Wei, dressed in his finest attire, sat on his throne. Enveloped in divine light, Wu Wei appeared mysterious and solemn, radiating an awe-inspiring divine might from within. The Divine Kingdom of today was no longer the small, insignificant entity it once was. Even Wu Wei's temple had been expanded and renovated several times, becoming a magnificent and imposing building. In the words of Holy Consort Katerina, in the near future, the Divine Kingdom will gradually welcome some allies to pay homage, and the temple must have the structure of a temple. Furthermore, the structure of the Divine Kingdom's subjects is also undergoing a huge change. Previously, there were only a handful of level 10 divine generals, and they were all confidants of the Divine Lord. However, as the Divine Kingdom grows stronger, the number of level 10 divine generals will increase dramatically, and the number of subjects will also become massive. At this time, the Divine Lord must remain high above, displaying an awe-inspiring divine might. Wu Wei understood. This was because the Holy Consort, Yan Fei, and the other elders were beginning to feel that Wu Wei, as the god of light, lacked divine might, and feared that his prestige would suffer in the long run. However, Wu Wei was someone who could listen to advice, and immediately decided to create an additional avatar, specifically to guard the temple and display majesty. His own main consciousness, of course, continued to do whatever it pleased. However, for meetings like today's, which had become annual events, Wu Wei would still participate as his main consciousness. He sat on the throne, and with the activation of his divine power, a majestic aura enveloped the entire temple. After a series of formulaic worship rituals, the various departments of the Divine Kingdom began to report on their progress. "Your Majesty," said Wu Wei's spirit consort, Everest, who was the first to speak. Dressed in the magnificent attire of an elven goddess, she solemnly knelt on one knee and reported, "Previously, following the decree of the Divine Lord, we began to expand outwards as an independent elven race. Our strategic objective was primarily intelligence gathering, and this is the intelligence we have recently compiled." Everest handed over the intelligence and explained it in detail. As Wu Wei learned more about the intelligence, he discovered that his main base plane, the plane of light, was located in a vast star system called the Divine Luo Galaxy. Perhaps due to the distribution of species or the influence of intangible cultural transmission, most civilizations in the Divine Luo Galaxy were godlike civilizations. The most powerful civilization in the Divine Luo Galaxy was the Light of the Gods, a level 5 civilization whose influence spread throughout the entire star system. The Light of Vulcan commands countless followers throughout the Divine Luo Galaxy, wielding near absolute power. The star lake where the plane of light resides is called Yerudi Star Lake. Yerudi Star Lake contains 4 star clusters, and the plane of light lies on the edge of the third Yerudi star cluster. The third Urudi star cluster isn't particularly powerful, possessing only 2 level 3 civilizations, 13 level 2 civilizations, and 100 level 1 civilizations. Everest deliberately advanced to level 11, joining the third star cluster as a newly entered level 2 civilization, and successfully established diplomatic relations with 3 level 2 and 1 level 3 civilizations. Furthermore, Everest learned of the deeds of the old god of light. The old god of light had risen to power in the third star cluster with overwhelming force, annihilating the most powerful level 3 civilization at the time and virtually dominating the entire third star cluster. Just when all other civilizations thought the light god civilization would surge ahead and gradually dominate the entire Urudi star lake, they inexplicably provoked a powerful cultivation civilization from another realm. In a mere century of war, all of the old light gods' colonized planes were wiped out. And that cultivation civilization, after annihilating the old light god, vanished without a trace. Most of the colonized planes once occupied by the old light god had been divided up by the other 2 third-tier civilizations. Faced with this intelligence, Wu Wei's hair stood on end. Just as he had deduced and guessed, the old light god had indeed expanded outwards from the universe where the light plane was located, leaving behind a vast amount of traces. The only saving grace was that the old light god's sense of crisis was quite good. When initiating the Great Universe Era, they hid their home planet, the light plane, very well, revealing no information whatsoever. And at the final moment, they probably made a drastic sacrifice, completely concealing their home planet, the light plane. Otherwise, facing such a powerful cultivation civilization, wiping out your home plane would be a piece of cake. Thank you for your hard work, Evilise, Wu Wei said non-committally. You've achieved such results in such a short time, which is a great contribution. Next, continue to develop within the 3-star cluster, and at all costs, conceal information about the plane of light. Although intelligence indicated that the cultivation civilization that had once swept through the colonies of the old god of light had retreated, Wu Wei was certain that they wouldn't leave so easily. Only they and the old god of light knew the incredible effects of the creation bottle. No matter which civilization knew of such a heaven-defying treasure, they would never give up. Their so-called retreat was mostly just a cover, a shift from the open to the shadows. Wu Wei's strength was currently inferior to that of the old god of light at his peak, so he would never invite trouble by making any contact with that cultivation civilization. Yes, Your Majesty, Evilise bowed again and slowly withdrew. After Evilise withdrew, another deity stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, the repair progress of that level 13 war golem has been stuck at 61% for over a year. The rune system of the cultivation civilization is vastly different from our divine kingdom's inscription system. We're afraid it will be difficult for us to repair it in a short time. The level 13 war golem was, of course, the one obtained from the Pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins. At that time, due to years of neglect, it could no longer unleash its level 13 power, and after a fierce battle, it was nearly destroyed. Therefore, when Wu Wei proposed taking back the golem for research, the Blue Spirit family didn't even object, resolutely refusing the offered compensation. However, it was still a level 13 golem, and even a flawed one was astronomically valuable. Therefore, Wu Wei had to accept a favor from the Blue Spirit family. If that thing could be repaired, it would be incredibly powerful. Level 13 combat strength was terrifying. Therefore, after bringing back the level 13 puppet, Wu Wei handed it over to the Divine Weapon Hall for research and repair. Now, the Divine Weapon Hall of the Divine Kingdom is no longer the blacksmith shop it once was. The Divine Weapon Hall can not only forge various divine weapons and sacred artifacts, but also research and manufacture various warships and spaceships. According to reports, the first Divine Punishment class spaceship is about to roll off the production line. The Divine Punishment class spaceship is the martial-level flagship of Wu Wei's envisioned various army groups. It is tens of kilometers long, and its main cannon possesses the terrifying power to annihilate entire planes. Even level 12 powerhouses, if hit by the Divine Punishment main cannon, would be severely injured, if not killed. Of course, the cost of a single Divine Punishment class warship is extremely high. Even within the Divine Kingdom, the cost exceeds 5 million divine power. It should be noted that Wu Wei's purchase of the entire Dawnlight plane was only a similar expenditure. In the Kois plane market, a similar level second-hand warship occasionally appears for sale. Even second-hand warships are commanded prices of 8 or 9 million star coins by demanding third-tier civilizations. This is because warships of this level are called third-tier cosmic warships, which ordinary third-tier civilizations cannot manufacture. Only a few top-tier third-tier civilizations have the ability to occasionally build one, and most of these are for their own use. Third-tier warships are the mainstay of the military even in fourth-tier civilizations. Therefore, the fact that the Divine Kingdom is now capable of manufacturing a divine punishment-level cosmic warship signifies that it has reached the pinnacle of third-tier civilizations in the field of warship manufacturing. But let's leave that aside for now. Wu Wei wasn't disappointed that the divine weapon hall lacked the capacity to repair the war puppet. After all, that war puppet was a product of the ancient Pure Yang Immortal sect, an extremely powerful and advanced cultivation civilization. It would be incredible if the Divine Kingdom could easily repair it with its current strength. Continue to increase manpower to research that war puppet, focusing on accumulating experience and developing technology, Wu Wei calmly ordered. Yes, my lord. The deity in charge of researching and repairing the puppets respectfully withdrew. Following this, Marshal Yanfei Liliana, responsible for the overall direction of Nash Star Lake, stepped forward and solemnly reported, Your Majesty, the Blue Spirit family has mortgaged all their real estate to the Koi civilization, obtaining a large loan, and used all the obtained star essence to purchase low to mid-grade divine stones. Currently, the vast majority of these divine stones are concentrated in the Koi civilization, and it will take them many years to transport them back. Should our Divine Kingdom receive those divine stones ahead of schedule and teleport them back to the Divine Kingdom through the gates of heaven? Permission granted to use the gates of heaven for teleportation, Wu Wei's majestic voice rang out. Yes, Lord God. Liliana hesitated slightly before continuing. Furthermore, the Blue Spirit family's large-scale purchases of low and mid-grade divine stones have attracted the attention of some interested parties, and some cosmic conglomerates have entered the divine stone market to hoard them. The price of low and mid-grade divine stones will inevitably continue to rise in the future. I suggest that the Divine Kingdom temporarily halt its divine stone acquisition plan. Herr Wu Wei chuckled inwardly. This was entirely expected. Those greedy cosmic conglomerates were indeed very astute. No need to stop. Wu Wei's voice was mysterious and calm. Let the Blue Spirit family continue to create momentum for acquisitions, attracting more cosmic conglomerates to join the fray. Liliana was taken aback, unsure of the Lord God's intentions. However, since the Lord God had given the order, she would simply carry it out. Wu Wei sneered inwardly. Initially, he did indeed have to carefully maintain the secret of his high energy conversion rate. But as the Divine Kingdom grew stronger, it naturally became less afraid of those who might secretly covet his stones. Especially after this collaboration with the Blue Spirit family, Wu Wei will gain access to a wealth of resources, leading to a significant leap forward in the overall strength of his Divine Kingdom. Once he has fully digested what he gained from the Immortal Palace ruins, he won't be afraid of any third-level civilizations, and he'll even have the confidence to go toe-to-toe with fourth-level civilizations. Those shrewd cosmic conglomerates are nothing more than conglomerates from third or fourth-level civilizations. Wu Wei was waiting for them to hoard a large amount of divine stones so he could ruthlessly harvest them and let them experience the cruelty of the vast universe. Following this, Yanfei Liliana reported on the progress of their missionary work in several secondary civilizations near the Kelling civilization, as well as a large number of primary civilizations, in cooperation with the Lanling family. What was most crucial for the development of Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom? Believers, of course. The more believers, the higher their devotion. Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom would not only have a long-term, stable harvest of divine power, but also gain more population due to the ascension of high-ranking believers to heaven after death. The Divine Kingdom's elite forces were extremely powerful, but the middle and lower-level populations were too small. Therefore, Wu Wei decided to rely on the Lanling family to develop believers within the Kelling civilization's sphere of influence. Of course, this was peaceful missionary work, not military conquest. For those willing to accept the faith of light, the Divine Kingdom would offer various benefits and preferential treatment, and even help them solve some difficulties and enemies. For lower-level civilizations unwilling to accept the faith of light, the Divine Kingdom would not force them, but rather adopt a laissez-faire approach to development. However, with a Blue Spirit family, a third-tier noble civilization, leading the way, most first-tier civilizations outwardly showed respect, at least feigning a welcoming attitude towards the Church of Light's missionary work. Some second-tier civilizations accepted limited missionary efforts. In response, Marshal Liliana, responsible for the Killing Civilization's direction, agreed to all the conditions. Therefore, Wu Wei's Church of Light began its missionary work in that star system. However, since it wasn't a colony or semi-colonial plane conquered by force, a nationwide, aggressive approach to missionary work was out of the question. They could only proceed gradually, using the Church of Light's true doctrines and faith to influence believers. This posed a severe test to the abilities of most of the Church of Light's missionary priests. However, Wu Wei also believed that this was true missionary work, and that it would produce some truly outstanding priests and bishops from among the grassroots missionary priests. Although the Kingdom of Light possessed a powerful army, it was ultimately not the kind of warlike civilization that relied on violent conquest. The universe was vast. If the Kingdom of Light went wherever it went and attacked anyone who dared to defy it, it wouldn't be able to achieve its goals. It's believed that before long, the Kingdom of Light will become an enemy of civilization, hated by everyone like the Zerg. Afterwards, Wu Wei dealt with various matters and concluded the routine meeting. At the same time, he secretly pondered that as the Kingdom of Light grew stronger and its systems and processes became more refined, these routine meetings, similar to general meetings, could be spaced out more frequently, perhaps once every 10 or 20 years. After all, the task cycles of various units are quite long now, and there's no need to attend routine meetings so often during the same task period. In any case, as long as someone is a high-ranking member of the Kingdom of Light, they can contact him individually through their divine essence at any time. Wu Wei's consciousness withdrew from his avatar in the temple and returned to his comfortable little villa. He prepared some ingredients sent as tribute from various planes and leisurely enjoyed a barbecue. Several days later, the angels stationed in the Koi civilization were ordered to return a large quantity of low to mid-grade divine stones. These rare natural resources, divine stones, have different names in different civilizations. Cultivation civilizations often refer to them as spirit stones, while magical civilizations call them magic stones, or spiritual energy crystals, etc. In short, they are energy crystals that exist across the entire universe. Wu Wei's divine spark absorbed the divine stone, converting its energy into divine power with relatively high efficiency. Therefore, Wu Wei converted all the resources he could obtain from the pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins into star essence, and then entrusted the Blue Spirit family to purchase them into low to mid-grade divine stones. Even with Wu Wei's full effort, absorbing such a huge amount of divine stone resources took several days. Only then did Wu Wei casually check the current situation through his divine spark. Light God Kingdom, Level 3, Total Area 1.5 million, Number of People 339,000 million, Faith Channels 460 million/15 billion, Daily Total Divine Power Income 17,863 points, Divine Power Reserves 532.61 million, Divine Crystal Reserves 9, Angels 16,206. In this short period of time, the total number of people and believers in the God Kingdom has experienced explosive growth. However, what excites Wu Wei the most is the Divine Power Reserve, which has suddenly increased to more than 500 million. The vast majority of this comes from the gains from the pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins. After a series of operations, it has been amplified, making Wu Wei rich overnight. Although his close ally, the Blue Spirit family, has become destitute as a result, even mortgaging their own home planet, the gains they have received are extremely terrifying. More than 3 drops of cosmic origin power are enough to bring about a tremendous transformation for this family. Leaving aside the Lanling family for the moment, Wu Wei, having suddenly amassed over 500 million divine power, naturally wouldn't let so much power lie idle in his accounts. In his small villa by the lake within the Divine Kingdom, he converted that 500 million divine power into the power of cosmic life essence, instantly gaining a full 5 drops of life essence. That's a full 5 drops. 1.5 drops more than the Lanling family. This was the result of this miraculous operation. Otherwise, based on what was obtained from the ruins, each family would only receive less than 2 drops of life essence. With this batch of life essence, the overall combat power of the Divine Kingdom would undoubtedly surge significantly. Wu Wei was in high spirits and distributed these resources to accelerate the development of the Divine Kingdom. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Kalba. Level 3 Civilization. Wu Wei's divine kingdom was secretly developing at breakneck speed. However, an unexpected storm was brewing. Meanwhile, within the Qin civilization, since the Candidate Saintess program and Qin's complete submission to the God of Light, unprecedented peace and tranquility had prevailed. Now, the Qin leadership had unconditionally abandoned military expansion, no longer fixated on powerful ships, cannons, and military buildup. As a result, the oppressive influence on Qin's home planet and its various inhabited planets had greatly decreased, giving all races a precious opportunity to recuperate. Furthermore, with the establishment of the Church of Light, and through the coordination and assistance of the various candidate saintesses, all levels of the Qin civilization were under overall control. The livelihoods and healthcare of the lower races under its jurisdiction were all guaranteed. People were well fed and clothed, no longer suffering from forced labor and disease, and even had some savings at the end of the year, something their ancestors had never dreamed of. But this was indeed happening, all thanks to the God of Light. Therefore, the common people of Qin were deeply grateful to the God of Light, and members of the Church of Light enjoyed great support within Qin, their faith level naturally increasing daily. The core leadership, led by Emperor Sidney Had and his younger brother Prince Korlin had long been accustomed to this. Under the absolute military intimidation of the God of Light, they had long since abandoned any thoughts of resistance or vying for power. After all, they remained the largest nobles and rulers within Qin, and the Church of Light, under the God of Light's jurisdiction, was merely a regulatory body, usually focusing on the people's livelihood and not interfering in their daily lives. So, over time, Qin's core leadership found this rather acceptable and were happy to be hedonistic local tyrants. This continued for a long time, until this day arrived. W.H. Watt. What did you say? The envoy from the Kalba civilization has arrived. That morning, Emperor Qin, Sidney Hard, was still enjoying the company of his cyborg beauty when his younger brother, Korlin Hard, who was in charge of foreign affairs, suddenly sent an urgent communication, startling him instantly. All right, I understand. Have the envoy go to the reception room in the central building. I'll be there immediately. Closing the communication, Emperor Qin Sidney's expression showed a hint of worry. The Kalba civilization was no small matter. They possessed a high-level civilization rating of 3, making them a powerful and dominant force in the Star Lake region teeming with civilizations. Despite their strength, the Kalba civilization showed no compassion for the weak. If the Qin people, a former level 2 civilization, were exploitative landlords, then the Kalba people were a group of cosmic bandits who despised life and made insatiable demands. And the Qin civilization was unlucky enough to be within the Kalba civilization's sphere of influence. Even the somewhat renowned Qin civilization suffered greatly at the hands of the Kalba civilization. Every few centuries, the Kalba would come and plunder under various pretexts. As a superior civilization in this star cluster, the Kalba, despite not fully colonizing the remote Qin civilization, were far more terrifying than any colonization. It was precisely because of the Kalba's excessive demands that the Qin civilization's leadership continuously exploited its subordinate, lower-ranking races while simultaneously launching military expansions. As a result, even today, the entire Qin civilization is filled with dread and fear of the Kalba civilization. Those bastards. It's only been a little over 300 years since their last forced plunder, and now they're back again. Emperor Qin sighed indignantly, turning and rushing towards the central building. In the eyes of most Qin people, the Kalba civilization was far more terrifying than the God of Light who had defeated them. At least one could reason with you, while the other was utterly incomprehensible. Before even reaching the capital's central building, Emperor Qin, suspended in midair, saw an oval-shaped, disc-shaped spaceship already docked on the top floor. Like the Light civilization, the Kalba civilization possessed the coordinates of the entire Qin civilization, allowing them to travel without prior notification, as if returning to their own homeland. This oval, disc-shaped spaceship was a unique design of the Kalba people. The fact that the spaceship was now on the rooftop helipad meant that the Kalba envoy had arrived at the reception hall. Emperor Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instinctively increased his speed, flying into the central building's reception hall. Ha, it's Lord Maupassant Hawthorne. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. Upon entering, Emperor Qin saw a foreigner clad in strange armor, arrogantly seated on his throne. This strikingly different foreigner had gray skin, dark pupils, narrow eyes, and wore a dark gold, scale-patterned, close-fitting soft armor. Without a doubt, this outsider with such characteristics was a typical Kalba nobleman. The Kalba civilization possessed highly advanced technology, especially in genetic modification. The vast majority of their armed forces consisted of armed bioengineered beasts and genetically engineered warriors. These mindless, instinct-driven, modified monsters, once released into the territory of hostile forces, often brought annihilation. The Kalba nobleman before them, named Maupassant Hawthorne, commanded a bioengineered force modified through genetic engineering. Maupassant Hawthorne served as a squadron general in the Kalba Ocean Fleet and was an old acquaintance of Emperor Quinn. Because of his habit of wielding dual iron blades, he was also known as General Hawthorne the Double Blade. General Hawthorne was primarily responsible for the Quinn civilization's star system and had already interacted with Emperor Quinn and Prince Corlin multiple times. Of course, each time he would take a large amount of wealth and resources from the Quinn people, much of which he pocketed. How, Brother Sidney, these days even a simple meeting with you requires such great effort from this general. You truly hold a prominent position. Busy with affairs indeed. At this moment, General Maupassant Hawthorne, the double-edged general, lazily raised his eyelids upon seeing Emperor Quinn enter, propping his leg up on the conference table in front of him. Don't just stand there, I have some business to discuss with you. Sit down. Emperor Quinn's expression stiffened slightly. That was his throne, and that was his conference table. Did this Kalba man really think this was his home? It was utterly rude. However, more than a dozen high-ranking officials from the Quinn civilization, including Prince Corlin, were present, but they all wore grim faces and remained silent. There was no way around it, this was the absolute authority of the powerful. Even though General Hawthorne, like Emperor Quinn and Prince Corlin, was a level 11 transcendent level powerhouse, his noble birth as a Kalba nobleman, his status and the privileges he enjoyed far surpassed those of Emperor Sidney had of the Quinn civilization. Furthermore, as an envoy of the Kalba civilization, representing the formidable Kalba civilization itself, no matter how arrogant and rude his behavior, everyone else could only silently endure it, and no one dared to complain. Lord Hawthorne, what are you saying? If you were coming, I would personally greet you, no matter how busy I am. Emperor Quinn suppressed his inner dissatisfaction, forcing a fake smile as he greeted him. Finally, following General Hawthorne's suggestion, he sat down in a guest seat below the conference table. Lord Hawthorne, why didn't you inform us beforehand that you were coming to our capital, Quinn? We could have prepared a grand banquet to welcome you. A welcome banquet is unnecessary. This general is busy with military affairs and will be leaving soon. Double-Blade Hawthorne was quite satisfied with Emperor Quinn's obsequious manner, so he leaned back on the throne like a host, picked up his cup, and began to enjoy himself. Double-Blade Hawthorne fell silent again. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Emperor Quinn and his younger brother, Prince Corlin, exchanged glances. Finally, Emperor Quinn spoke, cautiously inquiring indirectly, "We cannot inquire about Lord Hawthorne's military affairs, but is there anything we can do to help?" "Yes, we Quinn people have been friendly with the Kalba civilization for generations. If there's anything we can do to help, Lord Hawthorne, please don't hesitate to ask." Prince Corlin, his eyes gleaming, followed his brother's lead, offering his flattery. In fact, the military affairs mentioned by General Hawthorne were perfectly clear to the Quinn people present. Within the Quinn civilization's star cluster, there existed three powerful Type II civilizations. The Kalba civilization was the strongest, surpassing even the other two Type II civilizations. Therefore, the ambitious Kalba civilization was determined to annex the other two, hoping to break through the current Type II barrier and officially become a powerful Type IV civilization, thus advancing into the entire Star Lake. However, the numerous civilizations in the star cluster had long been in a state of balance and mutual restraint. Breaking this balance was incredibly difficult. Thus, interstellar warfare between the civilizations had never ceased, and any substantial breakthrough was extremely difficult for either side. As for the losses from these interstellar wars, the vast majority fell on the weaker civilizations under the jurisdiction of the larger civilizations. "It's all right to tell you," General Hawthorne said casually, sipping his wine. "Our Kalba civilization has gradually gained a certain advantage in the war against our two mortal enemies. However, with our current manpower, it's insufficient to expand the battlefield. Therefore, we need to conscript more intelligent races to expand our army. The purpose of my visit to your Qin capital is precisely to conscript soldiers. Conscript soldiers. Emperor Qin, along with his younger brother Prince Corlin and others, all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Kalba civilization's arrival this time wasn't to plunder Qin's wealth, but to conscript soldiers. Conscription is fine. How many people can be conscripted at once? It's better than losing huge amounts of resources. In any case, their Qin civilization has over 20 billion intelligent races under its jurisdiction, enough for the Kalba civilization to conscript. Lord Hawthorne, how many men do you need to conscript? When will they be delivered? Emperor Qin, seeing that he wouldn't have to lose a huge fortune, hurriedly stepped forward to ingratiate himself. Please rest assured, I will immediately issue a conscription order to the inhabited planets under my jurisdiction. We Qin people will definitely give our full support to Kalba's civilization war. I am very pleased that you Qin people have such awareness. When we Kalba people clear the star cluster, we will definitely take special care of you Qin people. General Hawthorne, with cunning eyes, smiled faintly. However, you don't need to worry about it. My men have already gone. As for how many soldiers you need to conscript? Not many, just half of your population will be enough. W.H. Watt. Emperor Qin and Prince Corlin's heart skipped a beat. Half of the population? What a joke. Such an exaggerated number of soldiers, let alone Emperor Qin and his people, with their de facto superior civilization, the civilization of light, agree? Chapter 386 The Overbearing Third-Level Civilization. Lord Hawthorne, please stop joking. Emperor Qin, feeling uneasy, quickly forced a smile. Half of Qin's population, that's over 10 billion. Isn't that a bit too much? No. To achieve our Kalba's grand strategy, we must prepare a sufficient number of Jin warriors. General Hawthorne, his eyes burning with ruthless cruelty, said, the incompetent trash conscripted from here will all be transformed into formidable Jin warriors within our Kalba civilization. Once on the battlefield, they will be fearless super soldiers. With these massive numbers of super soldiers, we Kalba will be the undisputed overlords of this star cluster. Before long, we will gain absolute dominance on the battlefield, unify the entire star cluster, and achieve immortal glory. The more excited Hawthorne became, the colder Emperor Qin and the others felt. Gene warriors were not some welfare technology meant to benefit the world. Once genetically modified, whether human or captured interstellar beasts, they would endure excruciating torture, ultimately becoming mindless, unconscious, and even devoid of feeling, mere bio-monsters driven only by cruelty, bloodlust, and the instinct for battle. Indeed, these genetically modified beings experienced a significant amplification of their physical and mental strength, but with their consciousness extinguished, what difference was there between them and machines? No, they were even less than machines. Their sole purpose was to fight and kill until they were destroyed, then recycled as fodder. Anyone who witnessed the fate of these genetically modified warriors would have no fondness for this technology. Ironically, Emperor Qin and Prince Corlin, among others, had personally witnessed these terrifying bio-creations. Lord Hawthorne, could you reduce it a bit more? Prince Corlin's face was somewhat gloomy. He stood up from his seat and respectfully requested, half the population is simply too much? If we forcibly remove so many people, our entire Qin territory will be paralyzed, and the entire civilization system will be thrown into chaos. How about you first conscript 10 million, no, 100 million able-bodied people, and our Qin civilization will then provide them with all their armed equipment. What do you think? Qin had already adopted the most aggressive stance, but Kalba's double-edged general, Hawthorne, gave a cold laugh and flatly rejected Prince Corlin's proposal. Your Qin's armor? How many star coins are you worth? This general will conscript half your population, not a single one less. General Hawthorne's eyes widened, his voice forceful and arrogant. Remember this, it is an honor for you lowly races to serve our Kalba civilization. As for the lost population? Hell, I believe you lowly races, whose reproductive capacity is like that of pigs, will recover in a few hundred years. Lord Hawthorne, this time it may not be as you wish. Emperor Qin also slowly stood up, his face equally grim. What do you mean? Hawthorne's eyes narrowed slightly, an invisible aura emanating from him. Emperor Qin, however, seemed oblivious, continuing, we Qin people have now submitted to the light civilization. If you want to take half our population, The God of Light will likely not allow it. The God of Light? How? Hairhead. Double-Blade Hawthorne's dark eyes coldly fixed on Emperor Quinn's face, then he chuckled, "Sydney Hayter, my friend, are you trying to intimidate me with the God of Light? Do you think we, the great Calber people, would fear that cowardly light civilization?" He had already heard about the Quinn people mentioning the light civilization and being severely punished by them upon arriving here. Such incidents were actually quite common in the universe, and according to his intelligence, the light civilization, centered around the God of Light, wasn't even within their star system. A third-tier civilization in a distant land, capable of bullying a second-tier civilization here, was already quite formidable. How could it possibly compare to their powerful Calba civilization? Even if the God of Light were to wage war against their Calba civilization over this, the supply lines would be stretched to an unimaginable length. Aside from that drawback, the God of Light's fleet dispatched to this star cluster would be like a lone army deep in enemy territory, utterly isolated and helpless, easily surrounded and annihilated by the Calba civilization. "No, we dare not, but we have our own difficulties." Emperor Quinn said he dared not, but his posture remained neither humble nor arrogant, showing no sign of weakness or retreat. "Hairhead hell, Sydney, my friend, I know you Quinn people are powerless against the light civilization, but that so-called God of Light is utterly insignificant in the eyes of us Calber people." Double-Blade Hawthorne sneered dismissively. "If that God of Light dares to provoke us, we Calba people will make them drive them completely out of this star system." With that, Hawthorne slowly rose, patting Emperor Quinn's broad shoulder. "Oh, by the way, I'm here just to inform you. My transport ships have already reached all your subordinate planets, and the population I need to conscript should be almost collected by now." What did you say?" Prince Corlin narrowed his eyes, his mechanical body trembling slightly with barely suppressed rage. "Your fleet has already forcibly conscripted people from our subordinate planets." "What?" Hawthorne glared coldly at Prince Corlin, who, fearing the colossal power of the Calba civilization, could only swallow his discontent. Seeing this, Double-Blade Hawthorne raised the corners of his mouth and gave a nonchalant hum. "Well then, this general must attend to his busy military affairs. We'll meet again another day." With that, Double-Blade Hawthorne turned and left the reception hall, returning directly to his warship. At that moment, one urgent report after another began pouring in from the communication networks within Emperor Quinn and Prince Corlin's machines. It turned out that General Mopu Hawthorne of the Calba civilization, upon arriving at their Quinn homeworld capital, had already dispatched his transport ships and bio-soldiers to openly abduct people. Even on their Quinn homeworld, several accompanying transport ships were openly abducting their citizens right under the noses of Emperor Quinn and Prince Corlin. Their Quinn compatriots were being treated like livestock, forcibly taken away before their very eyes. This humiliation and anger burned like a raging fire in the hearts of the two Quinn leaders and all the Quinn people. Under normal circumstances, these inferior civilizations could only helplessly harbor resentment, but now everything was different. They still had one last hope. "Corlin, contact His Majesty the God of Light immediately." Emperor Quinn, Sydney had, spoke softly, but the sharpness in his eyes was as chilling as ice in the dead of winter. Meanwhile, on Quinn's home planet, a little Quinn girl wearing a mechanical hair clip was running desperately. The sky was gray, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Cries and screams filled the air, and people were fleeing in panic. The roar of the Calba transport ship overhead seemed to be right next to their ears. And the shock grenades fired by the Calba bio-soldiers on the transport ship rained down on the crowd, then exploded with a bang. Without a doubt, this was an open robbery. No one had expected that such a terrible disaster would occur on what should have been an ordinary day. A huge Calba transport ship suddenly descended over the city. From this massive transport ship, nearly 10 kilometers long and resembling a semicircular iron can, thousands of smaller transport boats, like shipping containers, separated. Each of these smaller transport boats carried dozens of Calba bio-warriors. These bio-warriors, who only knew how to obey orders, launched indiscriminate attacks on the crowd under the command of Calba generals. Although they used concussion grenades, those close to the blast radius could still be injured or killed instantly by the shockwave. 9 out of 10 of those who didn't die were stunned by the shockwave. Then, the smaller transport boats, like vacuum cleaners, used their anti-gravity systems to absorb all those knocked to the ground into their enormous cargo holds. No one knew why the Calba people captured them, But a long-standing rumor circulated that the Kalba civilization would capture prisoners of war and hostile civilians, transforming them into genetically engineered warriors who suffered a fate worse than death. The vast number of genetically engineered warriors were the cannon fodder of the Kalba civilization's main fighting force. So, is the Kalba people's purpose in capturing them precisely for this reason? To take them away for genetic modification? Mommy, sob, mommy, where are you? Elsa can't find you. Tears streamed down the round cheeks of the Quinn little girl, Elsa. She and her mother had been separated by the crowd during the Kalba attack. Now she didn't know where her mother was, and could only run forward passively and helplessly. But her gradually weakening strength and the increasingly intense despair were constantly assaulting her fragile heart. Sob, mommy, didn't you say that we Quinn people are the noblest and most excellent race in this star field? But why are those Kalba people coming to capture us? Elsa wiped away her tears as she ran weakly. But she was still a young child, and had not yet undergone semi-mechanical enhancement. This intense running had already left her unable to continue. Just then, a hoverker approached from behind her, and a composed Quinn woman reached out and pulled her into her arms. Mommy! Mommy! Wait, you're not mommy. The little girl happily thought it was her mother, but turning around, she found it was a strange older sister. However, this older sister's gaze was as gentle as a mother's, and unconsciously, her fear lessened considerably. Little girl, don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here first, and then we'll find your mother. The strange Quinn woman immediately steered the hoverker, trying to speed away from the street. But there were simply too many Kalba people in this city, hovering in midair, transport ships capturing people, and bioengineered soldiers firing indiscriminately everywhere. This high-speed hoverker ultimately couldn't escape the bioengineered soldiers' lock-on, and before it had gone far, it was hit by a concussion grenade. In the chaos, the strange woman pulled Elsa into her arms, and the two landed heavily on the ground. Cough. Cough, cough. The strange woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, but seeing that the little girl in her arms was unharmed, only slightly frightened, she breathed a sigh of relief. Little girl, don't be afraid. Even if they capture you, don't be afraid. Remember, the light is with us, and the great God of light will surely save us from danger. Seeing the Kalba transport ship approaching, the strange woman remained calm, instead reassuring the little girl Elsa with a firm gaze. Light, the God of light. Elsa looked at the strange woman with doubt. The God of light will save us? Will he take Elsa to find her mother? Yes. Our Lord of light is omnipotent. Then, sister, who are you? I am the candidate saintess of Quinn, Berlin Sherry. Please believe me. Before the candidate saintess Berlin Sherry could speak, a pale yellow beam of light enveloped them both, and then an invisible suction force began to pull them towards the transport ship above. Even on Quinn's home planet, the abduction operations on other planets within Quinn were even more barbaric and cruel. Anyone who dared to resist the Kalba civilization's abduction was ruthlessly suppressed. After all, concussion grenades and shock grenades were easily controlled by the bio-soldiers with just a flick of a switch. As for the guards on Quinn and the other planets within his territory, they dared not retaliate without orders. Everyone in the star system knew the Kalba civilization's formidable reputation. No one could stand against them, or they would not only lose half their population, but the entire race would be wiped out. The Kalba's global abduction lasted a full day, and fear and despair lingered in the hearts of the survivors. When the Kalba, in their massive, container-like transport ships, departed from Quinn's various planets, the remaining survivors gathered beneath the statues in their respective locations. Some had lost loved ones and friends, others had lost spouses and children, but at this moment, they wiped away their tears, gathering in small groups around the potential saintesses or statues, kneeling on the ground, praying with utmost devotion. Perhaps the Kalba instilled fear and despair in these survivors, but at this moment, the God of Light became their only hope. The remaining billions of survivors, all having lost their loved ones, now had their intense devotion transformed into an unwavering prayer. My Lord of Light, please save us. Each sincere plea, each powerful conviction, coalesced into an unyielding faith. The combined power of faith from these billions of people across various planets praying simultaneously was immense. Once merged into one, it surged like rivers and seas, flowing towards Wu Wei and his divine realm. Chapter 387 Attack. The Judgment Legion. Within the divine realm, atop the magnificent throne, Wu Wei, who had been observing with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Those Kalba people, What an enormous appetite they have. In recent times, not only had a large number of believers within Qin's territory, thousands of potential saintesses, but even Emperor Qin himself had personally sent him distress messages. This immense and concentrated surge of devotion was astonishing, and the sheer amount of divine power generated by it startled Wu Wei. He had even personally used his consciousness to investigate. Wherever his believers and divine statues were, his consciousness could appear there. He was now fully aware of the abduction incidents occurring within Qin's territory. This powerful, level 3 Kalba civilization, eager for a complete victory in its external wars, was willing to forcibly abduct large numbers of people from lower civilizations to create mindless, fearless bioengineered soldiers. It must be said, the methods of this Kalba civilization were truly cold-blooded, cruel, and inhumane. The catastrophe brought by the Kalba civilization has already occurred. This civilization's military power is indeed formidable, but Wu Wei believes that this event might not be a bad opportunity for him, the God of Light. After this disaster, the people of Qin, who had only recently begun to accept the God of Light, have seen their faith level rise by a significant amount. If this predicament can be resolved properly, then the entire population of Qin will surely prostrate themselves before him, the God of Light. This is just one small aspect. The benefits are far more numerous than this. Sydney had, is this the superior civilization you once relied on? Wu Wei spoke slowly, his eyes, radiating divine might, solemnly fixed on Emperor Sydney Had, who was kneeling before him. Emperor Qin was projecting his image onto Wu Wei through remote communication. Facing the magnificent divine palace and the solemn and unified God of Light, Wu Wei, Emperor Qin obediently knelt on the ground, humbly lowering his head. My lord, we have always been oppressed, but we never expected this time. Never mind, this is not your fault, Wu Wei said calmly. I will have Marshal Angel Doris, the Judgment Marshal, help you reclaim all of Qin's population. But you should know what to do next, right? Thank you for your protection, my lord. I understand your meaning. Emperor Qin repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude, while firmly promising, we, the people of Qin, will follow Marshal Angel's orders. And I can guarantee that from now on, you will be our only master, and only you and your angels can freely enter and leave the entire territory of Qin. Emperor Qin and the entire Qin population truly wanted to submit to the God of Light, Wu Wei, from the bottom of their hearts. Emperor Qin has now made up his mind. Even if the God of Light tries to drive him away, he will cling to this powerful force and refuse to let go. After all, the God of Light only wants the faith of the people and disdains even political rights. The Kalba civilization, however, treats them as ants, cannon fodder, and suppresses them without restraint. Go, Wu Wei waved his hand, and Emperor Qin respectfully took his leave. After the communication between Emperor Qin and Wu Wei ended, Wu Wei closed his eyes again and contacted Angel Doris, who was near Qin's home planet, directly through the Faith Channel. Wu Wei had recently completed the establishment of the new Legion, and as its commander, Angel Doris had hidden the Legion within the star system where Qin's home planet was located. This time, from a distance, she had fully monitored the Kalba civilization's complete raiding operation. Your humble servant Angel Doris greets your majesty. Far aboard the Arbiter's flagship, Angel Doris immediately knelt on one knee, listening to the divine decree. Great God of Light above, without specific instructions, I did not interfere with the Kalba civilization's plundering. However, I have all the intelligence in hand and have completed the fleet's reorganization. Everything is at your majesty's command. You have done well. Wu Wei nodded appreciatively, simultaneously conveying his thoughts and plans to Angel in the form of a divine decree. Upon receiving the decree, Angel immediately replied respectfully, Your Majesty is wise. The rest is in your hands. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations. On an uninhabited planet adjacent to Qin's homeworld, a fully equipped divine fleet was hidden in a natural ravine of the uninhabited planet. Clearly, this divine fleet was the Judgment Legion dispatched there by Wu Wei. The flagship at the head of this fleet was none other than a magnificent battleship, bearing a resounding battleship designation, the Punisher. The Punisher's flagship possessed pristine white, ceramic-like armor, a streamlined, spindle-shaped hull, and a powerful, imposing bow cannon, all proclaiming its exceptional performance and unparalleled firepower. Surrounding the Punisher were 5 Arbiter-class cruisers, 25 Judgment-class destroyers, and 125 Punisher-class frigates. Such a complete interstellar legion was no easy feat to build, Wu Wei had spent decades on it, consuming astronomical amounts of resources. This Punisher-class battleship, in particular, was a newly commissioned vessel that had recently completed all testing. Its superior performance and firepower were comparable to any Tier 3 civilization's flagship. The entire fleet, working in perfect coordination, could even rival some weaker Tier 3 civilizations. Now, the commander of this legion, the 12-winged seraphim Saint Angel Doris, was holding a meeting of all her generals on the bridge of her flagship. "We obey our Lord's will." Angel bowed again to receive the order. As she finished receiving the divine decree, she slowly rose from the bridge. Her 10 beautiful, pure white wings unfolded gracefully with her as she rose, immediately spreading an aura of sacred solemnity. Angel opened her beautiful eyes, her demeanor sharp and capable as she looked at her generals gathered before her. "Our Lord has issued a divine decree. From this moment forward, we must reclaim all the innocent civilians abducted by the Kalba civilization and annihilate all of the Kalba's forces." "Excellent. My sword is about to rust if we stay here any longer. This time, I must find some Kalba warriors to practice against." The speaker was a black-haired angel clad in plate armor, wielding a knight's sword, with 10 majestic wings fluttering behind her. It was none other than Liu Peng, the lecherous knight, who had followed Angel since she was still Saintess Aesop. Liu Peng was now a powerful level 11 10-winged archangel, noticeably stronger and more robust than before, though the hint of a nerdy, immature air about him remained unchanged. Beside Liu Peng were the tall and slender Wu Yiren, who could kill in a single shot, and the venomous archangel Lilian, who still looked like a 12 or 13-year-old lolly. These 3 had always been Angel's core members. Besides them, there were 2 other archangels present. These 2 were outstanding generals who had been promoted later, forming the core leadership of the Judgment Legion along with Liu Peng, Wu Yiren, and Lilian. Liu Peng, don't underestimate them. I've heard the Kalba people are a powerful race, standing at the pinnacle of a level 3 civilization. Their overall strength and resources far surpass ours. Wu Yiren habitually adjusted his glasses, a habit he couldn't break even though his eyesight no longer required them. Although this Kalba delegation from the Qin civilization only has 1 level 11 divine general, dozens of transport ships, and several escort vessels, a detailed plan is essential to annihilate them. Otherwise, even the escape of a single member could pose a significant threat to our interests, especially to our Lord. Furthermore, to reclaim the abducted civilians in space, we must first seize control of the transport ships from within. Otherwise, if the ships are damaged, the lives of the numerous innocent civilians inside will be in danger. Wu Yiren, meticulous in his approach, carefully considered the difficulties of this mission. Moreover, with the current size and strength of our fleet, it's difficult to completely surround the Kalba delegation's fleet. If Qin were willing to send troops to assist, everything would be much simpler. Would those cowardly Qin clique be willing to send troops to help us intercept them? Liu Peng immediately curled his lip in disdain. Those Qin nobles are just pretending to believe in our Lord of Light. Who knows what they're plotting behind the scenes? Our purpose here is simply to spend some time taming them, isn't it? Things are different now. HMPH, it doesn't matter whether those cowards of Qin are here or not. With me, Liu Peng, those Kalba people can just wait to receive divine punishment. Liu Peng, don't underestimate the enemy. For the sake of our Lord, we cannot afford the slightest mistake. Alright, shut up, both of you. Just as Liu Peng and Wu Yiren were bickering as usual, a sweet and adorable lolly voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Liu Peng and Wu Yiren immediately shrank back, instinctively shutting their mouths and standing at attention. Did they even need to say that? The little girl who commands such fear from 2 level 11 archangels is none other than Lilian, the former poison apostle and now the poison angel. Don't let her petite stature, charming blonde hair, and delicate dress fool you. She looks like a heroine straight out of an anime. Beneath her angelic exterior lies a deadly poisonous power capable of destroying a planet. Moreover, aside from Angel and the God of Light, Wu Wei, she listens to almost no one. If anyone angers her, her actions become extremely ruthless. She'll stop at nothing to achieve her goals, showing no regard for anything, and even bordering on cruelty. Those who know her well understand just how cruel and terrifying her methods truly are. I think Sister Angel already has a perfect plan. Lilian snuggled up to Angel sweetly, laughing affectionately. Sister Angel, give the order. Lilian can't wait to torture those sinners of Kalba. That's right, everything is under our Lord's control. As long as we follow the plan, We will annihilate the Kalba transport fleet and rescue all innocent civilians. Angel raised her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the generals, and commanded with a crisp voice, "Gentlemen, heed my command." Just as Angel, Emperor Quinn, and other forces were preparing for a counterattack, in the Quinn system, on the outskirts of the Kuiper Belt, in the tranquil and boundless depths of space, countless beautiful stars radiating bright light resembled beacons in a vast ocean, guiding travelers on their journeys. At this moment, dozens of enormous ocean-going transport ships and dozens of escort ships, led by a long-dish cruiser, were slowly sailing into the distance. These transport ships have a semicircular hull structure, with wide bellies and expansive hulls that maximize their carrying capacity. The hulls are gray-black, sturdy and heavy. However, their rugged appearance lacks any artistic flair. At first glance, they resemble heavy, sealed metal cans. Besides the massive transport ships, the dozens of escorting frigates accompanying them are also unremarkable. However, the cruiser leading the way is somewhat different. This cruiser has an elegant, elongated, disc-shaped hull with flanking wings on both sides of the stern, and a beautifully streamlined curve. The hull armor is gray-white, strong and robust. The hull is equipped with one main gun, 4 secondary guns, numerous close-in weapon systems, and torpedo and missile launchers. These fully equipped weapons all demonstrate its formidable firepower, covering the entire area from front to back. Furthermore, this space cruiser has 4 helipads fore and aft. Clearly, the civilization that designed such capital ships was highly skilled in close combat and amphibious assaults. It wasn't difficult to guess who this civilization was. Their characteristics and ship markings revealed them to be the Kalba Ocean mission, fresh from their plunder of the entire Quinn territory. The leader of this mission was none other than the infamous double-edged general, Maupassant Hawthorne, who struck fear into the hearts of the entire Quinn civilization. The arrogant Maupassant Hawthorne, confident that the Quinn civilization wouldn't dare resist, hadn't even brought his main fleet this time, only his entire fleet of ocean-going transport ships and a few dozen symbolic escort vessels. This transport group, carrying minimal armed force, had plundered half the population of Quinn. Now, he was like a farmer who had picked a basket full of fruit from someone else's orchard, strutting away triumphantly with his bountiful harvest. As for the light civilization, which had nominally subjugated the Quinn people, they were completely outside his sphere of concern. Within this star cluster, the Kalba civilization held absolute authority. Anyone who dared to provoke them was courting certain destruction. Have all the livestock been counted? In the dimly lit, oppressive bridge of the flagship, Kalba's Squadron General Mop Hawthorne casually inquired. "Reporting to your excellency, all the low-level livestock have been counted." A Kalba officer clad in metallic soft armor immediately replied respectfully. "Reports from the transport ships indicate that the low-level livestock have reached the planned total of 10 billion, with an excess of over 200 million. Additionally, 23 million have died. All ships have been cryogenically frozen and will be processed into bio-beast feed upon returning to their territory." "Very good, return immediately." General Mop Hawthorne's eyes were ruthless, a cunning smile playing on his lips. With this influx of low-level races, the number of laborers and genetically engineered warriors in his territory would increase tenfold. With such a massive number of laborers and cannon fodder soldiers, how could they possibly lose the war? How, once he breaks through the enemy's defenses and establishes immortal merit, the emperor of the Kalba civilization will surely summon him personally. With this merit, he might even get a precious opportunity to break through the level 11 barrier and advance to the level 12 divine realm. When that time comes, let alone the mere Quinn civilization, he is confident that he can completely annex even the so-called light civilization that has extended its tentacles into this star cluster. Chapter 388 Arrival. The Angel Legion. The Kalba Twin-Blade Hawthorne's ocean-going transport ships are far larger internally than they appear. Utilizing cutting-edge space technology, these Kalba transport ships, besides their massive size exceeding 100 kilometers, have an internal space equivalent to a giant city. Therefore, their construction cost is no less than that of a star cruiser. Currently, these dozens of ocean-going transport ships are crammed full of innocent civilians captured from all over Quinn, totaling over 10 billion. Each transport ship is packed with hundreds of millions of civilians. This massive population has filled almost every cargo hold on every ship, both upper and lower. Every cargo hold, every fence, is densely packed with people. The scene is so crowded and dense that it resembles a cart of cattle about to be sent to a slaughterhouse. A sense of despair and oppression permeates everyone's hearts, panic is consuming everyone's spirit. Cries, screams for help, and even the wails of hunger, thirst, and pain rise and fall throughout the cargo holds, creating a cacophony of noise. Hey! Where are you taking us? Release us now. I am a Quinn nobleman. I have the right to see your superior. A Quinn man, with a Quinn build and a mechanically modified arm, stood on the edge of a fence, frantically shaking it. He couldn't believe that the Quinn people, who had always lived a life of luxury, would be treated like this. These Kalba people needed slaves. They could have just captured those lower races. Why were they capturing the Quinn people too? Weren't the Quinn and Kalba civilizations always friendly neighbors? At least nominally. Go to hell. Stop talking. A powerful soldier with Kalba blood stepped forward and smashed the Quinn man's face with the butt of his rifle, breaking his nose and causing blood to gush out. You inferior race. In the eyes of us Kalba people, you're no different from rats in the sewers. Listen up. Anyone who makes another sound will be fed to the bio-beasts. The Kalba soldier roared menacingly. Despite being a low-ranking soldier within the Kalba civilization, his authority and status far exceeded expectations. Within the Kalba civilization, those with Kalba blood were a tiny minority, but those who possessed it were considered upper-class nobles within the civilization's sphere of influence. This was especially pronounced in the military. For example, this Kalba soldier alone controlled over 100 mindless gene warriors. On average, 8 to 10 Kalba soldiers, along with their controlled gene warriors, guarded a slave pen holding 100,000 people. This clearly demonstrated that the status of an ordinary Kalba soldier in other civilizations was probably even lower than that of a second lieutenant. After the Kalba soldier's outburst, aside from quiet sobs, the area finally quieted down. On the transport ship holding numerous civilians, the Kalba soldiers were undoubtedly the absolute authorities. In the slave pens they guarded, they held the power of life and death over all the slaves, basically able to do whatever they wanted. In just the past 3 days, countless acts of rape, plunder, and absurdity had already occurred around these pens. If anyone resisted, the bioengineered warriors beside them would immediately kill the rebels, then drag them into the cold storage like poultry. Faced with these atrocities, what could the unarmed, terrified, and desperate innocent civilians do? They had no right to resist, not even to utter a sound of complaint. Anger without speaking out had long become the norm. Mommy, I'm hungry. A green-skinned little boy from planet Quinn I huddled in his mother's arms, trembling and fighting back tears. The mother, who had saved almost all her food for her child, was already extremely weak. However, she still managed to open her eyes and comfort him, saying, "My dear, there will be food soon. Come to mommy's arms and sleep for a while. You won't be hungry when you're asleep." The little boy wiped away his tears and obediently snuggled into his mother's arms. But how could he sleep when he was so hungry and thirsty? The little boy was just being very understanding and forced himself to endure it. Seeing this, the elderly people around shook their heads and sighed, their hearts filled with sorrow. But what could they do? At this moment, regardless of what planet the people around them came from or what race they belonged to, they all shared one label: victims of the Kalba civilization. In the crowded throng, a little Quinn girl wearing a mechanical hair clip nestled beside a Quinn woman. These two were Elsa, the little girl who had been abducted to Quinn's home planet, and Berlin Sherry, Quinn's candidate for sainthood. Since following Sherry, little Elsa had become strong and sensible, never uttering a complaint, no matter how hungry or cold she was. Just moments ago, little Elsie witnessed another act of violence. She couldn't help but turn to look at the candidate saintess beside her, who seemed to be meditating with her eyes closed. "Sister Sherry, when will our Lord of Light come to save us?" Elsa misses her mother. Here it comes. Our Lord's divine message has arrived. The candidate saintess, Berlin Sherry, slowly opened her eyes, a spark of hope rapidly rising within them. "Little Elsa, stay here quietly. I will convey our Lord's divine message to everyone." Berlin Sherry patted little Elsa's shoulder, then stood up from the crowd. Little Elsa immediately grabbed Sherry's sleeve nervously. In this moment of fear, anyone who dared to step forward would be in grave danger. However, the candidate saintess, Berlin Sherry, remained resolute, showing no sign of hesitation or fear. Little Elsa looked into Sherry's eyes and finally released her grip on her sleeve. But in the next scene, the little girl Elsa slowly stood up, and in her soft voice, she said firmly, "Sister Sherry, I also believe in our Lord of Light. Sherry looked at Elsa with great satisfaction. Little Elsa is also a devout believer of our Lord. I'll take you with me to deliver the divine message. Yes. Elsa nodded heavily. A firm belief called faith had already taken root in her heart. In the crowd, the candidate saintess, Beryl Sherry, shouted in her solemn and pure voice, "Everyone, please hear me. Our Lord of Light has sent down a divine message. Now, please pray with me, and with a most devout faith, welcome our Lord's salvation. Believe in our Lord, and you will be saved." These firm shouts were like sparks that could start a prairie fire, constantly conveying hope and faith to the hearts of every commoner in despair and fear. The vast number of innocent commoners in the slave pen looked up at the candidate saintess standing before them. In this moment of despair, the God of Light seemed to have become their last hope. And so, one commoner after another began to follow the example of the believers around them, kneeling on the ground with utmost reverence, offering their most devout prayers to the Supreme God of Light in their hearts. This wasn't limited to just this one slave pen. The candidate saintess of Queen III, Eudala Carey, the candidate saintess of Queen V, Eva Bella, and those who had been captured and brought into the transport ships, as well as the candidate saintess, candidate priests, and novice knights who had voluntarily entered the ships, all passed on the divine message they had received to every innocent commoner around them. In the blink of an eye, a grand missionary movement began to spread to every slave pen, every cargo hold, and even every ocean-going transport ship. The power of faith generated by the collective prayers of billions of people was astonishing. They were like beacons, marking clear coordinates for the God of Light in the universe. However, this scene, seen by the surrounding Calbus soldiers guarding the perimeter, appeared as an utterly ridiculous and laughable spectacle. Tch haha, look at these stupid inferior beings, still worshipping gods. A pantheon civilization, indeed, is just a bunch of uncivilized fools. PFFT haha, you're right, that so-called God of Light, seeing the symbol of our Calbus civilization, would probably have to take a detour. Hey, you worship the God of Light, you might as well worship me, at least I can get you to Calbus homeland alive. One after another, soldiers with Calbur blood laughed without restraint. In their eyes, gods were just higher-level life forms with a higher degree of evolution. What difference was there between them and their high-ranking generals? You must know that their Calbus civilization was the most powerful overlord in this star cluster. How could a pantheon civilization, which was far away, possibly save these people in front of them? However, Quinn, the candidate saintess who brought the group's devout prayers, and many other members of the church, seemed not to have heard them at all. The numerous innocent civilians present, led by these members of the Vatican, ignored all the ridicule from the outside world, channeling all their spirit and faith into the most devout prayers. This blatant disregard completely enraged the surrounding Calbus soldiers. Hey! Shut up! All of you, shut up! And you bitch, you started this, sit down right now. Can't you hear me? Are you deaf? The Calbus soldiers' shouts went unheard by the candidate saintess, Beryl Sherry, which greatly angered the Calbus soldiers outside the fence. You bastard, you're asking for death? Outside the fence, the ignored Calbus soldiers raised their stun guns, ready to shoot Beryl Sherry. If they taught this leading woman a painful lesson first, wouldn't the rest of the civilians obediently shut up? However, just as the Calbus soldier was about to pull the trigger, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone above the slave pen. At the same time, a solemn and majestic divine aura surged outwards like a tidal wave. What's going on? The Calbus soldier's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he saw clusters of solemn and dazzling divine light illuminating the surrounding slave pens. In fact, what was happening was far more than that. It wasn't just this one place where holy light appeared. Every Calbus transport ship, every cargo hold, was shimmering with points of divine light. The dazzling holy light almost illuminated the entire cargo hold, and the solemn and majestic pressure trembled the hearts of every Calbus soldier. What's going on? What are these things? Under this vast, heavy, and overwhelming divine pressure, the Calbus soldiers' hearts pounded wildly, and their breaths almost stopped. The soldiers stared wide-eyed, incredulous and unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Quick, report to the general. Everyone else, follow me. Kill all those so-called saintesses and missionaries. The Calbus soldiers, realizing what was happening, broke out in a cold sweat, frantically shouting to their comrades and rallying the surrounding bioengineered soldiers. They were about to charge into the crowd and forcibly kill all the candidate saintesses and members of the church. As the floating orb of light expanded, an immense spatial force surged forth from it. Seeing this, all the Calbus soldiers understood, these dazzling orbs of light were clearly spatial portals. But by the time they realized it, it was too late. The sacred orb of light hovering above the slave pen suddenly expanded, and a golden gate at its center opened wide. It was the supreme spatial magic from the divine kingdom, the gate of heaven. Amidst the dazzling holy light and the watchful eyes of all, one after another, fully armed war angels wielding holy swords and shields emerged from the gates of heaven. Their already vast and imposing divine power surged to its peak in that instant. Fire! Quick! Fire! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The terrified Calbus soldiers frantically pulled the triggers of their rifles, firing plasma bullets at the newly descended war angels. But how could the panicked Calbus soldiers possibly be a match for war angels strong enough to be level 7 or even 8? Even their plasma bullets couldn't pierce the holy shields held by the war angels. Clang! A series of clanging sounds, like the roar of dragons, rang out as the war angels hovering in midair made their move. With a single sword strike, a series of swift, holy light slashes instantly cleaved the Calbus soldiers guarding the slave pen in two. Then, with another sword strike, the gates of the slave pen were completely destroyed. Recovering from their brief panic, the Calbus soldiers immediately led a large number of bioengineered warriors to surround the transport ships. However, in terms of numbers, the Holy Sea of Light undoubtedly held an overwhelming advantage. Gentlemen, the angelic legion of our Lord of Light has descended. The time for revenge against the Calba has come. Queen's candidate Saintess, Beryl Sherry, shouted on the spot. Not only her, but every candidate Saintess, every member of the Holy See, cried out at this moment. The intense atmosphere, like a burst dam, rapidly spread from one slave pen and one cargo hold to every transport ship. The innocent civilians, previously imprisoned like livestock in the slave pens, finally had the opportunity to unleash their anger. Billions of people, led by members of the Holy See and the Angels of War, converged like a river, surging forward. What a terrifying force this was! Almost in the blink of an eye, the ocean-going transport ships, like cages, instantly erupted from within. At the same time, an almost massive surge of faith power began to flow wildly towards Wu Wei, who was far away in the divine kingdom, through the divine statues on the chests of each candidate saintess. Chapter 389 The Trial. This skyrocketing faith level, and this ever-increasing divine power, it's truly exhilarating. Far away in the divine kingdom, Wu Wei was deeply feeling the fervent emotions and the frantically soaring faith levels of the billions of believers. Especially seeing the faith power surging towards him like a river, he repeatedly exclaimed with delight. In just a short while, this explosive increase in faith power had brought him tens of thousands of points of divine power. What an exaggerated rate of increase! Furthermore, the billions of slaves imprisoned on the transport ship were mostly not followers of him, the God of Light. Even if they were, most were only ordinary, shallow believers. But now it was different. Almost all of the billions of slaves had become believers. At least shallow believers, and among them were many true believers, even devout believers. Some extremists had even become fanatical believers. And those chosen by the divine seeds, the candidate saintesses, candidate priests, and apprentice knights, had their minds greatly tempered in this massive catastrophe, and their souls were transformed. Nearly 30% of the candidates were immediately promoted to rare and precious holy believers. The rest were on the verge of transformation. What an enormous benefit this was! Undoubtedly, these steadfast believers were the foundation upon which he, the God of Light, stood in the universe. Without the support of these numerous believers, Wu Wei would never have been able to complete the grand ambition of developing his divine kingdom, expanding his territory, and ultimately becoming an unassailable superpower. Angel's move was truly brilliant. In high spirits, Wu Wei couldn't help but secretly admire Angel's ingenious strategy. Consider that billions of people were being crammed into dozens of giant ocean-going transport ships like livestock. These people were packed to the brim, and any attempt to breach them from the outside would inevitably be met with fierce resistance from the Kalba people. If a transport ship were hit by a stray bullet, or if a nearby Kalba escort ship collided with it, it was highly likely that an entire shipload of innocent civilians would perish in space. Such losses, and the post-war impact on the God of Light's reputation, would be far too great. However, if the transport ships were breached from within, and control seized from the inside, the resulting losses would be negligible. For other civilizations, breaching a Kalba civilization's transport ships from the inside would be virtually impossible. But for Angel Doris, the current commander of the Judgment Legion, it was effortless. This was because Angel herself had personally disseminated all the divine seeds in the Quinn system. In other words, the Quinn system's candidate saintesses and all members of the church were now directly under Angel's jurisdiction and control, the maximum authority Wu Wei had granted her. With this authority, Angel naturally conveyed her divine pronouncements to every candidate saintess and member of the church. And when all the candidate saintesses and members of the church led billions of slaves in prayer, incredibly strong faith channels were rapidly formed. In the system of the Divine Kingdom civilization, these faith channels were like clear coordinates. With these faith coordinates, the now powerful level 12 Seraph Angel was naturally able to coordinate with the amplification of the Divine Punisher flagship to open gates to heaven into the cargo holds of the transport ships. Angel didn't open many of these temporary passages, which consumed enormous amounts of divine power. She opened 100 gates across 10 transport ships. These temporary gates to heaven didn't last long, only a few seconds. However, they immediately allowed all of Angel's troops to be deployed onto the transport ships. It's important to understand that Angel's Judgment Legion was no longer the fledgling entity it was when it was first established. Recently, after Wu Wei gained enormous profits from the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, he unhesitatingly invested all resources into the various legions. Because the Judgment Legion was located in a complex war zone, Wu Wei prioritized filling its ranks, even allocating the only newly built Divine Punisher class spaceship to it, while Wu Wei's own flagship was only a Judgment class. Furthermore, besides Angel, who has been granted the power of life essence and advanced to level 12 Seraph, this legion also has 5 level 11 archangels and dozens of level 10 holy angels. With the assistance of these war angels and a massive number of papacy members, seizing dozens of poorly guarded transport ships has become an easy and readily available task. Angel, Wu Wei turned his consciousness back to the distant void of space. Now we don't need to worry about those innocent civilians anymore, but we can't let any Kalba escape. If even one Kalba escapes, it will create a huge obstacle to his next plan. After all, his divine kingdom is in a critical period of development and still needs some precious time to grow. Wu Wei doesn't believe that a mere level 3 civilization has the capability to communicate directly with its mother civilization across tens or even hundreds of light years. If they really had that ability, they wouldn't be a level 3 civilization. Meanwhile, on the outer edge of the Kuiper Belt in the Quinn system, dozens of Kalba ocean-going transport ships were sending desperate distress calls to the flagship. At the bow of the transport ships, on the bridge of the Kalba cruiser-class flagship, General Maupassant Hawthorne, who had been enjoying fine wine and food, immediately sat up abruptly, glaring and demanding, "What's going on? What happened?" Reporting, General, according to reports from the transport ships, they say the lower-class creatures on board have rioted. A Kalba adjutant, his face pale, hurriedly reported, trembling. Dozens of transport ships have all rioted? How is that possible? Hawthorne frowned, his grim expression filled with disbelief. And there's more. Kalba, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly added, the transport ship also said that a powerful light elemental being suddenly appeared inside. What? Double-Blade Hawthorne jumped up from his seat. How is this possible? A light elemental being, the god of light? No, impossible. How could his people get into my transport ship? Double-Blade Hawthorne felt a deep sense of dread. If the light civilization's space technology truly reached this level, then their power was absolutely extraordinary. They couldn't be careless. They absolutely couldn't underestimate this divine civilization. HMPH, I've seen plenty of level 3 civilizations. You think you can fight me with such petty tricks? Double-Blade General Maupassant Hawthorne's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he immediately shouted, "Pass on my orders." All. However, before his orders could be given, a magnificent interstellar fleet appeared in their field of vision. It was a sacred, beautiful, and imposingly vast fleet. Each warship was enveloped in a shimmering holy light, with the flagship at the head being a battleship several times larger than Hawthorne's own vessel. Besides this battleship-class flagship, there were 5 main cruisers of the same class as Hawthorne's, and as many as 25 secondary destroyers. As for smaller escort ships, there were over 100 hovering around these giants. Clearly, from the warship's paint schemes, insignia, and the holy light shields enveloping their hulls, It was evident that they were a main battle fleet from the Light Civilization, a main battle fleet comparable to the main legion of the Kalba Civilization. This light fleet was naturally the Judgment Legion stationed by Wu Wei in the Qin system. At this moment, the Judgment Legion's commander, Saint Angel Doris, was on the bridge of her flagship, the Divine Punisher, gazing at the distant Kalba transport group. Her core generals, Liu Peng, Wu Yiren, and Lilian, were clearly gathered around her in the form of consciousness. Oh? That's General Maupassant Hawthorne's flagship? It's nothing special. The former sleazy knight, now an 11th level Archangel Liu Peng, puffed out his chest, his slightly chunibao skies now brimming with fighting spirit. Our achievements are all thanks to our Lord of Light. Wu Yiren silently expressed his respect for the God of Light, then adjusted his glasses. Those Kalba people are too arrogant. They only brought one cruiser and a few dozen escort ships, yet they dared to come and plunder people. HMPH, they're courting death. Sister Angel, let me go. The poison angel Lilian, with her lolly-like appearance, smiled sweetly. Just teleport me to their flagship's deck, and I'll have a way to torture them all to death. As she said the last word, death, Lilian's originally cute and sweet face suddenly revealed a ferocious yet satisfied expression. This drastic change sent a chill down the spines of Liu Peng, Wu Yiren, and the others around them. This little girl's methods are indeed cruel. If she says she'll torture you to death, she absolutely means it, no joke. I'm afraid we can't send you there now. Angel shook her head slightly, then raised her head confidently. The gates of heaven are overloaded, and our divine power has been greatly depleted. However, the overall situation is settled, and there's no need for complicated tactics. Alright, everyone, pass down the order, full force attack. To successfully send the army into dozens of transport ships, Angel used the gates of heaven on her flagship, expending a huge amount of divine power. However, this tactic was very successful. The dozens of transport ships were already in chaos, and they had no worries about their rear. Now, all they needed to do was launch a full-scale attack to achieve victory. That's right, Liu Peng, only need to use basic attacks to defeat them. Then, Your Highness Angel, let's go prepare. See you later, Sister Angel. Liu Peng, Wu Yiren, and Lilian each withdrew their consciousnesses and each led one Arbiter-class cruiser and 5 Judgment-class destroyers to attack first. The other 2 Arbiter-class cruisers each led 5 Judgment-class destroyers and 10 Punisher-class escort ships, flanking from both sides. All the remaining warships, along with Angel's Divine Punisher flagship, remained firmly in the center. The entire fleet instantly became like a large net, enveloping the Kalba Transport Corps. At the same time, everyone in the Kalba Transport Corps was deeply shrouded in the overwhelming pressure of the Judgment Legion. How could they have arrived so quickly? Kalba, the adjutant beside Double-Blade Hawthorne, trembled, his face pale. Then, how did those light civilization fleets get ahead of us and block our route? Their transport convoy had just left the Kuiper belt of the Qin system. Although they had been extremely arrogant, they had kept their early warning radar running all the way, with dozens of escort ships surrounding the transport ships. For the past few days, there had been no movement whatsoever. So what happened to those light civilization fleets? How did they get ahead of them? Besides the wormhole near Quin's home planet, the next wormhole was still 3 months' journey away. Even if those light civilization fleets were to pursue, they should have come from behind them. How did they get ahead of them? Moreover, the enemy had already deployed an encirclement formation in the void, seemingly intending to wipe them out. Don't panic. General Maupassant Hawthorne, with his commanding shout, completely silenced the officers on the bridge. Who in the star cluster dares to provoke our Kalba civilization? Even if the light civilization sends a fleet, so what? Even if their god of light comes, he'll have to give us Kalba people some face. Just as Hawthorne said, the Kalba people have always held a dominant position in this star cluster. Even some third-tier civilizations outside the cluster treat them with great respect. Even the other 2 opposing forces can only barely contend with the Kalba civilization by banding together. This long-standing strength and advantageous position gives the Kalba people a natural sense of superiority over their own civilization, and they are filled with strong confidence when facing other civilizations. Realizing this, all the officers and soldiers on the Kalba flagship finally calmed down. HMPH. These people of the God of Light will pay the price for what they did today. Double-Blade Hawthorne, his eyes filled with resentment, spat on the ground. He then instructed his adjutant, contact the commander of the opposing flagship. I want to speak with him personally. He knew he was in deep trouble today, but the Kalba civilization was not to be trifled with. Even if he couldn't take the captured slaves with him, he couldn't afford to lose face. However, when the Kalba adjutant sent a communication request to the flagship of the light fleet, it was completely ignored. Damn it! How dare they refuse my communication request? Do they look down on the Kalba civilization? Doubleblade Hawthorne's veins bulged with anger, but he was helpless. Unless his superiors brought the entire main fleet of the Kalba civilization, there was no chance of fighting them. General, what do we do? Seeing the Judgment Legion approaching and the encirclement tightening, the Kalba adjutant trembled again. Retreat. Driven to the brink, Doubleblade Hawthorne spat out the words through gritted teeth. Abandon all transport ships. The rest of you, retreat with me into Quinn territory. They couldn't take the heavy, slow transport ships with them now, they could only take the escort ships with them. If they could escape successfully, the entire Quinn civilization, and the light fleet stationed there, would suffer a devastating reprisal from the Kalba civilization. At the same time, on the bridge of the Divine Punisher flagship, seeing Doubleblade Hawthorne abandon the transport ships and flee towards the Quinn system as expected, Saint Angel Doris, commander of the Judgment Legion, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. You sinner who has violated the divine realm of my lord and abducted my lord's followers, in the name of my lord, the god of light, I hereby sentence you to the death. A cold glint flashed in Angel's beautiful eyes as she shouted, attack. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, boom. One after another, Divine Kingdom warships unleashed a fierce barrage upon the Kalba flagship and escort ships ahead. The dense artillery fire instantly blasted one weakly defended Kalba escort ship after another into clusters of cosmic fireworks mixed with hull fragments. The cruiser-class flagship, where Twinblade Hawthorne was located, also shuddered violently after enduring multiple bombardments. Its shields flickered, nearly shattering. Surrounded and pursued by numerous Divine Kingdom warships, the entire warship was like a small boat in a storm, teetering on the brink of capsizing, seemingly about to be overturned by a giant wave at any moment. Chapter 390 The rapidly expanding foundation of believers. Madmen. Those divine civilizations are all madmen. Aboard the Kalba cruiser-class flagship, General Maupassant Hawthorne gritted his teeth and cursed. Pursued by so many divine warships, he and his men were like rats in the street, utterly pathetic. The other Kalba officers and soldiers were far less resolute than Hawthorne. Surrounded by the hail of enemy fire, they were on edge, trembling, as if the slightest lapse in concentration would engulf them in the Divine Fleet's barrage. Don't stand there. Notify all the escort ships, their time to serve has come. Hawthorne ruthlessly issued the order, directing all the escort ships to block his rear and withstand the fire. At the same time, he shouted at the officers in the flagship, quick, accelerate. Accelerate. As long as we can get into the Kuiper Belt, those divine fleets won't be able to catch us. His cruiser was small, and the Kuiper Belt on the outskirts of the Quinn system was full of asteroids and meteorite fragments. By rushing into these meteorites, he would naturally have a greater chance of escape. Moreover, there was a wormhole near Quinn's home planet that led to the outside world. Although it didn't lead to the Kalba civilization, once he got there and crossed the wormhole, the vast universe would be his domain. HMPH. Once he successfully escaped, the tiny Quinn civilization, and that god of light who didn't take the Kalba people seriously, would surely face the Kalba people's cruel revenge. General. You look. In the midst of the chaos, the Kalba adjutant suddenly pointed to the front of the warship and hurriedly shouted a reminder, it's the Quinn people. That Quinn emperor is coming with his fleet. What? Where? Doubleblade Hawthorne quickly looked carefully and indeed saw a series of shuttle-shaped black warships. From their mechanical structure and hull markings, it was clear that these warships came from Quinn's home planet, not far away. And there were more than 20 of them. Among them were 2 cruiser-class main warships. Haha, good, they've come at the right time. We're saved. Double-edged Hawthorne laughed excitedly. Those foolish inferior beings, while no match for the light civilization, are more than enough to buy us time. General, the appearance of the light civilization's fleet here, could it be related to Quinn's group? Lieutenant Kalba stammered, expressing his concerns. Doubleblade Hawthorne paused slightly, but immediately dismissed the idea. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Those Qin people are a bunch of cowardly wimps. That Qin Emperor, though seemingly powerful, is actually nothing but a weak and incompetent piece of trash. Doubleblade Hawthorne waved his hand dismissively. If the Qin people wanted to rebel, they would have done so back when we were on Qin's homeland. They've probably detected aerial combat at the star system's edge, which is why they've brought their fleet to confirm it. But they've come at the right time. This general needs a few cannon fodder to cover their retreat. The general is right. Quickly, contact the Qin flagship ahead and demand that Qin Emperor Sydney had personally speak. The adjutant, Kalba, and many other officers present also agreed with Doubleblade Hawthorne's assessment. The Qin people had always been a lower-level civilization under the Kalba civilization. How could they dare to rebel? Soon after, Doubleblade Hawthorne's flagship bridge established communication with the approaching Qin flagship. The person appearing in the virtual image was none other than the imposing and powerful Emperor Qin, Sydney had, with his fully mechanical body. Mwapa Hawthorne, you bastard, do you really think we Qins are easy to bully? Emperor Qin's face was cold and stern, his crimson laser eyes radiating an unprecedentedly sharp fighting spirit. From this moment forward, in the name of the highest leader of the Qin civilization, I formally declare war on you and all the Kalbar people behind you. With that, the communication was shut down. Madmen, madmen, how dare they? Doubleblade Hawthorne froze in his seat, his hands and feet turning ice cold. He couldn't understand what kind of brainwashing the God of Light had used to make a once obedient dog turn on its master. He knew that those words weren't just a declaration of war against him personally, but against the entire Kalba civilization. This meant that the Qin civilization, only at the level of a second-tier civilization, had officially broken ties with a powerful third-tier Kalba civilization. And Maupassant Hawthorne would undoubtedly become the first unfortunate victim. Sure enough, after Emperor Qin shut down communications, the Qin fleet immediately launched a fierce attack on Doubleblade Hawthorne. Furthermore, Emperor Qin and his younger brother, Prince Corlin, two level 11 powerhouses possessing god-level mechas, personally charged out of their warships, each leading a squadron of fighters, heading towards Doubleblade Hawthorne's flagship. The Qin civilization's interstellar warships possessed ferocious firepower. Mechanical torpedoes and various missiles were virtually impossible to defend against. Emperor Qin and his brother, Prince Corlin, these two level 11 powerhouses, their own bodies were domineering and powerful god-level mechas. Soaring through space, they were like two speeding comets, their speed several times faster than space fighters. Not to mention meteorites blocking their path, even Kalba's remaining escort ships would be easily torn to shreds by them. You'll regret this. Driven to the brink, Doubleblade Hawthorne fled his flagship just before it was bombed, abandoning ship and soaring into the vast universe. However, the highly mobile Emperor Qin and Prince Corlin had been waiting for a long time. Their purpose in personally engaging in battle was to kill Doubleblade Hawthorne, thus demonstrating their loyalty to the God of Light. Seeing Doubleblade Hawthorne escape, the two immediately gave chase, and a fierce battle quickly ensued in space. Meanwhile, the three squads led by Liu Peng, Wu Yiren, and Lilian also surrounded the area. However, the current battle no longer required their intervention. The Qin people, eager to prove their loyalty, had already unleashed 200% of their usual fighting power, quickly destroying the remaining Kalbar warships. The vast majority of the Kalbar people and the bioengineered soldiers whose consciousness had been erased were annihilated on the spot. Only a few Kalba soldiers who knelt and begged for mercy were captured. General Maupassant Hawthorne, the Kalba squadron commander skilled in using iron twin blades, was also blasted into pieces by the combined attack of Emperor Qin and Prince Corlin. These body parts, along with fragments of souls and storage equipment, were all presented by Emperor Qin to the arriving Legion commander, Saint Angel Doris. Emperor Qin and his men naturally received Angel's praise and commendation. Angel's reason for including the Qins in this operation was to observe their attitude. Clearly, their performance this time had been outstanding. As for the dozens of Kalbar transport ships filled with innocent civilians, all of them were forcibly captured or had their control systems destroyed by the War Angels and members of the Church. The dozens of transport ships were all paralyzed and hovering in space, with the vast majority of the Kalbar people and bio-soldiers inside killed on the spot. Not long after, these transport ships were rescued by the arriving Judgment Legion, and all the abducted civilians would be gradually sent back to their homeland to reunite with their families. Excellent, excellent, the effect far exceeded my expectations. In the distant divine realm, Wu Wei, the god of light, watched the entire spectacular ambush. The most remarkable aspect was that none of the abducted civilians suffered any casualties. Furthermore, after experiencing this near annihilation, all intelligent races throughout the entire Quinn realm became his faithful followers. Especially before and after this abduction calamity, billions of people held two large-scale prayers. Their united and fervent prayers instantly gathered nearly 1,000,000 points of divine power for Wu Wei. It should be noted that devout believers and precious faith power were both things he currently lacked, and were the foundation of his existence in the universe. Of course, compared to the temporary surge in divine power, Wu Wei valued the transformation of his followers even more. Wu Wei was in a good mood, enjoying various delicacies while checking the number of believers in the Quinn civilization. Total population of the Quinn civilization: 23.2 billion, holy believers. 380,000, fanatical believers. 3.29 million, devout believers. 61.1 million, true believers. 1,770.21 million, number of true believers and above in the Quinn civilization. 1,834.98 million, daily divine power gain from faith channels. 30,902 points, level 1 statues. 92,973, level 2 statues. 8,024, level 3 statues. 1,408, level 4 statues. 201, level 5 statues. 28, level 6 statues. 3, daily divine power gain. 2,652 points, total daily divine power gain. 33,554 points. Wow! Even though he was mentally prepared, Wu Wei was still shocked by the massive numbers. The entire Quinn civilization had over 1.8 billion true believers and above. Just this group of believers occupying the faith channels alone could provide Wu Wei with over 30,000 points of divine power every day. That's every single day. That's tens of millions of divine power a year. This income far exceeds the combined income of all of Wu Wei's other planes. Furthermore, while the income from statues in various locations is only 2,000 or 3,000 points, the rapidly growing number of casual believers under the Quinn civilization will undoubtedly create even more statues in a short time. With the prayers of an astonishing number of believers, the quantity and quality of Quinn civilization's statues will soon explode. Wu Wei predicts that in a few years, the accumulated income from the statues of light under the Quinn civilization will definitely not be less than 20,000 points of divine power per day. This is terrifying. This means that if Wu Wei only needs to accumulate for 7 or 8 years, he can gather hundreds of millions of divine power from the believers of the Quinn civilization. After converting this divine power, it will be enough to condense a drop of the cosmic life essence. Perhaps it seems like the income is not much compared to the Immortal Palace instance. But for a divine kingdom, the most important thing is not those unexpected riches, but the long-term income from divine power. This is the foundation for a divine kingdom to rise and become truly powerful. I'm truly grateful for the selfless assistance of the Kalba civilization. Wu Wei praised his opponent in high spirits. If they hadn't caused such a catastrophe to the Quinn civilization, it would have taken Wu Wei hundreds of years of painstaking cultivation to develop the Quinn civilization's faith to such a profound level. Undoubtedly, after this battle, Wu Wei had made a huge profit, his territory and strength increasing dramatically. Angel did a very good job, she must be rewarded. That old Quinn and his brother also performed well this time, finally obediently becoming lackeys of the divine kingdom. They should be commended later. Wu Wei was very satisfied with the results of this ambush, and he was already planning how to make good use of the Quinn civilization as a solid springboard for another major operation. Of course, winning this ambush meant a complete break with the powerful Kalba civilization. However, even if some distress signals were slowly transmitted back to the Kalba civilization through various channels, it would take quite some time for the Kalba civilization to confirm the information, react, and mobilize their army to wage war against Wu Wei. This period would undoubtedly be a golden opportunity for Wu Wei to consolidate his gains, prepare for expansion, and rapidly grow stronger. Chapter 391 Divine Consort. Angel. The war with the Kalba civilization delegation had just ended. Angel was holding a post-battle debriefing meeting with several key members of the Judgment Legion. Dressed in full armor, Angel sat at the head of the table, 12 pure white wings cascading behind her, making her appear both sacred and majestic. Even simply sitting there, she remained the core of the command center. To her left and right sat Vice Commander Lillian and Liu Peng. Both were now level 11-10 winged archangels, possessing formidable strength. Lillian still looked like a blonde little girl, clutching a teddy bear, appearing obedient and adorable. The bespectacled nerd Liu Peng of yesteryear had undergone considerable change after years of training. His gloomy and somber demeanor was gone, replaced by a composed and capable air. Of course, in the heat of battle, Lillian and Liu Peng would undoubtedly display their prowess. Below them sat some of the Legion's core members, mostly level 11 archangels and level 10 holy angels. The strength of these angels alone was enough to crush the entire Qin civilization. At this moment, Angel was listening to her angel's report on the losses from this battle. Suddenly, a messenger came to report that Emperor Qin requested an audience. Sydney had. Angel's eyes flickered, and she almost instantly understood his intention, letting out a sneer. At least this guy has some brains. He actually switched sides to the Kalba civilization at the last minute, saving us a lot of trouble. However, he's already been rewarded. He must have other purposes for coming this time. I don't like that guy, Lillian pouted. He always has a long face, looking unwilling. His brother Corlin is much more likable and warm towards us. If you ask me, we should kill him and let that Corlin. Let Lin inherit the throne. Her Angel shook her head disapprovingly. Corlin seems obedient, but he's actually extremely ambitious. He's just a prince now, so naturally he has to fawn over us and use our power to counterbalance his brother. Once he gets the throne, he won't be willing to submit to us forever, and who knows how many troubles he'll cause. On the other hand, this Sydney had, although proud and stubborn, once tamed, he'll truly submit, and he's more trustworthy than that Corlin. Lillian pouted, looking aggrieved. I know, okay. Seeing her expression, everyone else present was speechless. Did they know what kind of person this little devil was? Now she's acting all cute and innocent, as if she wasn't the one who just said she wanted to kill Emperor Qin. Angel smiled calmly and turned to the communications officer, saying, "Let him in." "Yes, Your Highness." The communications officer obeyed and quickly brought in Emperor Qin. Sydney had. Commander, as soon as he saw Angel, Emperor Qin rushed forward and bowed gratefully, saying sincerely, "Thank you again. Thanks to you and your legion for your help, the people of Qin were spared the fate of becoming slaves. On behalf of all the people of Qin, I will forever remember your grace." Although he was much larger than Angel, he stood before her with utmost respect, simply because this female angel possessed the power to easily annihilate him and the entire Qin. Angel waved her hand, her tone solemn and majestic. "I was also defending the divine might of His Majesty the God. If you want to thank someone, thank His Majesty the God." Yes, thank you, His Majesty the God." "Thank you, my lord." Emperor Qin quickly corrected himself. This time, when he spoke the words "my lord," his sincerity was far greater than ever before. Previously, he had only feigned compliance out of fear of power. Now, it carried a deeper meaning. This was not only because Angel had rescued the captured Qin slaves, but also because the envoy of the Kalba civilization had died on Qin's territory, and the Kalba civilization would certainly not let the matter rest. At this juncture, if the Kingdom of Light were to cease its protection of Qin, Qin would be doomed. Emperor Qin knew clearly that from this day forward, the Qin civilization was completely bound to the chariot of the Kingdom of Light. He no longer cared about whether he was willing or not, he only thought about how to strengthen the bond between the two sides, making it even more secure. Only in this way would Qin have a glimmer of hope when facing the accusations of the Kalba civilization. It was precisely because he understood this that he proactively led his army to attack, stopping the fleeing Kalba civilization, thus earning a significant victory. "You've come to see me for more than just this, haven't you?" Seeing that Emperor Qin had finished expressing his gratitude, Angel asked leisurely. "Yes, there's indeed one more thing." Mentioning this, a worried look appeared on Emperor Qin's steel-like face. The Kalba civilization's envoy was killed this time, and they certainly won't let it go. "I wonder what your plans are." He paused, then immediately added, "If there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask." Hearing this, Angel suddenly smiled. She knew this man was intelligent, knowing when to act. His 3 sentences, the first explaining the situation, the second elevating the status of the Judgment Legion, and the third both positioning himself correctly and demonstrating the Qin civilization's resolve, were telling Angel that as long as she was willing to protect the Qin civilization, they would follow the Judgment Legion's lead. And he said it with such composure and skill, quite adeptly. However, on the other hand, if this person didn't even have this much cunning and resourcefulness, they couldn't have led the Qin civilization to such a rapid rise, advancing to level 2 civilization and becoming a formidable force among them. Seeing Angel suddenly smile, Emperor Qin was feeling uneasy, worried that he might have said something wrong, when Angel's voice suddenly rang out. Indeed, there is something you can do. Emperor Qin's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed even deeper. Please give your orders. I remember that besides the Kalba civilization, there are 2 other level 3 civilizations in this star cluster. Angel tapped the table and said slowly. Reminded by her words, Emperor Qin suddenly realized, you mean, you want to borrow the power of those 2 level 3 civilizations? It's so much easier talking to a smart person. Angel nodded, indeed. The Kalba civilization's large-scale slave capture is either preparation for war or they've already gone to war with another third-tier civilization. If we leak the news of their large-scale slave capture, the other 2 third-tier civilizations will certainly not stand idly by. With their intervention, even just some minor harassment, the Kalba civilization will be temporarily preoccupied with other matters, giving us enough time to prepare. A brilliant plan. Emperor Qin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but secretly admire her. Indeed, the commander of the Judgment Legion, sent to oversee this region, was no ordinary person in terms of personal strength or wisdom. She had devised a countermeasure so quickly. She must have already relayed the message back to the Kingdom of Light. Once reinforcements arrive, they will naturally no longer need to worry about the Kalba civilization. Without Angel's prompting, he volunteered. Qin has always maintained trade relations with other level 3 civilizations. The trade ships are about to depart, so I'll immediately organize a delegation upon my return and have them travel with the ships to reach the Fia and Liba civilizations as quickly as possible. In the Great Cosmic Era, civilizations below level 4 rarely develop interspace communication methods. Therefore, most level 3 civilizations obtain interdimensional communication equipment from level 4 civilizations. However, these massive and expensive communication devices can only be used within their own civilization or in some border regions. A rural civilization like Qin's couldn't possibly build a hyperspace communication network in such places. Therefore, for Qin to contact level 3 civilizations, they must send a delegation into the other star system. Angel nodded, all right. I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure you handle it well. Yes, Marshal, please rest assured, I will handle this perfectly. Emperor Qin bowed to Angel again and quickly went to make the arrangements. After he left, Lillian, who had been holding back her words, finally couldn't help but speak up. Sister Angel, he's gone to try and hold off the Kalba civilization. What about us? What are we supposed to do all this time? She blinked her large, doll-like eyes at Angel. Are you planning to take advantage of the Kalba civilization's conflict with the other 2 level 3 civilizations to sneak around to their heartland and wipe them out? Hearing this, the other angels present couldn't help but look up at the sky speechlessly. Why did the vice captain's topic always revolve around the word kill? No, Angel shook her head, smiling at Lillian. Do you remember His Majesty the God sent us to Qin for the fundamental purpose? Fundamental purpose? Lillian was taken aback, pondered for a moment, and hesitated before asking, to consolidate power and spread faith? That's right, Angel nodded, her eyes gleaming. I had planned to take over the first and second tier civilizations around us. The Kalba civilization's large-scale capture of slaves has given us a great opportunity. As long as we intercept the Kalba civilization's slave-transporting ships and send the slaves back to their original civilization, we can seize the opportunity to obtain permission to proselytize. During this time, I want to take over all the lower-level civilizations in the surrounding star systems. Hearing this, all the angels present had their eyes light up. Lillian was even more excited. This is a tremendous achievement. If she really succeeded, Angel might be able to be promoted to goddess consort with this achievement. You see, both St. Catherine and Angel ascended to heaven as saintesses, but St. Catherine was immediately bestowed the title of divine consort, while Angel had never received such a title. This had become a source of deep regret for Lillian. Her Angel was the best. Why was she always inferior to St. Catherine? Thinking of Angel's bright future as a divine consort, Lillian felt a surge of motivation, her large, doll-like eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Hurry! Hurry! Get the plan done! She urged the angels below, seemingly with inexhaustible energy. Seeing Liu Peng sitting there motionless, she jumped up and smacked his head in displeasure. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. He wasn't standing there, he was thinking. Liu Peng felt wronged. Unfortunately, even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare provoke this little princess, and could only reluctantly begin working. Just as all the angels were busy, Lillian approached Angel again, excitedly saying, "Sister Angel, some of the biochemical methods of the Kalba civilization have given me some inspiration. I've just developed a new type of biochemical virus. Look." She looked at Angel expectantly, her meaning clear. Angel chuckled and couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. "Okay, whatever you say." "Yay." Lillian jumped up excitedly and threw herself into Angel's arms, nuzzling her repeatedly. "I knew it. Sister Angel, you're the best." More than 2 years later, the delegation from the Qin civilization, after a long journey, finally arrived at the border between the Fia and Liba civilizations. Using the border's hyperspace communication, they spread the news that the Kalba civilization was secretly capturing slaves to create gene warriors, causing a huge uproar among the 2 third-level civilizations. Diplomats from both civilizations immediately protested to the Kalba civilization, and a long and drawn-out dispute ensued. Meanwhile, various covert conflicts were also unfolding, leaving the Kalba civilization overwhelmed and unable to deal with the Qin civilization for at least several years. During these 2 years, Angel's Judgment Legion successfully intercepted Kalba civilization's envoys and slave-transporting ships bound for other first- and second-tier civilizations, rescuing the slaves and returning them to their homelands. The civilizations whose citizens had been forcibly taken were deeply grateful, and Angel's request for missionary work was almost immediately approved by their leadership. Even those civilizations that hesitated were ultimately forced to agree under the powerful deterrent of the Judgment Legion. As wave after wave of slaves were returned, more and more civilizations agreed to allow missionary work, gradually accumulating into a considerable number. 6 months later, on the flagship of the God of Punishment, Sister Angel Lillian rushed into the command room carrying a stack of documents, excitedly announcing to everyone, "As of today, all the slave ships of the Kalba civilization have been intercepted by us. We have now granted permission to proselytize to as many as 18 civilizations, 15 of which are level 1 civilizations and 3 are level 2 civilizations. According to the latest statistics, the population within the scope of our faith spread has reached 66 billion. Upon hearing this, cheers erupted in the command room. Many people stood up, high-fiving each other in celebration, unable to contain their excitement. Although this only refers to the population within the proselytizing range, not the actual number of believers, these are potential believers. As long as we proselytize properly, these people will eventually become believers. Moreover, the lower-level civilizations in this star system have long harbored deep hatred for the tyrannical Kalba civilization, forcibly conscripting half of their population through forceful means. If it weren't for the intervention of the Kingdom of Light, the hundreds of billions of people captured from those lower-level civilizations would have become inhuman and mindless tools of war, cannon fodder. Therefore, the Holy See's missionary work in this area would be incredibly effective. This was an unprecedented achievement within the Kingdom of Light, and their efforts were indispensable to this success. Angel, sitting in her command chair, smiled upon hearing this, immediately putting down her work and announcing, "Notify the logistics department to hold a victory celebration tonight. Also, open my storeroom and take out some meat from that level 11 starry sky beast that was assigned to me last time, to reward everyone." Yay! The Legion Commander is brilliant. The Legion Commander is generous. The cheers grew even louder. This was level 11 starry sky beast meat. The energy contained in a single bite was equivalent to several days of their cultivation. This was something only a Legion Commander like Angel was entitled to receive. They usually didn't even have the chance to smell its aroma, let alone eat it. In their excitement, all the angels worked with incredible efficiency, completing their tasks in just 2/3 of the time, and then rushed off to prepare for the victory celebration. That night, the star system where the Judgment Legion was located remained sleepless. Cheers, songs, and the sounds of clinking glasses echoed throughout the entire cosmos, and the shimmering holy light could be observed even from a great distance. After the celebrations, the Judgment Legion didn't rest. Several level 11 archangels, led by Vice Commander Lillian and Liu Peng, began negotiating with the civilizations to discuss the establishment of churches and the erection of idols. Angel immediately reported to the Divine Kingdom, requesting the transfer of a group of clergy to those civilizations for missionary work, while simultaneously restarting the SYNOPSIS project. After all, obtaining permission to missionary work was only the beginning. Only true believers could be considered achievements and contributions. Therefore, the immediate priority was to convert those 66 billion potential believers into actual believers as quickly as possible. Angel's application was quickly approved. Batch after batch of clergy were sent from various civilizations to begin missionary work under the supervision of the Judgment Legion. Meanwhile, news of the Judgment Legion's rescue of a large number of slaves and its open defiance of the Kalba civilization spread rapidly throughout the star cluster, causing a great uproar among the surrounding first and second-tier civilizations. Several first and second-tier civilizations, due to their relatively remote locations, had escaped the Kalba civilization's slave-hunting activities and had not come into contact with the Judgment Legion. Upon hearing the news, however, their ambitions began to stir. This star cluster had three third-tier civilizations. The Fa and Liba civilizations were relatively harmless, but the most powerful, the Kalba civilization, had always been domineering and unreasonable. They not only frequently demanded tribute but also oppressed the Kalba people, treating their inhabitants as less than human. Within the Kalba civilization, some even directly regarded the natives of first and second-tier civilizations as an inferior race, engaging in various insulting acts and uttering countless insults, which the Kalba leadership completely ignored. They had long harbored resentment towards the Kalba civilization's actions but, due to their own weakness, dared not speak out. Now that a powerful Tier 3 civilization has emerged, openly challenging the Kalba civilization and willing to protect lower-level civilizations, how could they not be tempted? If they could gain protection, they would never have to fear the Kalba civilization again. Intrigued, many civilizations sent envoys to the Quinn civilization to tentatively contact the Judgment Legion. They quickly received a response. As long as the Kingdom of Light is allowed to proselytize within the civilization, you can obtain its protection. This was supposedly said by the Legion commander who had routed the Kalba envoys, and the Kingdom of Light only needed to spread its faith, without interfering with the sovereign operations of any civilization. What was there to hesitate about? Of course, they agreed. Most civilizations in this star cluster were technologically advanced, some leaning towards mechanics, some towards biochemistry, and some with strange development paths, but none of them had anything to do with faith. For them, allowing the Kingdom of Light to proselytize within their civilization, while having some impact and reducing their dominance, wouldn't shake their very foundation. The price was entirely worthwhile in exchange for the protection of a powerful civilization. Only relatively powerful Tier 2 civilizations like the Quinn civilization hesitated slightly, but after careful consideration, they quickly agreed. After all, compared to the unreasonable plunder and oppression of the Kalba civilization, this price was easily acceptable. With one Tier 1 and Tier 2 civilization after another surrendering, the southeastern corner of the entire Kalba star cluster quickly fell under the control of the Judgment Legion, and the population within the faith sphere rapidly expanded from 66 billion to 98 billion. This resulted in a severe shortage of the originally planned number of clergy, forcing Angel to apply to the Kingdom of Light again, allocating another batch of clergy and SYNOPSIS system seeds to barely meet the demand. As one statue after another was erected and one SYNOPSIS system seed after another was spread, the number of believers began to expand rapidly. 5 years later. The Kingdom of Light. Good. Looking at the data reported by Angel, even though Wu Wei had been tempered to rarely show his emotions, he still couldn't help but excitedly slam his hand on the table. Quinn Star Cluster Planes, excluding the ESOP technology plane, total population. 138.7 billion holy believers. 1.03 million fanatical believers. 22.29 million devout believers. 321 million true believers. 670.21 million number of true believers and above in Quinn Star Cluster. 704.642 million daily divine power gain from faith channels. 131,711 points level 1 idols. 1,429,730 level 2 idols. 105,112 level 3 idols. 13,052 level 4 idols. 2,110 level 5 idols. 180 level 6 idols. 29 level 7 idols. 2 idols daily divine power gain. 125,961 points total daily divine power gain. 257,672 points. The development of the Church of Light in the Queen star cluster has been extremely smooth. Of course, this star cluster is not called the Queen star cluster. Wu Wei simply ignored its original name and named it a Queen cluster. For statistical convenience, he combined the Queen civilization with dozens of other civilizations, large and small, and standardized the calculation of believers and numbers. This resulted in an astonishing statistic. Leaving aside the already highly developed Aesopian technological plane, the total number of true believers and above within the current territory of the Queen cluster alone exceeded 7 billion. The faith power generated daily, converted to divine power, exceeded 130,000. And divine idols were springing up rapidly across countless life planes, covering those shallow believers who couldn't be incorporated into the faith channels. The Queen cluster's vast idol system brought over 120,000 divine power to the divine kingdom daily. The total population within the Queen cluster's missionary territory was over 130 billion, of which more than half were shallow believers. This was thanks to the tyranny and cruelty of the Kalba civilization. Without them, Wu Wei's missionary plan would never have been so successful. The number of people rescued from the Kalba civilization alone reached 4 to 500 billion. If you include their relatives and friends, the vast majority of these over 100 billion people were saved by the bright civilization. It is precisely for this reason that Angel was able to create such a miracle this time. Of course, the conditions were favorable. Angel also truly worked incredibly hard this time. He couldn't help but praise Angel highly. Angel, you did a great job. This was a rare opportunity, and you seized it, securing the missionary rights of all these civilizations at minimal cost. You have truly made a tremendous contribution to the divine kingdom. The Queen star cluster generates nearly 260,000 units of divine power daily. That's daily divine power. Converted to an annual unit, that's nearly 100 million units of divine power annually. If all this divine power were converted into life essence power, that would be a whole drop. A single drop of life essence power is enough to make many level 3 civilizations vie for it, and even level 4 civilizations are envious. A reward. You deserve one. I will reward you handsomely. Hearing Wu Wei's personal praise, Angel was overjoyed, her smile barely concealed. However, even so, she composed herself and humbly said, expanding territories and spreading faith for His Majesty the God is the duty of the Judgment Legion. Angel dares not take credit. Merit is merit. Wu Wei waved his hand. Since you have made a contribution, you deserve a reward. The Kingdom of Light has never had a precedent of not rewarding merit. Tell me, what reward do you want? This. Angel's eyes flickered, and she suddenly knelt down on one knee before Wu Wei, solemnly saying, Angel is deeply indebted to His Majesty and has no way to repay him, so I dare not ask for more. If His Majesty insists on rewarding me, please grant me the opportunity to serve you personally. ? Wu Wei was stunned. Could this be what he was thinking? Seeing Wu Wei remain silent, Angel grew anxious. I know I haven't followed your Majesty as long as Sister St. Catherine and Sister Liliana, and my past contributions haven't been as numerous, but my faith is equally steadfast, and I also have a heart that wholeheartedly dedicates itself to you. Please, you must give me a chance. Even just once would be enough. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. She was already pure and beautiful, holy and lovely, but now, with her eyes slightly red and glistening with tears, she looked even more pitiful, making one want to hold her in their arms. However, her request for a reward left Wu Wei speechless. Wasn't that practically giving away him, the God of Light, as a reward? Yet, Wu Wei truly appreciated Angel's sincerity. After making a brief decision, he pulled Angel up from the ground, reached out and hugged her, gently comforting her. Don't cry, I didn't say I disagreed. Miss Angel, you are the renowned Marshal of the Judgment Legion, a dignified commander of a grand legion. If word gets out that you're crying like this, won't your reputation be ruined? I don't care about reputation at all, so you agree. Angel immediately raised her face in surprise, looking at Wu Wei expectantly. As a saintess, becoming the concubine of His Majesty the God was her greatest pursuit. That's right, I agree. Wu Wei was also moved by her persistence. Not only do I agree, but I will also make you a goddess consort. At his level of status, having a few goddesses, let alone dozens or even hundreds, is normal. Many native gods on primitive planets have thousands, or even tens of thousands, of consorts. Since Angel so desires this status and has made such a great contribution this time, it would be pretentious for Wu Wei to disagree. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you're so kind. Angel blushed, a little embarrassed to look at Wu Wei's face, and buried her face in his chest. Wu Wei held her slender waist, his heart filled with emotion. He wasn't unfamiliar with Angel's dignified and wise demeanor in front of her subordinates. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, who would have imagined that Angel had this side to her? Then, the news that Marshal of the Judgment Legion, Angel Doris, had been bestowed the title of Divine Consort, with the title of Consortin, spread like wildfire throughout the upper echelons of the Divine Kingdom, and a grand celebration ensued. For a time, the Divine Kingdom was bustling with excitement. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, Harvest from K. Ling's Direction. Time flew by, and another 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Kalba civilization was naturally furious with the Light civilization, repeatedly attempting to organize an expeditionary force to deal with the Judgment Legion, but ultimately failing each time. The Judgment Legion of the Light God Kingdom was comparable in strength to the main force of the Kalba civilization. To win that war, the Kalba civilization had to go all out. However, the other two third-tier civilizations had long since secretly contacted the Light civilization, reaching a strategic agreement to jointly confront the Kalba civilization. Any slight movement by the Kalba civilization would attract the restraint and harassment of the other two civilizations. Therefore, in these 50 years, Anfa-E Angel not only made her existing faith territory impregnable, but also constantly harassed the borders of the Kalba civilization, occasionally bringing some wavering, lower-level civilizations into the scope of her faith spread. Although the Kalba civilization was seething with hatred, they were powerless against the Light civilization. Therefore, everything on the Quinn Star Cluster side remained stable, requiring only peaceful development. Aside from the Quinn Star Cluster, the Divine Kingdom's influence continued to grow across the rest of the universe. Early morning. Sunlight peeked through the clouds on the horizon, casting pale golden rays. A thin mist swirled in the towering buildings of Ergato City, flowing like streams in the breeze. Bathed in the morning light, Ergato City seemed shrouded in a hazy golden glow, the flowing mist adding an ethereal and otherworldly quality to this metropolis brimming with psionic energy and technology. This was Ergato City, a life-bearing planet controlled by the Blue Spirit Clan, and the largest city on Ergato. Although it was still early, the city was already bustling with activity. Psionic vehicles moved through the streets, between skyscrapers, and along aerial walkways. Although it wasn't peak time yet, their numbers were already considerable. Breakfast shops opened early, their colorful holographic advertisements illuminating the streets in a vibrant, bustling atmosphere. Even on the streets, early shift workers were already on their way to their jobs. Beep. A soft sound rang out, and the automatic door of an apartment building across the street suddenly opened, revealing a figure slowly emerging. It was a middle-aged man in a black priest's robe, his temples slightly graying, looking no longer young, yet still full of energy, walking with a brisk pace, showing no signs of age. Seeing him, the security guard on duty in the guard booth hurriedly ran to greet him. "Archbishop Roy, you're going to work so early today," the blue-skinned guard said warmly, his eyes filled with genuine respect and piety. It turned out that the middle-aged man who emerged from the apartment building was an archbishop. "Yes," Archbishop Roy smiled and nodded at him, "the church is meeting a very important person today, so I went ahead to prepare." "A very important person?" The guard was somewhat surprised. Bishop Roy was already the most powerful figure on planet Elgato. Just how influential must this big shot be? Unfortunately, despite the security guard's curiosity, Bishop Roy didn't say much, exchanging only a few words before quickly leaving. The distance between the church and the apartment wasn't short. Bishop Roy drove his psionic vehicle through the traffic, looking at the familiar scenery outside, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He was originally from the Aesop plane, having come to the Kelling civilization to preach out of sheer enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to him, 50 or 60 years had passed. When he first arrived, he was only 18 or 19, a mere novice priest, green and inexperienced. Now, he was a planar archbishop, holding the power of an 8th-level legendary figure, ruling the Elgato Cathedral, overseeing all the lower and middle-level churches on the planet, with countless bishops and priests under his command, a truly powerful figure. And today, he would face another turning point in his decades-long life. If successful, he would have a very high chance of being transferred to the plane of light. For these clergy born in the Aesop plane, the plane of light was the legendary Holy Land. Although even if you were transferred to the plane of light, he would still have to cultivate step by step and rise through the ranks. The plane of light was the birthplace of their Lord, the place where their Lord's first light descended. For these clergy, it was the closest place to God besides the kingdom of God. Being able to enter the plane of light was the highest honor. Moreover, according to the internal promotion system of the clergy, only those who had served in the plane of light, studied in the Holy Land of St. Louis Cathedral, and received instruction from the Pope, were qualified to be promoted to cardinal. Even if he ultimately failed to stay in the plane of light, he could still become one of the 12 cardinals of the Kelling civilization upon returning here. At that time, he would be a truly powerful figure in the Holy See of Light, the Grand Diocese of the Kelling civilization, only slightly inferior to His Holiness the Pope. Archbishop Roy imagined his bright future, his mood improving, and an expectant smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Soon, they arrived at the Elgato Cathedral. It was a magnificent cathedral, striking even in the high-rise-filled city of Elgato. The cathedral was predominantly gold and white, exuding a noble and grand air. Its spires, unlike those of the Kelling civilization, soared high, and the golden emblems radiated a sacred light, inspiring awe in all who beheld them. A priest was already on duty at the cathedral entrance. Upon seeing Archbishop Roy, he immediately approached and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, Your Excellency Archbishop." "Good morning, Louis." Archbishop Roy nodded to him, his manner warm. "Has everyone arrived?" "Yes, everyone has arrived," the priest on duty replied respectfully. "Good." Archbishop Roy nodded in satisfaction. It seemed everyone took this matter seriously. He didn't need to remind them repeatedly. After a brief exchange with a priest on duty, he entered the cathedral, ascending the steps until he reached the Radiant Hall at the top. This Radiant Hall is where the Elgato Cathedral usually holds meetings and also serves as a place for communication with superiors. If God bestows anything, it is here. At this moment, the hall is already filled with people, at least 30 or 40 in number. They are dressed in priestly robes, their expressions solemn, yet their eyes unconsciously reveal excitement and anticipation. Especially the two middle-aged men standing at the front, their faces tense, seemingly calm and collected, yet pacing back and forth, unable to conceal their anxiety. These are Bishop Arthur and Bishop Karen, the two most trusted regional bishops under Archbishop Roy. Upon seeing Archbishop Roy, the two immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Archbishop Roy. Seeing this, the other people in priestly robes also reacted, quickly stepping forward to greet him respectfully and eagerly. "Greetings, everyone." Archbishop Roy greeted everyone warmly. "Thank you all for traveling all night from various places. It must have been tiring." The crowd quickly declined. "You flatter us, Archbishop. We're more than grateful for the opportunity to meet the angel. We wouldn't consider it a hardship at all." Although they were also regional bishops, their status was different from that of direct descendants like Arthur and Karen. They rarely had the chance to see Archbishop Roy. Now that they finally had the opportunity, they naturally wanted to cultivate a good relationship. Amidst the pleasantries, time unknowingly approached 8 in the morning. "It's almost time," Archbishop Roy said, and the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone adopted a solemn expression, quickly lining up and facing the innermost altar to wait. On the altar stood a 2-person-high statue of a god of light, its radiance restrained, yet still appearing incredibly sacred and majestic. As time passed, the second hand on the clock on one side of the Radiant Hall slowly turned, the time gradually approaching 8 o'clock. The expressions on everyone's faces unconsciously became tense. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, even the sound of breathing became incredibly clear. Archbishop Roy unconsciously began a countdown in his mind, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the exact moment 8 o'clock, the statue of the God of Light on the altar suddenly burst forth with golden light. This golden light was sacred and majestic, as if containing the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. At the same time, several illusory figures abruptly emerged from the light. Archbishop Roy subconsciously glanced up and was immediately drawn to vibrant red. It was a female angel in a red dress, her demeanor languid and alluring, as bewitching and beautiful as a blooming peony. 12 pure white wings were piled behind her, radiating a pure and holy aura. Behind her stood several other angels. Against their backdrop, her already powerful aura was made even more terrifying. Roy only glanced at her before daring not to look again. Even though it was just a phantom before him, the overwhelming aura emanating from her at close range was suffocating. In just that one glance, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He hadn't even had time to clearly see her face. In his blurry vision, he only remembered that dazzling red, those overlapping white wings, and her terrifying power. In truth, he already knew who this person was. This was Liliana, the commander of the Razdek River System Army, the commander of the Thunder Legion, and also the direct superior of all clergy in the great diocese of the Kelling civilization. The Vatican's records contained numerous accounts of this divine consort, including portraits and simple descriptions. He had often imagined how he would behave to make a good impression upon meeting her. However, when he actually saw her, he was shocked to realize that with such a vast difference in strength, he could barely stand. His thoughts became sluggish, let alone perform. Almost instinctively, he led the way, kneeling down and pressing his forehead deeply to the ground. Archbishop Roy of the Urgato Cathedral pays respects to Her Highness Yanthei. As soon as he finished speaking, the numerous bishops behind him quickly followed suit. Bishop Arthur of the Losa Cathedral on Urgato Star pays respects to Her Highness Yanthei. Bishop Karen of the Starry Sky Cathedral on Urgato Star. Bishop Maya of the Maya Cathedral on Urgato Star. Numerous bishops knelt in the radiant hall, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they had practiced many times. However, their slightly trembling bodies and sweat-drenched foreheads betrayed their tension and awe. Rise! A soft female voice sounded from above. Archbishop Roy breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led the bishops to their feet, standing respectfully with their hands at their sides and heads bowed. Seemingly noticing their inability to withstand the pressure, the oppressive aura in the air lessened considerably. Roy still didn't dare look up at her, only staring respectfully at the hem of her illusory skirt, saying, "Your Highness, the Pope only informed me yesterday that he would conduct a final examination to decide whether I am qualified for promotion, but he didn't reveal any specific information. I wonder if I need to make any preparations." "No special preparations are needed." Liliana glanced at him and asked, "The application submitted by Pope Richard states that you are the most diligent in missionary work within the Kelling civilization and the archbishop who has converted the most believers. Do you have specific data?" Hearing this, Archbishop Roy instantly understood that the examination had begun. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Reporting to Your Highness, I have been in the Kelling civilization for 60 years, including 10 years as the Archbishop of the Urgato Cathedral, and have developed a total of 23.83 million believers. I am not aware of the specific situation of other archbishops, but I am certain that I have been working hard to promote the glory of the Lord and have never slackened for a single day." "That's good." Liliana nodded. She knew in her heart that as an archbishop, this number was already quite astonishing. After all, this only refers to the number of believers he has personally developed in this one church, not including the other churches on Urgato. No wonder Pope Richard emphasized this point in his application. Such contributions are more than enough to qualify him for promotion to cardinal and further studies in the plane of light. So, the only remaining test is faith loyalty. To enter the inner circle of the papacy, one must be a holy believer. Currently, within the sphere of influence of the Lord of Light, the number of holy believers is countless. Ordinary fanatics, unless they have special achievements and talents, find it difficult to qualify for ascension to the divine kingdom. Today's cardinals are not merely cardinals of a single plane. They usually govern several planes and oversee many archbishops. If such figures are not even holy believers, how can they be promoted? Liliana lowered her eyes to look at Archbishop Roy below the altar, her captivating peach blossom eyes widening slightly, a glint of divine light shining in her gaze. The next moment, she clearly saw the pillar of faith above Archbishop Roy's head. "Your faith is steadfast and pure, reaching the level of a saint." "Excellent, excellent." She nodded slightly and announced directly, "You've passed. The official transfer order will be delivered to you tomorrow. You can start packing." Archbishop Roy was overjoyed and immediately knelt down. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Princess Yanthei." "Thank you, Princess Yanthei. This is your own hard work." Liliana waved her hand, saying nothing more. A few seconds later, her figure slowly disappeared into the golden light emanating from the statue. Soon, the holy light emanating from the statue of light also slowly receded, returning to its original state. Archbishop Roy and the others respectfully watched her leave, only straightening up again after the light on the statue had completely faded. Archbishop Roy breathed a long sigh of relief, an excited smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Although he was very confident in himself, feeling that he should be able to pass the test, it wasn't until this moment that he truly felt a sense of relief. He really passed. He's been promoted to cardinal and can now study in the Holy Land. Congratulations, Archbishop. I knew you could do it. A diocesan bishop enthusiastically approached Archbishop Roy, his voice fervent. You'll be a cardinal now, don't forget your old subordinates. Hearing this, the other diocesan bishops quickly gathered around, showering Archbishop Roy with compliments. He certainly. Archbishop Roy was in high spirits, but his mind involuntarily drifted back to that red figure from earlier. Her Highness Yanfei's aura was truly overwhelming. Was that the pressure of a 12-winged seraphim? It was indeed as powerful and majestic as the legends described. He'd heard that besides Her Highness Yanfei, there were also St. John, Saintess Catherine, and St. Luke, names recorded in the papal annals that were all his idols, the targets he strived to emulate. He would continue his efforts without pause, and one day, he would ascend to heaven laden with achievements, becoming a powerful angel. Even if he couldn't become a 12-winged seraphim as powerful as Pope John, he could still follow in their footsteps, fighting for God in a place closer to His Majesty. Thinking this, Archbishop Roy's smile faded slightly, and a resolute light shone in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Punisher battleship in the void, Liliana, having finished her projection, was discussing Archbishop Roy with several of her subordinates. This Roy is quite good, he's a promising talent, Liliana said with a hint of approval. Indeed, the blonde, blue-eyed Saint Blake nodded with a sigh. I just looked through his old records. His academic performance in the monastery wasn't particularly good, and his cultivation speed wasn't fast either. I never imagined that someone who seemed unremarkable back then could achieve such success now. If he continues like this, he has a good chance of becoming a holy believer. Saint Blake is now a level 11 10-winged archangel, and he and his cousin Saint Daniel are two of Liliana's 3 lieutenants. Life is unpredictable. Maybe he'll become a member of the angelic army someday, Saint Daniel teased Blake with a smile. Just like back then, who would have thought that an uneducated bard would one day become a powerful 10-winged archangel? Saint Blake was so angry that he pounced on him, wanting to scratch him. Making fun of him about this again. He's a 10-winged archangel, after all. Doesn't he have any dignity? Alright, everyone here knows what kind of person you were back then. Just as the two cousins were joking around, a female voice suddenly came from the door of the command room, sarcastically remarking to Blake. Saint Blake's face flushed with anger, but he dared not speak out, only furiously scratching the wall. Liliana, however, smiled. Sister Deshiva, the statistics are out. It turned out that the person who walked in from the command room was none other than the current sea goddess, Deshiva Hage. She was here because after inheriting the sea god's divine status, she had finally become a deity through her own efforts. After becoming a deity, Wu Wei didn't hesitate to place her directly under Yanfei Liliana's command. Her face no longer held the youthful naivete of the past, instead, it exuded an air of authority and competence. Her dark green eyes were as deep as jewels, gleaming with unwavering resolve and composure. Hearing Liliana's words, Deshiva Hage stopped and gave her a half-bow, saying matter-of-factly, the results are out. After 50 years of development, within the sphere of influence of the calling civilization, the total number of believers in all first and second level civilizations has reached 27 billion. Most are casual believers, while true believers and above account for nearly 1/10, approximately 2.7 billion. So many. Saint Blake was startled upon hearing this number. He forgot his anger and immediately chased after Deshiva Hage for detailed data. Deshiva Hage had already printed several copies of the data before arriving. She casually handed one copy to Blake, and another to Saint Daniel and Liliana. Before continuing, there's another piece of good news. Because the calling civilization is a third-level civilization, it has exchanges with many second-level and first-level civilizations outside its sphere of influence. Our Lord's faith has unknowingly spread beyond the calling civilization's sphere of influence to more than a dozen surrounding first and second-level civilizations. Although the number of believers in these civilizations is still relatively small and their distribution is somewhat scattered, this is a good sign, indicating that grassroots missionary work is being carried out very effectively, with many believers spontaneously spreading the faith. Indeed, it's good news. Liliana nodded with satisfaction, then asked, "What about divine power?" Princess Hage reported, "The statistics on divine power are quite complex. We need to count the divine power collected from the statues erected in various locations, as well as the divine power obtained through the faith channels. The logistics team is still compiling the statistics." Just then, her communicator suddenly rang. She picked it up and her expression immediately brightened. "It's a message from the logistics team. The divine power statistics are in. The major dioceses near the Kelling civilization can currently obtain 62,404 points of divine power per day. More than 60,000 points a day, that's more than 20 million points of divine power a year, equivalent to more than 20 strands of life essence." Of course, they didn't know that the God Lord's divine status was so powerful that they didn't need to do the statistics at all. However, the commanders under Wu Wei in various directions had to learn to compile their own statistics. This was also Wu Wei's way of training them. Only more than 60,000 points. Liliana frowned. "I've heard that in the Quinn Star Cluster area, which is under the jurisdiction of Angela and Faye, the number of true believers and above has reached over 8 billion, and the daily divine power gain has exceeded 300,000. "Sister Liliana, that's not how it works," Princess Deshava of the Sea Song retorted. "Most of the civilizations in the Quinn Star Cluster have received tremendous benefits from our light civilization, and their people are very receptive to the light church. Moreover, the rulers of those first and second tier civilizations have no choice but to strongly support the spread of our church's doctrines. If any heretical organizations appear, they can be quickly eradicated." "Princess Deshava of the Sea Song is right," Blake said helplessly. "When we preach in the direction of the Kelling civilization, we have to start from the ground up. We can't possibly label those who oppose us as heretics. It's only natural that the progress of preaching is slow. With such results, I think His Majesty the God should be very satisfied." Yanfei Liliana actually understood this principle, and her expression turned serious as she said, "While that's true, I urge everyone to spread the light of our Lord even more diligently. I will take the data to the Divine Kingdom and report this news to our Lord." Liliana returned to the Divine Kingdom, and Wu Wei, upon seeing the report, naturally praised her work highly. Wu Wei had already learned all this from the Divine Authority's own statistical list, and had to admit that Yanfei Liliana had actually done a very good job. A large number of excellent priests, bishops, and archbishops had emerged under her command. Their ability to preach in a non-dominated environment and achieve remarkable results was enough to prove their capabilities. The current annual income of 20 million divine power within the Kelling civilization's Grand Diocese was already enough to make him feel very gratified. Naturally, Wu Wei rewarded Yanfei Liliana handsomely. Chapter 393 The Uprising. The Kelling royal family. Just as Liliana returned to her divine kingdom to report the news, and Wu Wei was rewarding her, a small fleet from a level 2 civilization slowly docked at the starport of the Kelling civilization's capital Star. This fleet was from the Lanko civilization, a visiting delegation. The Lanko civilization was one of the level 2 civilizations with relatively close relations with the Kelling civilization. When the second prince of the Lanko civilization studied in the Kelling civilization, he was even a classmate of the current crown prince. Not long ago, the Lanko civilization suddenly sent a request for a visit in exchange to the Kelling civilization's royal family. The two civilizations had always been on good terms, so the Kelling civilization naturally agreed, leading to the arrival of this delegation. Under the guidance of the envoy, the delegation quickly settled into a high-end hotel reserved for them and began contacting relevant personnel, officially commencing their visit in exchange. At the same time, a figure, led by guards, quietly entered the Kelling royal palace. This figure was always dressed in a cloak, appearing extremely mysterious. Soon, the figure was led deep into the palace, winding through several turns before entering a magnificent and luxurious inner hall. Inside sat a handsome young man with blue skin, head bowed, using a psionic brain to review documents. His attire was casual, yet his noble bearing was undeniable. A powerful aura emanated naturally from him, causing even the surrounding guards to hold their breath and stare intently, afraid to disturb him. The guard who had brought a cloaked figure in slowed his pace upon seeing this, stepping forward and reporting in a low voice, "Your Highness, your guest has arrived." It turned out that the young man in the inner hall was none other than the crown prince of the Kelling civilization, Kwo. Hearing the guard's words, Kwo didn't even look up, simply saying, "You may leave." "Close the door." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard immediately withdrew, respectfully closing the door and standing guard outside. For a moment, only Crown Prince Kwo and the mysterious man led into the palace remained in the inner hall. Prince Kia finally put down his psionic brain and looked at the mysterious man. Phew, I was so bored. The mysterious man raised his hand and unfastened his cloak, revealing brilliant blonde hair, a burly figure, and a right arm covered in mechanical implants. It was a young man of similarly noble bearing. This young man was quite informal, simply bowing to Kia before sitting down opposite him, pouring himself a glass of water, and gulping it down. Prince Kia looked at him with some helplessness. "You come to see me, why all the secrecy?" His tone suggested familiarity. "It's not like I wanted to be mysterious," the young man replied helplessly. "It's my father's request. He said the signals transmitted through the star network might be intercepted, and to prevent leaks, I had to come in person." It turned out that this young man was the second prince of the Lanko civilization, a former classmate of Prince Kyo. Prince Kyo initially thought the other party was just bored and had pulled this stunt, but upon hearing this, his expression turned serious. "What is it that warrants such a special trip?" "I don't know either," the young man shook his head. "My father simply gave me a chip and repeatedly instructed me to deliver the information to Emperor Orlando in person, and not to let anyone else handle it. I'm afraid I'll only know the details once I see the Emperor." "Deliver it to father in person? Not even me can see it." Prince Kia frowned. "It's impossible," the young man shook his head. "This is a specially purchased encrypted chip from an advanced civilization. No one but certain individuals can open it. Forcibly cracking it will only destroy the chip." Prince Kyo's brow furrowed even more. Such tight security. What could it be? After a moment of contemplation, he finally rose slowly and said in a deep voice, "The relationship between the Lanko royal family and the Kelling royal family has always been good, so I'll trust you this time. Let's go, I'll take you to see my father." With that, he straightened his clothes and strode out. The young man quickly put his cloak back on and followed closely behind. Soon, the two arrived outside the Kelling Emperor's study. After receiving permission, Crown Prince Kyo led the young man into the study and met Emperor Orlando of Kelling. Emperor Orlando was a robust middle-aged man with blue skin adorned with streamlined patterns, appearing cold and imposing. His aura was even more powerful than Kyo's. A mere glance from him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Upon seeing him, the second prince of Lanko dared not be as casual as he had been in front of Kyo. He respectfully bowed to Emperor Orlando, explained his purpose, and then took out the chip he kept close to his body. A guard took the chip and conducted a series of tests to confirm it posed no danger before returning it to Emperor Orlando. Emperor Orlando took the chip, inserted it into his personal terminal, and began reading the information within. Initially, his expression was quite calm. However, within moments, his face grew increasingly grim, until it became completely ashen. "What a fine blue spirit family! Truly excellent!" He slammed his fist on the table in anger, causing a section of the metal table to collapse, but he seemed oblivious. "Father." Crown Prince Kyo hesitated, his expression filled with confusion. Hearing his voice, Emperor Orlando calmed down slightly, but remained extremely angry. He casually handed his personal terminal to his son, coldly saying, "You'll see when you look." Crown Prince Kyo quickly took the terminal and began to read. A moment later, his expression also turned terrible. He had never expected that the message sent by King Lanko would be like this. The Blue Spirit family was secretly colluding with other divine civilizations, allowing them to secretly proselytize within the Kelling civilization. They weren't even sparing level 1 or 2 civilizations, not even within their own territory. At this rate of spread, it was only a matter of time before it affected the entire Kelling civilization. Perhaps some lower-level civilizations, seeking protection, wouldn't mind the proselytizing of higher-level civilizations, but the Kelling civilization, as a level 3 civilization, had its own pride. Moreover, having been raised as the crown prince from childhood, he understood that faith would inevitably have a huge impact on a civilization's culture, a complete cultural invasion. Once this faith truly spread across the entire Kelling plane, who knew if the devout followers developed by other civilizations would sell the entire Kelling plane to them? attempting to seize power and change dynasties? The Blue Spirit family wasn't just undermining the Kelling civilization, they were pushing the imperial family to the brink of destruction. Crown Prince Kyo's face was ashen, and in an instant, he considered even more things. The empire has a dedicated religious administration department. Small, unregulated religious groups rarely amount to much, and the administration department handles them internally, never reaching him or his father. But such a large-scale missionary activity should have been reported to them long ago. However, he received no information whatsoever. Judging from his father's expression, he had only just found out. So the question is, what were the relevant departments of the empire doing? Crown Prince Kyo took a deep breath, barely managing to suppress a torrent of curses like Emperor Orlando. This Blue Spirit family must have had a large number of people planted within the empire long ago, otherwise, they couldn't have kept the news so tightly under wraps. In just a few decades, they had spread their sect to this extent. He snapped off his personal terminal, his face grim as he looked at Emperor Orlando. "Father, what do you intend to do?" Emperor Orlando snorted coldly. "I think the Blue Spirit family has been too complacent for too long, forgetting the strength of our royal bloodline legion. In that case, let's take this opportunity to show them again." Hearing this, the second Prince of Lanko couldn't help but shudder. As everyone knows, the Bloodline Legion is the most powerful legion in the Kelling civilization. Not only is it well-equipped and incredibly strong, but its commander is also the only level 12 god on the Kelling civilization besides Emperor Orlando, possessing monstrous strength. What kind of deep-seated hatred could drive someone to mobilize the Bloodline Legion? Crown Prince Kyo's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't raise any objections. "Yes, father," he replied, then led the second Prince of Lanko out of the imperial study to relay the order. A few days later, at a space toll booth on the edge of the Blue Spirit family's territory, civilian spaceships carrying cargo and passengers lined up at the inspection gate, waiting to be inspected and passed through. Searchlights illuminated the entire toll booth, the colorful armor of the spaceships reflecting the light, creating a bizarre and surreal sight from afar. The toll booth staff were busy inspecting the incoming civilian spaceships, confirming that there were no dangerous items. At the other end of the space station, a massive space ejection device hummed, and a small spaceship was positioned in the ejection port, awaiting a precise spatial traverse with the aid of the device. Everything within the toll booth was busy yet orderly. Suddenly, dozens of miles away in the void, a fleet emerged from the space passage. This fleet consisted of dozens of spaceships, each a crimson color, densely packed and occupying a large area of the surrounding space. Upon closer inspection, these spaceships were covered in psionic armor, and beneath the armor, the muzzles of shipborne weapons were faintly visible. They were clearly not civilian ships, but warships. Especially the giant ship in the center of the fleet, resembling a lion, was entirely blood red, its nearly 10,000-meter-long hull loaded with countless psionic weapons, making it look particularly ferocious and terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the fleet roared towards the space toll station without stopping. In the command tower directly above the space toll station, the observer responsible for monitoring the radar immediately noticed the newly appeared fleet. The technology of a level 3 civilization could already convert radar signals into images for the observer. Almost instantly, the observer's expression changed. That color, and the shape of that flagship, it was clearly the Bloodline Legion. His exclamation immediately alerted the entire command tower. The person in charge of the command tower rushed over and, upon seeing it, his face immediately turned grim. This was the Bloodline Legion, the Empire's elite legion. This legion would never be deployed unless it was a very important battle. But now it had actually appeared on the outskirts of the Blue Spirit clan's territory. The commander of the command tower felt a sudden jolt of fear. He immediately sent a message to inform the family's upper echelons and pressed the command tower's communication button, attempting to negotiate. However, his communication request went unanswered, like a stone sinking into the sea. Clearly, the other party had no intention of communicating with him. The commander of the command tower's face turned deathly pale. It's over, even the Bloodline Legion has been deployed. We're doomed." As he spoke, the Bloodline Legion had already reached the vicinity of the space toll booth. Now, not only those in the command tower, but also the employees at the space toll booth and the civilian ships queuing up recognized the Bloodline Legion. Instantly, chaos erupted within the space toll booth. Everyone was panicked and at a loss, unsure of the Bloodline Legion's purpose, their hearts filled with unease. In the midst of the chaos, the Bloodline Legion's fleet roared past the space toll booth, hurtling towards the heart of the Blue Spirit Clan's territory. Along the way, the Bloodline Legion made no attempt to conceal its presence, openly flying towards Blue Spirit Star, the home of the Blue Spirit Clan, completely unconcerned about the constant stream of messages relayed back to the Blue Spirit Clan from the outposts along the route. In just half a day, the Bloodline Legion had already reached the skies above Blue Spirit Star. Inside the Bloodline Legion's flagship, the Bloodlion, the adjutant, Almo, couldn't help but grin as he looked at the image of Blue Spirit Star displayed on the screen. The Blue Spirit Clan is a real piece of meat. Their family treasury must be full of treasures. Although the lion's share will definitely have to be handed over to the national treasury after the battle, just the scraps will be enough for the brothers to have a good meal. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance behind him. Sitting in the command chair to his side was a burly middle-aged man. This man had a square face, a yellowish-green beard, and a prominent scar running from his upper eyelid to the bridge of his nose. His murderous aura, accentuated by his blood-red armor, was terrifyingly intense. Even a single glance at him would send chills down the spine of an ordinary person. This middle-aged man was none other than the commander of the Bloodline Legion, the level 12 powerhouse Bloodlion Pete. Hearing his adjutant Almo's words, Bloodlion Pete remained non-committal, neither nodding nor reprimanding him. Almo was secretly pleased, understanding that his commander was tacitly approving his subordinate's attempt to get some scraps. He couldn't help but rub his hands together excitedly. "Commander, when that old bastard landling comes out, could you give me the chance to act? For a top-tier level 12 powerhouse like you to personally deal with a level 11 is giving him too much credit." Hearing this, Bloodlion Pete gave a sinister laugh. "Sure. Remember to spare his life, His Majesty surely has questions for him." "Don't worry, Commander, I'll definitely leave him a breath." Almo was overjoyed and quickly assured him. As they spoke, the Bloodline Legion's warships had already dispersed, surrounding the entire Blue Spirit Star. Almo rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's give them a barrage of psionic cannon fire as a greeting gift." With that, he gave the order, and all the shipborne psionic cannons on the warships slowly started up, aiming at Blue Spirit Star below. The next moment, millions of psionic beams descended from the sky, bombarding El Gardo Star. The dazzling psionic beams carried destructive energy, seemingly capable of riddling the entire planet with holes in an instant. However, before the psionic beams could even land, pale blue psionic defensive shields popped up from various parts of Blue Spirit Star, blocking the beams in midair. Boom-deafening roars rang out continuously, but they failed to cause the slightest damage to Blue Spirit Star. As the birthplace and lair of the Blue Spirit family, the Blue Spirit family had always spared no effort in protecting Blue Spirit Star. After thousands of years of management, how could their defenses be so easily breached? That Blue Spirit family. On the Bloodlion, Lieutenant Almo couldn't help but curse. Although he had anticipated that this salvo wouldn't easily threaten Blue Spirit Star, he was still quite displeased to see it unscathed. However, so what if Blue Spirit Star was covered in a tortoise shell? Any psionic defense shield has its limits. Unless the Blue Spirit family no longer wanted the planet, they would inevitably have to intervene. Almo sneered, raising his hand to press the communicator, preparing to order another attack. However, before he could speak, an impatient voice suddenly came from the void. Where did this wild dog come from, making so much noise? Since becoming the Bloodline Legion's adjutant, no one had dared to insult Almo for a long time. Hearing this voice, his anger flared instantly. "Who are you calling a wild dog?" However, before he could finish speaking, ripples suddenly spread across the void in front of the Bloodline fleet, and a figure stepped out from one of them, suddenly appearing in the void. The figure wore a long, flowing blue robe that swayed as he floated through the air, exuding an air of otherworldly elegance. Behind him hovered a longsword in a white scabbard, its blade trembling slightly as if it might be drawn at any moment. This figure was none other than the Nine Dragons Immortal. As the nominal inheritor of the Pure Yang Palace ruins, he had been allocated a small batch of life essence. After 50 years of diligent cultivation, he had now reached level 11, a level capable of suppressing several powerful figures from level 1 civilizations. The Pure Yang Immortal sword that had caused him so much heartache had been successfully repaired by chance, and he was now completely transformed, his strength vastly different from before. Upon seeing this figure appear out of thin air, Almo's curse abruptly ceased, and he almost instinctively looked at the energy monitor. Level 11. His pupils contracted, a chill running through him. So that old dog Lanling got the audacity to spread his teachings so openly within the Empire. He found a level 11 helper from a cultivation civilization. Cultivation civilizations are renowned for their individual combat prowess, and this person before him appeared to be a sword cultivator, likely even stronger than ordinary cultivators. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for this man. Amo slammed his fist on the command platform in frustration. He understood that with this man present, his ambition to claim the lion's share of the credit was likely dashed. But it didn't matter, as long as the captain was there. Even if the Lanling family had another level 11, it wouldn't matter. He instinctively turned to his captain. Captain. Bloodlion Pete's face had lost its previous ease, but he didn't seem to care much. He casually pressed a button beside him. Instantly, a holographic projection appeared above the Bloodlion. In the projection, his figure was magnified many times over. In the void, he was clad in blood-red armor. His already imposing figure was amplified by the projection, almost appearing towering. Even the scars on his face seemed more grotesque. With the appearance of this holographic projection, a murderous aura, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, permeated the void. This was the pressure of a level 12 powerhouse. When released at full power, the surroundings seemed to transform into a hellish landscape of corpses, sending chills down one's spine. The Nine Dragons Immortal felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and even the circulation of his immortal energy seemed to stagnate. Boy! Bloodlion Pete sneered, looking down at the Nine Dragons Immortal with a condescending gaze. His voice was gloomy and cold. Considering you come from a cultivation civilization, I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I might spare your life. You? Spare my life? The Nine Dragons Immortal curled his lip in disdain. Looks like you're determined to seek your own death. Bloodlion Pete sneered again, not bothering with further words, and raised his hand to issue the attack command. Attack. Yes. Lieutenant Amo responded and immediately relayed the order. The next moment, countless beams of psionic energy shot out, the blinding light almost turning the entire void into a blazing white. The beams of the psionic cannons carried destructive energy, almost equivalent to the full force attack of a level 10 expert. With so many psionic beams intertwined into a net, even if the Nine Dragons Immortal already possessed the strength of level 11, once hit, he would still be beaten into a sorry state under the continuous pursuit. Fortunately, the trials that Nine Dragons Immortal had undergone in the Pure Yang Immortal Palace were far more brutal and dangerous than this, and he had long since been honed. Upon seeing the psionic beams approaching, he almost reflexively used his escape light to perform a serpentine maneuver, drifting with lightning speed, narrowly dodging several pursuing psionic beams. His posture, seemingly fraught with danger, somehow managed to avoid a single psionic beam from touching him. Everyone on the Bloodlion, including Lieutenant Almo, was stunned by his skillful maneuvering. They had always seen sword cultivators with powerful, sweeping sword techniques and explosive attack power. When had they ever seen a sword cultivator with such flamboyant movement? However, Nine Dragons Immortal himself seemed completely unaware that he had just displayed such skill. He darted through the net of psionic beams, screaming pitifully, "Ancestor! Ancestor, save me!" The drawn-out syllables, combined with his flamboyant movements, made him look exceptionally alluring. Damn it! How can this cultivator be so shameless? Lieutenant Amo was furious. He felt this cultivator, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, had been constantly increasing his anger since his appearance, making him want to drag the person in and beat him up. However, before his anger could reach its peak, a massive energy surge suddenly erupted from the direction of Blue Spirit Star. The next moment, a ball of blue psionic energy shot out from Ilgato Star, instantly reaching the side of the frantically fleeing Nine Dragons Immortal. Then, with a flash of light, it transformed into a heavy psionic shield that suddenly opened. Boom, 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 boom. A series of psionic beams immediately slammed into the psionic shield, then exploded with a deafening roar. Layer upon layer of psionic shockwaves spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The giant blue psionic shield, however, remained completely still, steadfastly protecting the Nine Dragons Immortal as if the pursuing psionic beams posed no threat whatsoever. Protected by the shield, the Nine Dragons Immortal finally had a chance to catch his breath, and with a whoosh, he flew out of the net of psionic beams. At the same moment he escaped, a figure rapidly ascended into the sky from the direction of Blue Spirit Star. The figure quickly expanded, and by the time he appeared in the void, He had swelled to dozens of times the size of a normal person, comparable to a celestial beast or a war giant. With black hair and blue skin, his enormous size exuded an unstoppable aura, and the psionic fluctuations around him surged like a tide, inspiring fear in all who beheld him. This figure was none other than the Blue Spirit Ancestor in his psionic body state. After advancing to level 12 using his life essence, Ancestor Landling's cultivation of the azure waves and vast expanse technique also advanced by one level. Not only was his spiritual energy body even larger, but his overall aura became even more terrifying. The expressions of everyone inside the bloodline instantly changed. Ancestor. The Nine Dragons Immortal was overjoyed and quickly hid behind Ancestor Landling. Ancestor Landling ignored him, only coldly snorting as he looked at the holographic projection of Bloodlion Pete. Bloodlion, many years have passed, and you are still as arrogant as ever. Bloodlion Pete, however, could no longer contain his surprise and stood up directly from his command chair. Level 12. Landling, you actually advanced to level 12. His expression was no longer relaxed as before. He never expected that in just 200 years, Ancestor Landling, who had been stuck at the peak of level 11 for nearly 2,000 years, had actually successfully advanced to level 12. No wonder this old fellow Landling dared to collude with other civilizations to spread his teachings within his territory. It turned out he had advanced. If Patriarch Landling were still at level 11, he wouldn't care even if the Landling family had one or two more level 11 experts. But now that Patriarch Landling has advanced to level 12, it's a completely different story. Even though Patriarch Landling has only just advanced, the difference in strength between a level 12 expert and a level 11 expert is still vast, and he must be cautious. Recalling that the Landling family seemed to have sold off a large number of their properties 60 or 70 years ago, Bloodlion Pete's heart stirred, and he suddenly had a guess. You bought the source of life? How advanced is none of your business, Patriarch Landling sneered disdainfully. I'll only ask you one question, are you going to back out or not? If you back out now, I'll pretend you were never here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Ha, what a big mouth. As a level 12 expert, Bloodlion Pete's mind was extremely firm, so how could he be intimidated by Patriarch Landling's words? He completely disregarded the threat from the Blue Spirit Ancestor, his expression calming down, his tone returning to its somber tone. Blue Spirit, don't think that advancing to level 12 means everything is fine. The Bloodline Legion possesses the Empire's most advanced shipborne psionic weapons, far superior to your Blue Spirit family's outdated psionic weapons. I've been at level 12 for centuries. My combat strength is far beyond what a newly promoted level 12 like you can match. Even in a head-on clash, your Blue Spirit family is still no match for me. With that, he raised his right hand, preparing to order an attack. On the Bloodlion, everyone, including Lieutenant Olmo, had been on high alert the moment the Blue Spirit Ancestor appeared. Seeing this, their hands were already on the fire button, waiting for their commander's order to press it. However, before Bloodlion Pete could even lower his hand, a deep male voice echoed from the void. If one level 12 isn't enough, what about adding me? As the voice faded, a figure slowly emerged from the void on the other side of the Bloodlion. He possessed a massive body similar to that of the Blue Spirit Ancestor, his spiritual energy surging like a tide, radiating a power no less than the Blue Spirit Ancestors. He and the Blue Spirit Ancestor stood side by side in the void. While their combined height of over 100 meters still couldn't compare to the Bloodlion's nearly 10,000-meter long hull, their combined power was no weaker than the Bloodlion's, causing even the surrounding void to tremble. Bloodlion Pete's raised hand froze. His face, previously composed, was now filled with astonishment and disbelief. He stared intently at the newly appeared man's face, finally recognizing him after several seconds. Blue Spirit Ancestor. You've actually advanced to level 12. How is this possible? His tone was filled with disbelief. He was merely surprised by the Blue Spirit Ancestor's advancement to level 12, not completely unable to accept it. After all, the Blue Spirit Ancestor had been stuck at level 11 for many years. However, Lan Aowen's advancement to level 12 completely exceeded his expectations. This was level 12. Originally, the entire Empire only had him and Emperor Orlando as level 12 experts, but now the Landling family alone had 2 level 12 experts. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it was true. Seeing his expression, the Landling Ancestor sighed. Bloodlion, retreat. Fighting will not benefit either of us. Bloodlion Pete opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, another voice came from the distant horizon. Good. Good, you old dog landling. I thought you were senile to dare to collude with other civilizations, but I didn't expect you to have secretly accumulated such strength. Good. Very good. This voice was full of anger, and the rolling sound waves were carried by energy and spread through the void, like thunder booming in everyone's ears. The landling ancestor frowned, turned his head and looked, and saw a familiar fleet speeding towards them in the void. All the warships in this fleet were blue, and the national emblem of the Kelling Empire was painted on their hulls, clearly indicating that they were from the Kelling Empire's resident legion. However, what caught his attention more than the fleet itself was the holographic projection shown above the fleet's flagship. The figure was burly, with streamlined patterns on his blue skin, exuding a cold and majestic aura. It was none other than the current emperor of the Kelling Empire, Emperor Orlando. He was also one of only 2 level 12 powerhouses in the Empire besides Bloodlion Pete. It turned out that Bloodlion had already sent a message to Emperor Orlando when he discovered that a blue spirit ancestor had advanced to level 12. Upon receiving the message, Emperor Orlando immediately dispatched a force, which had just arrived. Hearing Emperor Orlando's furious roar, the blue spirit ancestor's face also turned cold. My blue spirit family is preaching within our own family territory. What business is it of yours? Family territory. Emperor Orlando's anger flared even more upon hearing this. Isn't family territory part of the Empire? Aren't the people in your family territory citizens of the Empire? What do you mean by this? Where does this place the Empire? How can you guarantee that the civilization you're preaching to doesn't harbor malicious intentions? As he spoke, Emperor Orlando's fleet had already arrived. Warships hovered in the void, all their shipborne psionic cannons silently charging, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. The blue spirit ancestor snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with him. Don't be fooled by Emperor Orlando's grandiloquent words. He knew perfectly well that this man had been eyeing the blue spirit family for quite some time. Even without this missionary incident, once news of his successful advancement to level 12 spread, Orlando would definitely find an excuse to attack the blue spirit family. Orlando, accustomed to his absolute power within the Kelling Empire, would never tolerate any level 12 powerhouses, except for those as absolutely loyal as Bloodlion Pete. With this missionary incident, Orlando was probably secretly delighted. Seeing that the blue spirit ancestor remained silent, Emperor Orlando assumed he was guilty and continued, the evidence of the blue spirit family's collusion with foreign races is irrefutable. The Kelling Empire can no longer tolerate you. Today, I will also exterminate your blue spirit family. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to order the fleet to attack. However, today, the horn of attack was destined to remain unsounded. Before his hand could even move, a melodious female voice echoed from the void. Orlando, if I were you, I wouldn't swing that hand. Hearing this voice, Emperor Orlando's expression hardened, and he abruptly turned his head, only to see a graceful figure appear in the void behind the fleet. This figure possessed a beautiful face and elegant demeanor, pleasing to the eye like any noble lady in the Empire. However, her aura was as vast and boundless as the ocean, with surging spiritual energy waves rippling around her, causing her hair to move without wind, highlighting her immense power. Although she didn't display a spiritual energy body like Ancestor Lanling and Lan Aoyun, her mere presence was enough to everyone. Because that was the aura of a level 12 expert. The instant Emperor Orlando sensed this aura, his expression turned incredibly ugly, his body stiffening in disbelief. How is this possible? How could the Lanling family have a third level 12 expert? Bloodlion Pete's face was filled with horror, almost incoherent. This is impossible. How could this be? Ancestor Lanling's advancement to level 12 was already astonishing, but Lan Aoyun's level 12 status was beyond their comprehension. They initially thought this was the limit for the Blue Spirit family, but how could the Blue Spirit family have another level 12 member? Level 12 is the pinnacle of combat power in the Kelling civilization, not something as common as cabbage. How could there be so many? Emperor Orlando and Bloodlion Pete simply refused to believe it. However, the scene before them left them no choice but to believe it, to the point that both of them were on the verge of a breakdown. Seeing their expressions, Lan Aoyun was in high spirits, and a smile appeared on his previously tense face. Let me introduce you, this is my daughter, Lan Futy, who recently advanced to level 12. Hearing this, Emperor Orlando and Bloodlion Pete's expressions became even more bewildered. No wonder they hadn't seen this woman before. She was actually a junior. A junior had actually advanced to level 12? When did the Blue Spirit family become so powerful? Were they playing with them? Lamfuti smiled, ignoring her father's display of his daughter. Her gaze shifted, noticing Emperor Orlando's right hand still frozen in midair. Her delicate eyebrows arched slightly. Orlando, it seems you haven't given up on attacking my Blue Spirit family. Hearing this, Emperor Orlando's expression froze, and he almost reflexively withdrew his hand. Only after making the movement did he realize how cowardly his action had been. However, the 3 level 12 experts of the Blue Spirit family, one on each side, surrounded both fleets, their auras radiating menacing power. He couldn't help but feel intimidated. Not only him, but even the usually arrogant bloodline Pete had restrained his expression, his nerves taut, not daring to make a move. It seems your majesty has changed your mind. A smile appeared on the Blue Spirit ancestor's tense face, her gaze towards Emperor Orlando carrying a deeper meaning. Then, shall we talk? Talk. Emperor Orlando hurriedly agreed. He was genuinely afraid that the Blue Spirit ancestor would hold a grudge against his earlier words and attack him without warning. 2 against 3? If a real fight broke out, both he and Bloodline would likely perish here. What Emperor Orlando didn't know was that not only was he afraid of the Blue Spirit ancestor taking action, but the Blue Spirit ancestor was also afraid that he would stubbornly insist on fighting. The royal family was, after all, the royal family. Even if they couldn't match the Blue Spirit family in the number of level 12 experts, they still had tens of thousands of years of foundation. If a direct confrontation occurred, even if the Blue Spirit family won, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses, making it a losing proposition. Avoiding war was, of course, the best outcome. The 2 sides reached a rare consensus and quickly sat down at the negotiating table. This negotiation lasted for a month. A month later, the friendly consultations finally ended, confirming a relationship of non-subordination between the 2 sides. From that day forward, the Blue Spirit family changed its name to the Blue Spirit Federation, completely separating itself from the Kelling civilization and becoming an independent civilization. On the official establishment day of the Blue Spirit Federation, Wu Wei, as the divine son of the Kingdom of Light, personally visited the Blue Spirit Federation and established friendly diplomatic relations. With Wu Wei as an ally, the already weak Kelling Empire dared not act rashly, remaining unusually peaceful for several years afterward. A month later, Wu Wei and Lan Fudy officially married. On their wedding day, the entire Lanling Federation celebrated, and all citizens of the Lanling Federation witnessed this grand wedding on psionic screens in public places. The number and quality of the powerful figures present at the wedding were unprecedented. This was the first and only time that the citizens of the Lanling Federation had seen so many powerful figures on a single screen. Even many years later, people still talked about this wedding. This day was later called Divine Wedding Day by the citizens of the Lanling Federation. Many citizens of the Lanling Federation chose to hold their wedding ceremonies in churches on Divine Wedding Day, believing that this would receive divine blessings and ensure a happy and long-lasting marriage. Lamfuty was therefore regarded as the goddess of marriage by many women in the Lanling Federation. Of course, that's a story for later, and we won't go into it here. Time flowed by like water, and before they knew it, a long time had passed. 5 years later. Blue Spirit Star, the first administrative star of the Blue Spirit Federation. The former Blue Spirit family territory had long since been transformed into the Blue Spirit Federation Presidential Palace. At this moment, in a room deep within the Presidential Palace, Wu Wei and the Blue Spirit ancestor sat facing each other, drinking tea. After finishing half a cup of tea, both of them couldn't help but let out a long sigh. No matter how many times I drink it, this enlightenment tea is still so unforgettable. Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh, savoring the lingering aroma of the tea. The floating immortal mountain left behind by the Pure Yang Immortal Palace is very suitable for the growth of various spiritual plants. Recently, the person in charge of this aspect of the family has been working on cultivating enlightenment tea trees. If they succeed, we will never lack enlightenment tea in the future, the Blue Spirit ancestor said with a smile. Then I wish him success soon. Wu Wei smiled. He also owned half of the floating immortal mountain of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, so if he really succeeded, it would be a good thing for him as well. He casually placed the teacup back on the table, then suddenly remembered something, his smile deepening. I heard that my father-in-law conquered another level 1 civilization a couple of days ago. That's right. That kid just can't sit still. Ancestor Lanling nodded slightly, his tone seemingly modest, but his face betrayed an undisguised smile. Wu Wei didn't expose him, but simply smiled and said, "It seems my missionary team needs to catch up quickly. Speaking of which, not counting level 2 civilizations, this is already the Federation's 21st level 1 civilization, isn't it?" "Indeed." Ancestor Lanling nodded slightly, his face filled with undisguised pride. "With the capture of this civilization, all civilizations in this star field will fall under the jurisdiction of my Lanling Federation. Our territory has expanded 3 or 4 times compared to before, and is even comparable to the original Kelling civilization," he added with some emotion. Before exploring the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, he could never have imagined that the Lanling family would reach such a state. Those 3 drops of life essence, numbering in the dozens, had brought about a near revolutionary change to the Lanling family. Upon realizing this, Patriarch Lanling felt even more grateful to Wu Wei and couldn't help but say, "If you hadn't voluntarily given up those life essences that should have been yours, the Lanling family wouldn't be where we are today. This kindness will never be forgotten by my Lanling family." "Really, there's no need," Wu Wei waved his hand. "The Kingdom of Light has also received considerable benefits during this time. As long as the Lanling Federation doesn't prohibit the Church of Light from proselytizing within its borders, that's enough to repay this favor. Over the past 5 years, as the territory of the Lanling Federation has continuously expanded, the Church of Light's missionary reach has also expanded. Not only has the number of believers increased significantly, but the quality of believers has also improved considerably." In Wu Wei's view, this benefit was far more precious than the life essences he had given up. Recalling the increase in believers over the past 5 years, Wu Wei felt quite pleased. Unfortunately, Patriarch Lanling didn't believe Wu Wei's sincere words at all. Patriarch Lanling naturally couldn't imagine that the Kingdom of Light actually possessed the method of converting divine power into life essence. Even hearing Wu Wei say this, he only took it as politeness and felt even more grateful. He put down his teacup and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, as long as my Blue Spirit family remains the master of the Blue Spirit Federation, we will never restrict the Kingdom of Light from spreading its teachings in the Blue Spirit Federation, and we will strongly support it." Hearing this, Wu Wei was in high spirits and raised his cup in place of wine, saying, "Then I thank the Blue Spirit Federation on behalf of my father." With the strong support of the Blue Spirit Federation, the spread of the faith of light became even more unimpeded, and in a short period of time, the number of believers in the Church of Light experienced a breakthrough growth. Chapter 394 The Bottleneck of the Divine Kingdom. Time flies, and another 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's full again. Wu Wei sighed somewhat melancholy as he sat in his temple within his beautiful and prosperous divine kingdom. There was nothing he could do, his divine kingdom had reached a new bottleneck in its development. Currently, his divine kingdom had reached the peak of level 3, with a total area of 1.5 million square kilometers, a maximum capacity of 1.5 million divine citizens, and a maximum capacity of 15 billion faith channels. The current 1.5 million divine citizens had indeed brought enormous productivity to the divine kingdom, whether it was spiritual plants and livestock, or weapons and production capacity. They were many times greater than when it first entered level 3. Similarly, the 15 billion faith channels also brought Wu Wei a huge increase in divine power. At the same time, through the faith channels, Wu Wei could directly monitor the relevant situations in various planes. However, now that everything had reached its maximum, it meant that nothing could grow any further. The divine kingdom's size and strength can no longer accommodate more citizens, who are the most important productive force in Wu Wei's entire god-level civilization. Without them, who will produce and build for him? Where will the war angels' daily supplies, weaponry, and interstellar warships come from? The divine kingdom's capacity has reached its limit, and the limited number of citizens can hardly support Wu Wei's military strength to develop further. Furthermore, the faith channel has reached its maximum. This means that Wu Wei's direct extraction of faith power and the condensation of divine power has reached its limit. It must be understood that divine power is the lifeblood of the entire divine kingdom. Whether it's the construction and production of the citizens or the daily consumption of the war angels and interstellar warships, everything depends on the guarantee of divine power. Once divine power is gone, the entire divine kingdom will be paralyzed. Remember the dire situation when Wu Wei first took over the broken divine kingdom? He almost lost his life for a tiny bit of faith power. This clearly shows how important faith power is. These steadfast believers are the foundation upon which Wu Wei, the god of light, stands in the universe. However, the faith channel has now reached its limit. Although Wu Wei devised other methods, such as using statues and relics to collect the faith power that cannot be directly absorbed, and then indirectly recovering it through these statues and relics, this approach, while effective, incurs excessive costs in conversion and daily maintenance. Furthermore, the time required to collect faith power using statues and relics is too long, all of which significantly hinders the development of the divine kingdom. Of course, what troubles Wu Wei most right now is that the important building of the divine kingdom, the transformation pool, can no longer meet his current needs. Currently, the transformation pool can only transform war angels up to level 12, meaning Wu Wei cannot currently advance his existing level 12 seraphim to level 13. This is a major problem. If he cannot quickly improve the high-end combat power of his war angels, his military strength cannot reach a higher level, and what will he use to fight against hostile forces in the future? It should be noted that in order to develop the divine kingdom as quickly as possible, this god of light has made many enemies, both openly and secretly. Leaving aside the heavenly Dao sect, the Kalba civilization, and the Kelling civilization, these are all level 3 civilizations. There's also the demonic civilization attempting to invade the Morning Glow plane, the powerful race that once destroyed the old god of light, and the extraterrestrial demons who annihilated the pure Yang immortal sect. These are just the potential enemies Wu Wei knows of. Each one is far superior to level 3, level 4, or even level 5 civilizations. And behind those like the Heavenly Dao sect and the Kalba civilization, are there other advanced civilizations lurking? Or will the lower-level civilizations that Wu Wei has conquered attract other advanced civilizations above level 3? All of this is unknown. In the vast universe, civilizations abound, and no one can predict when a powerful force will suddenly appear and launch a fatal attack on Wu Wei. But Wu Wei is currently stuck at the peak of a level 3 civilization due to a developmental bottleneck, making it impossible for him to feel at ease. No matter how difficult it is, my divine kingdom must be upgraded. Wu Wei leaned against his divine throne, secretly making up his mind. In fact, Wu Wei already knew the necessary conditions for his divine kingdom's next advancement when he accepted the relics left by the old god of light at the Cosmic Bank. It was from that time that Wu Wei began collecting various rare materials needed for the advancement of his divine kingdom. He stockpiled hundreds of star cores, hearts of nature, hearts of earth, star gold, and top-grade spirit stones. Especially in the last decade or so, as the divine kingdom's development reached a bottleneck, Wu Wei mobilized all his resources to search everywhere. If he couldn't find it, he bought it. If he couldn't buy it, he exchanged it. After all, he was now wealthy and powerful, his territory vast, and his ally, the Blue Spirit family, was very reliable. Basically, anything available on the market, he could obtain. It just took some time. However, to this day, the crucial item for the divine kingdom's advancement, the black hole source heart, remained elusive. Your Majesty, you summoned me. The elegant and dignified holy consort, Saint Catherine, like a beautiful ray of morning light, gracefully landed outside the temple gates. She stepped to the foot of the throne, folded her beautiful, holy 12 wings, and respectfully bowed to Wu Wei. Holy consort, please rise. Wu Wei raised his hand to help Katarina up, then affectionately stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. Your Majesty, you summoned me just for this. Katarina hadn't expected Wu Wei to pull her into his embrace so directly, and her pretty face flushed slightly. She instinctively leaned against his chest. After all, they had been husband and wife for so long, and she naturally understood Wu Wei's occasional little pleasures in his spare time. Wu Wei was slightly taken aback. Katarina's reminder made him realize that he had been too focused on the advancement of the divine kingdom and hadn't had a proper rest for a while. No, actually, Wu Wei hadn't summoned Katarina to relax. Now, Holy Consort Katarina had been appointed by Wu Wei as the commander of the Central Guard Army, in charge of the Guard Army and all internal affairs of the divine kingdom. Wu Wei had also entrusted her with the overall management of the rare and precious materials needed for the advancement of the divine kingdom. So, Wu Wei had summoned her today to inquire about the progress of collecting relevant materials. However, upon closer reflection, inquiring about the progress of their relationship didn't seem to contradict their marital life. Holy Consort, it has indeed been a while since I last summoned you, Wu Wei said, deciding to go all in. He pulled her closer, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "You've had a hard time these past few days." "Your Majesty," Catherine stammered, her heart softening. "It is my honor to share your Majesty's burdens. I am not tired." "Your Majesty, please do not worry about the advancement of the Divine Kingdom. We are here for you." As she spoke, Catherine seemed to remember something, straightening up and kneeling beside Wu Wei. She took out her tablet-like notebook and began to meticulously report on the recent internal and external affairs of the Divine Kingdom. Seeing Catherine's dedication, Wu Wei was deeply moved and listened attentively. Recently, the Divine Kingdom had enjoyed relatively favorable weather, and everything was proceeding smoothly. Only along a few borders in the direction of Qin, Angel's Judgment Legion and Qin's army had some minor skirmishes with a Kalba civilization. In these skirmishes, the main force of the Kalba civilization didn't participate. Instead, they used their subordinate lower-level civilizations as cannon fodder to probe and harass the Qin civilization and the Judgment Legion, seemingly trying to ascertain the true strength of the Divine Realm. However, the absolute strength of the Judgment Legion and the Qin civilization was undeniable, and those cannon fodder civilizations were no match. Not only did they fail to probe their own strength, but they also suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, after gaining independence, the Blue Spirit family, while not formally breaking ties with the Kelling civilization and its allies, had significant disputes over economics and territory. Currently, representatives of the Blue Spirit family and the Kelling civilization were engaged in a war of words within the local Star Alliance. Both sides were trying to win over allies while vehemently criticizing each other. The conflict between them was currently quite intense and unlikely to end anytime soon. However, all of this was irrelevant to Wu Wei and had no impact whatsoever. On the contrary, under the active promotion of the Blue Spirit family, the faith and trade of the Divine Kingdom began to spread widely in that star field. Currently, the biggest potential threat is still the extraterrestrial demons vying with us for the Dawnlight Plane. Speaking of extraterrestrial demons, Katarina's expression became more serious. As the two planes continued to approach each other, the spatial channels between the Dawnlight Plane and the Demon Realm are becoming more and more numerous and increasingly difficult to block. Therefore, attacks on the Dawnlight Plane are becoming more and more frequent, and high-level demons have already begun to descend upon the Dawnlight Plane. Mentioning the extraterrestrial demons threatening the Dawnlight Plane, Wu Wei's brows furrowed slightly. This was indeed one of his worries, a thorn in his side for a long time. "I heard about the news of high-level demons descending upon the Dawnlight Plane a few days ago. Has it been dealt with properly?" Wu Wei continued to inquire. The Dawnlight Plane was indeed populous, rich in resources, and its star system contained many resource-rich planets available for exploitation, making it an undeniably desirable place. The current dilemma lies in the fact that that plane is constantly approaching the demon plane of another dimension, inevitably leading to collision. This collision is unavoidable, at which point a portion of the Dawnlight Plane will merge with the territory of the extraterrestrial demons on a small scale. This is akin to opening an unobstructed gate directly between the Dawnlight Plane and the Demon Plane. If Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom cannot advance again and increase its strength by then, it may have no choice but to hand over that plane to those mysterious extraterrestrial demons, and even the Divine Kingdom's own territory may be indirectly threatened. Fortunately, the collision with the Demon Plane is still in the distant future. Currently, the extraterrestrial demons can only invade the Dawnlight Plane through temporarily formed dimensional channels. Because these temporarily formed channels are very unstable and weak, those that usually come to the Dawnlight Plane are only low-level inferior demons, which Wu Wei's Judgment Legion stationed in the Dawnlight Plane can easily handle. However, as the two planes continue to approach, some naturally formed dimensional channels will become very stable after being reinforced. At this point, some powerful high-ranking demons, accompanied by armies, descend upon the Dawnlight Plane, attempting to contend with the Judgment Legion led by Saint Luke. A few days ago, a high-ranking demon, after descending upon Dawnlight, attempted to summon a high-ranking demon from their demonic homeland. Unfortunately, his intentions were discovered by the Dark Goddess Judy, and Judy's independent regiment and St. Luke's Judgment Legion immediately took action, killing the high-ranking demon on the spot. What followed was the ongoing cleanup and eradication operation. Your Majesty, Katarina nodded respectfully. Based on our current understanding, high-level demons above level 10 possess extremely tenacious vitality, capable of regenerating from a drop of blood, and even possessing souls, making them very difficult to deal with. Therefore, it took Senior Saint Luke over 10 days to completely eradicate all remaining demons within the entire Dawnlight Plane. The recent attacks from those extraterrestrial demons should subside for a while, Your Majesty. You can rest assured. Wu Wei nodded in agreement, with Saint Luke, Saint Augustus, and that troublesome Judy around. Those extraterrestrial demons won't be able to cause any trouble. Wu Wei spared no expense in building the Judgment Legion, centered around his powerful General Saint Luke, specifically to deal with the extraterrestrial demons and safeguard the peace of that star system. Furthermore, the almost fanatical Dark Goddess Judy also volunteered to lead her old troops to the Dawnlight Plane. Her highly skilled goblin tribes, with their exceptional engineering abilities, established a unique goblin civilization on the Dawnlight Plane, significantly boosting its defenses and production capacity. Judy's right-hand women, the Lich Bartless and the female thief Amanda, also brought a large number of necromancers and bandit legions to the Dawnlight Plane. These powerful figures, accustomed to hiding in the shadows, secretly guarded the dark side of the entire Dawnlight Plane. Furthermore, Judy herself and some of her subordinates had repeatedly infiltrated the other side, secretly carrying out unknown activities. It could be said that unless a plane collision occurred, or the main force of the extraterrestrial demons launched a large-scale invasion, a small demon force would be no match for those two. Indeed, Senior Saint Luke and Miss Judy are absolutely capable of protecting the peace of the Dawnlight Plane for His Majesty. Katerina repeatedly praised the two. She then put down the dossier in her hand and looked carefully at Wu Wei. Your Majesty, I know you've been troubled by the fact that your divine kingdom is unable to advance, so I have some good news for you. Oh? Good news? Wu Wei immediately perked up. Katerina nodded slightly, a smile playing on her lips. We've almost collected all the precious materials needed for the divine kingdom's next advancement. We only need 2 star cores, 1 heart of nature, and 100 top-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the core treasure for this advancement, the black hole origin, has finally been located. Holy consort, you've found out where the black hole origin is. Wu Wei sat up abruptly from his throne, every cell in his body seemingly leaping with joy. Where is the black hole origin? Quickly, Your Majesty. How many years had he searched for this crucial core for advancement? As long as he obtained this key core, his divine kingdom would advance again, and all the obstacles blocking his path would be swept away. Your Majesty, don't be impatient. This is all thanks to Sister Angel. You might as well ask her yourself. Holy Consort Catherine slowly rose, smiling meaningfully. Your Majesty and Consortant haven't seen each other for a long time. Why not summon her today? With that, Catherine respectfully took her leave. Wu Wei remained standing there, smiling knowingly, thinking to himself that the Holy Consort was truly gentle and considerate, and he couldn't let her kindness go to waste. Chapter 395 The Source of the Black Hole. Your Highness, this is what happened. After a tender moment, on Wu Wei's bed, the blonde, alluring angel Doris leaned against his chest and began to recount the information she had gathered. Coincidentally, many of the caliber rank and file soldiers captured during the battle with General Hawthorne had, after a long period of brainwashing, gradually become staunch believers in the God of Light. Once they became believers, their every move could be controlled by Angel, their direct subordinate. This was the powerful force of faith dissemination in a divine civilization. It was also Wu Wei's primary method of expanding his territory and spreading his faith. Furthermore, those caliber rank and file soldiers were just ordinary, insignificant figures in the Kalba civilization itself. They also had family and friends, and they too longed to live and reunite with their loved ones. Coupled with the lenient treatment given to them by the Holy Sea of Light, and after personally witnessing numerous miracles, these caliber rank and file soldiers gradually began to accept the Holy Sea's ideology, and instead came to believe that the rulers of the Kalba civilization were a group of cruel, inhuman, and ruthless tyrants. This was the beginning of the Kalba rank and file soldiers' establishment of faith. As their faith deepened, Angel ordered further brainwashing and training for them. Finally, these highly enlightened Kalba soldiers began to be released back to the Kalba civilization's homeland in batches. The Kalba civilization was widely spread within their star cluster, and given their relatively high status, as long as their identities were slightly concealed, their return home would not arouse much suspicion. In fact, the initial mission of these Kalba soldiers was not to search for the black hole's core, but to gather intelligence on the Kalba civilization's military and strategic movements for Angel. This intelligence system had been in place for nearly 10 years, But unexpectedly, just a few days ago, an important piece of intelligence was passed into Angel's hands. So, the core leadership of the Kalba civilization has been secretly searching for the black hole core for hundreds of years. I never imagined the Kalba civilization's leadership was also secretly searching for the black hole core. After listening to Angel's account, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh slightly. It seems everyone wants such rare and precious things. The black hole core is one of the rarest treasures in the universe. I think no civilization could resist its allure, Angel thought for a moment and replied. However, the black hole core is extremely precious. Once it appears, even advanced civilizations like the Cosmic Bank, which always maintains its central position, would probably covet it. Therefore, the Kalba civilization wants to obtain the black hole core to strengthen itself, while simultaneously trying its best to remain secretive. My ability to gather such information can only be attributed to luck. No, luck is a gift to those who work hard. You obtained this information because you have already put in so much effort. Wu Wei gently stroked Angel's golden hair, his eyes filled with admiration and affirmation. The core of a black hole is indeed an extraordinary and rare treasure in the universe. In reality, a black hole isn't a hole, but a wondrous celestial body with such immense density that its gravity is so powerful that even light is absorbed and bound. The gravity of a black hole is so immense that any object or energy that approaches it will be mercilessly swallowed. Even a giant planet, once captured by the gravity of a black hole, will be torn apart and stretched like noodles, until all the matter on the entire planet is ripped into elementary particles and absorbed by the black hole. All the matter and energy absorbed by the black hole are compressed to their extreme under the immense gravitational force, ultimately merging with a black hole. Of course, black holes, as celestial bodies, also have a lifespan. The matter they absorb and compress will eventually evaporate and dissipate. Therefore, when a black hole reaches the end of its lifespan, after the entire celestial body collapses to its ultimate state, the extremely concentrated core remaining is the origin of the black hole. This primordial core is the culmination of a black hole's life's energy, containing the complete laws governing its operation from birth to destruction. How could such a high-yield energy essence and the pinnacle of its laws not tempt those cosmic civilizations? At the very least, those low to mid-level civilizations, unsure how to utilize it, could use a black hole core to create a completely new black hole, achieving the terrifying result of destroying an entire hostile star system. Therefore, it's clear that the ambitious, arrogant, and warlike Kalba civilization naturally yearn for this incredibly powerful cosmic treasure. Their centuries-long search for this treasure, hoping to dominate star clusters and even star lakes, was perfectly understandable. So, according to your intelligence, the Kalba civilization's leadership recently decided to establish a secret fleet to explore that suspicious star system that might possess a black hole core. Wu Wei continued to inquire. The information gathered so far was limited, but extremely crucial. That's right. According to intelligence, this mysterious fleet, directly under the command of the Kalba civilization's high command, will soon leave Kalba's homeland. Angel nodded and answered earnestly. Fortunately, one of our followers has been successfully selected as a crew member for this secret fleet's voyage. As long as we secretly follow this fleet, we will surely reap unexpected rewards. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is a good plan. However, I will personally track this fleet, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return home to visit your majesty for a while. My dear consort, you've worked hard. I will fully support you and your subordinates in all your needs. As long as we successfully obtain the black hole source core this time, I will definitely grant your legion a long vacation, and I will keep you by my side every day. Thank you, your majesty. With important matters to attend to, Wu Wei and Angel did not linger for long. Half a day later, Angel returned to the flagship in the Quinn system through the Gate of Heaven. Several months later, a small fleet located in the capital of Kalba finally set off quietly one night. This fleet consisted of only 9 warships, led by a reinforced Kalba cruiser. These medium-sized Kalba warships, though not large in size, possessed formidable firepower, strong defense, and high maneuverability, making them capable of handling most environments in space. In addition to this cruiser, there were 2 equally maneuverable small destroyers and 6 escort ships, all tasked with protecting the medium-sized cruiser. Thus, in the dead of night in the Kalba capital, this secret fleet quietly departed the tarmac and silently flew into the endless universe. Simultaneously, Far away in the Quint system, the Judgment Legion also quietly departed its headquarters with a Judgment cruiser. Undoubtedly, Angel had accurately grasped the intelligence and personally boarded a Judgment cruiser to secretly track the Kalba civilization's mysterious fleet. The Kalba civilization deployed a secret fleet for two reasons: first, to avoid being detected and harassed by surrounding hostile forces, and second, to prevent leaks. Even the slightest leak of information about a treasure like the Black Hole Core would cause a massive upheaval in the Star Lake. Angel's actions were undoubtedly more streamlined. She only brought her personal guards and followed discreetly an Adjudicator warship. Her boldness stemmed from the fact that the support capabilities of the Light civilization were among the best in the entire universe. Relying on the Heavenly Gate with an Adjudicator warship, she could easily escape danger or summon a large contingent of divine reinforcements. After all, she had a god of light fully supporting her. Thus, these two teams, one after the other, traveled at high speed through the universe for several years. Along the way, they passed through desolate, lifeless starfields. Even the life found there consisted of terrifying and cruel cosmic worms and various primitive and bloodthirsty galactic behemoths. The wormholes traversed by the Kalba fleet were all untouched, primitive passages. All routes and spatial anchors were absent from any star map. It was like a group of poachers sneaking into a barren, untamed wilderness, hacking their way through thorns and brambles. Coupled with the Kalba fleet's incredibly fast speed, if Angel hadn't already infiltrated the fleet with a follower, she might not have been able to catch up. It was precisely because of this follower that the Kalba's secret fleet was essentially equipped with a very clear tracker, allowing Angel to secretly follow them without getting lost or being discovered. The long journey through space was arduous, until this day, when things finally changed. After the Kalba mysterious fleet finally passed through a chaotic zone filled with shattered meteorites, a dazzling nebula suddenly appeared before all the Kalba people. "We've arrived. We've found it. That's the Cat's Eye Nebula. We've found it. Hooray!" Everyone cheered, everyone celebrated. Finding this nebula meant that their mission was half accomplished. As for why it was called the Cat's Eye Nebula, it was naturally named and determined by the discoverers of the Kalba civilization. As the name suggests, it was a newly formed nebula that resembled the eye of a feline. It burned like a raging fire across this cosmic region. Clouds of complex colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and more, like ribbons, converged and intertwined around the cat's eye-shaped core of the nebula, making the entire nebula mysterious, dazzling, and magnificent. Moreover, its reach was vast. Preliminary mapping by the warship systems indicated that this nebula was at least the size of a star system. The Kalba's secret fleet had just reached its border. Compared to this nebula, these colossal interstellar warships were actually less than a speck of dust. Detection shows that this nebula was formed from the collapse and explosion of an ancient black hole, more than 25,000 years ago. If we want to find the source of the black hole, now is the best time. On the bridge of the Kalba's secret fleet flagship, a spirited middle-aged officer excitedly shouted into the detection equipment. Unexpectedly, the bridge, which had just been filled with celebration and cheers, suddenly fell silent. The officer immediately turned to look behind him, and his heart tightened instantly. A chill, like thorns pricking his back, crept up his spine. A humanoid monster, reeking of a foul stench and resembling a mountain of rotting flesh, was dragging its unsteady steps into the bridge. The entire bridge fell silent in that instant, the air becoming sticky and heavy. The officer hurriedly knelt down with a thud, bowing before the humanoid monster. "Vice Captain Keld greets your majesty." This mountain of flesh was none other than the emperor of the Kalba civilization, the immortal Emperor Aiden Dewey. His aura was so powerful and terrifying, and his nature so violent and ruthless, countless civilizations had been destroyed by him, making countless powerful beings tremble in fear. Chapter 396 Wu Wei's Trump Card. It must be said that the first mate of this Kalba cruiser, Kelder Pope, is truly a remarkable young man. He has only lived a third of his life, yet his life level has already reached the cosmic standard of level 11, making him a godlike figure in some lower civilizations. He is younger and stronger than the renowned double-edged General Maupassant Hawthorne, his handsome and rugged face exuding composure and resilience. His characteristic Kalba grayish-white skin is smooth and unblemished. From these details, it is clear that this first mate, now entering middle age, is a true member of the upper-class Kalba nobility. He has received an excellent education since childhood and has been groomed to become a high-ranking officer. It can be said that in terms of talent, ability, background, and current qualifications, he is among the top talents in Kalba, otherwise, he would never have been selected for this secret warship. However, even a young talent like him cannot help but tremble in fear when facing the Kalba Emperor, Aiden Dewey. The overwhelming fear, like the instinctive reaction of all living beings facing death, made him prostrate on the ground, his back trembling uncontrollably. The entire bridge fell silent. Everyone else around him, like him, lay prostrate, trembling. No one dared to speak, no one dared to make any extra movement, even breathing seemed deliberately slowed. The silence was so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping would be jarring. In this oppressive atmosphere, Emperor Kalba, the immortal Emperor Aiden Dewey, walked with heavy, faltering steps towards Vice Captain Calder. Emperor Aiden truly resembled a rotting mountain of flesh. Beneath his wide golden robes lay countless blistered and festering tumors. These ugly, disgusting tumors, like piles of fat on his body, made him bloated, terrifying, and utterly repulsive. As the immortal Emperor Aiden approached, a putrid stench instantly filled the air, making Calder nauseous and increasingly terrified. However, he dared not make a move or show any reaction, only obediently kneeling on the ground, obeying the Emperor's imposing command. Calder, the Kalba Emperor, spoke slowly, his voice rough and hoarse, as grating as a broken-down, leaky engine. In truth, this Kalba Emperor was not always like this. On the contrary, he was once tall and mighty, possessing a strong physique and a wise mind. It was under his iron-fisted leadership that the Kalba civilization rose to become the absolute hegemon of that star cluster. He brought the Kalba civilization thousands of years of prosperity and glory, and he was an immortal emperor worshipped by all of the Kalba civilization. However, no matter how much he was praised as immortal, a mortal body will eventually decay and age. Even though Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba had reached the peak of level 12, he could not escape the end of his life, gradually aging and eventually perishing. Unable to break through, unable to take another step, and even more unable to stop his life force from fading, Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba, having reached the pinnacle of power, finally turned to another extreme, the biotechnology that the Kalba civilization was most proud of. Unable to bear his constant aging and loss of power, the immortal Emperor Aiden Dewey wanted to become truly immortal, to rule that star cluster forever, even the entire star lake. So he used the immortality reagent, still in the research stage. This was a forbidden biotechnology supposedly capable of granting immortality, allowing biological cells to go from life to death and then back to life, thus freeing the organism from the fear of aging and death, allowing it to live forever like a perpetual motion machine. At least in theory, this was the case, and the Kalba civilization had been researching this forbidden technology with all its might throughout its history. However, the research was not yet complete, and key breakthroughs remained elusive, but Emperor Aiden could no longer wait. More than 1,000 years ago, as he officially entered the final stages of old age, he used this still imperfect forbidden technology. For the first 200 years, he did indeed experience reverse aging, reborn into his prime, even showing a glimmer of hope for breaking through the peak of level 12. But after only 200 years, a terrible backlash occurred. At first, only his skin and hair fell out, then his body and internal organs began to decay on a large scale, cancer cells began to grow wildly, and the unbearable pain nearly drove him mad. Yet, the cells he had obtained through forbidden techniques, granting him a false sense of immortality, prevented him from dying. Gradually, his body entered a terrifying phase where cancerous and healthy cells coexisted, and decay and regeneration were in balance. This caused intense pain, forcing him to take large amounts of addictive drugs daily to numb his senses. He has endured this suffering for over 1,200 years. The reason his spirit has not collapsed is because he still has a last glimmer of hope, one of the universe's greatest treasures, the black hole source core. Only the power of the black hole source core can free him from the torment of illness, restore balance, and truly transcend life and death, achieving immortality. Calder, tell me, have we reached our destination? The immortal Emperor Aiden slowly ascended the throne in the center of the bridge. Instantly, a large amount of yellowish-green, foul-smelling blood gushed from the wounds on his legs. The nauseating stench intensified, but the Vice Captain Calder, kneeling at Emperor Aiden's feet, seemed oblivious, hastily prostrating himself and replying, "Your Majesty, the Cat's Eye Nebula ahead is our destination. The black hole core you need can certainly be found in that nebula. Are you sure?" Emperor Aiden's voice was rough yet gentle, yet incredibly powerful. possessing a chilling, intimidating quality. I. Kelder felt a pang of panic, his throat tightening. Faced with the Emperor's promise, no ambiguity was allowed. Any mistake would be a capital offense of deceiving the Emperor, punishable by death. However, as he turned his gaze behind him and carefully examined the magnificent and enchanting Cat's Eye Nebula once more, he solemnly promised, "Your Majesty, I'm certain. The black hole core you urgently need is definitely there." "Very good." A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Emperor Aiden's cloudy eyes. He looked up at the nebula, as if trying to see through the entire star field at a glance. After a long while, he coldly ordered, "Notify the auxiliary ships to conduct a full search immediately." "Yes." With a series of reverent and orderly responses, the enhanced cruiser flagship, 2 small destroyers, and 6 escort ships set off in unison, like an arrow launched from a bow, officially heading towards the center of this vast and magnificent nebula. Just half a day after Emperor Aiden Dewey's fleet had departed, a Divine Kingdom Arbiter-class cruiser quietly arrived at the edge of this nebula. The commander of this Arbiter was none other than the tracking team comprised of the 12-winged Seraphim Saint Angel Doris, her trusted lieutenants Lillian, Liu Peng, and Wu Yiren. This group had been stealthily tracking Emperor Aiden of Kalba for years, always keeping a close watch on him. On this day, as they traversed the dense asteroid belt, a vast and magnificent nebula gradually unfolded before their eyes. "Wow, this is so beautiful." Almost every crew member on the Arbiter's warship widened their eyes in astonishment. Although they had followed Angel in her cosmic conquests for many years, this was the first time they had witnessed such a magnificent and stunning nebula up close. "Is this the nebula? It's so beautiful. It looks like a pot of perfectly brewed poison." On the bridge of the Arbiter, the venomous Angel Lillian, with her adorable lolly-like appearance, had her large, bright eyes filled with the nebula's vibrant colors, and even her smile seemed pure and sweet. "Ahem, this clearly looks like a pot of, no, a cat's eye." The tall, slender, and refined Wu Yiren coughed lightly, correcting, "According to information from our informants, this star system is called the Cat's Eye Nebula. It's said to have been formed from the collapse of a black hole, mainly composed of cosmic dust and gas. However, over time, this nebula will form a completely new star system. I just used the Arbiter's detection system to measure it. This nebula has reached the mid to late stages of its life, the core temperature is extremely high, and the energy reaction is intense. If this nebula has already nurtured a black hole core, then now is the best time to harvest it." Wu Yiren habitually pushed up his glasses, which were now merely decorative, and explained to everyone like an encyclopedia. "Moreover, this nebula is surrounded by a large, dense, and complex asteroid belt. Its geographical location is extremely concealed, and it also suffers from strong electromagnetic interference. If it weren't for Emperor Kalba leading the way, I don't think we could have detected such a magical region, even if we spent hundreds of years. Haha, it seems we should thank that Emperor Kalba properly." Liu Peng, dressed in silver plate armor and exuding a Chunabaya-like aura, waved his double-edged greatsword and grinned lewdly. "When that Emperor Kalba is about to obtain the black hole core, we'll attack him from behind. That way, and then, I guarantee that old bastard will have a good time." Through years of tracking and the secret contacts between that believer and them, it was no longer a secret that Emperor Kalba, the immortal Emperor Aiden Dewey, was hiding in that mysterious fleet. This allowed Angel and the others to make thorough preparations long ago. "Liu Peng, we mustn't be careless. Emperor Kalba is said to have reached the peak of level 12 more than 2,000 years ago, only one step away from the level 13 upper god realm. Within the Kalba civilization, his prestige is extremely high, and the methods and foundation he has accumulated are probably even more powerful than those 2 predecessors, St. Luke and St. John Nacidal. If we are facing him as our enemy, then we absolutely cannot reveal the slightest flaw." Wu Yiren, who is always meticulous in his actions, silently pushed up his glasses. In fact, his caution was not wrong at all. Emperor Kalba Aiden Dewey's seniority and foundation were indeed deeper than any of the divine generals in the Divine Kingdom. Moreover, Angel and the 3 of them were only pursuing him in one arbiter to cover their tracks. If they really had to confront Emperor Kalba and his fleet head-on, they would definitely not be a match for him. However, the strength of the Light Civilization lies in the fact that no matter where Angel is, the entire Divine Kingdom is with her. This is the biggest reason why they dare to pursue him alone. Being careful isn't a bad thing, But we're not fighting alone. Even if the entire Kalba fleet were here, given just a little time to prepare, they wouldn't be a match for us." The adorable Lillian giggled and snuggled up to her favorite angel. "Right, Angel, with the power of our divine kingdom, how could we fear a mere Kalba emperor? That's right. This time, we must seize the black hole core for our lord." On the main bridge seat, Angel gazed at the Cat's Eye Nebula, her eyes deep and sharp, radiating an imposing aura that bathed the entire bridge in a holy halo. "Report a most detailed intelligence to our Lord of Light immediately." After a moment, Angel slowly gave the order, "In half an hour, we will cut off all external communications and accelerate our pursuit of the Kalba Emperor. We absolutely cannot let him get the black hole core first." Shortly after, shortening the distance between them could allow the Kalba Emperor to seize the black hole core first. Therefore, the next step is to cut off all signal sources on the Arbiter and accelerate the tracking of Emperor Kalba. "Yes. We will surely seize the black hole source core for our Lord of Light." With the shouts of the soldiers on the Arbiter warship, the warship began to cut off all signal sources and accelerated towards the Cat's Eye Nebula. At the same time, a confidential intelligence report also traveled along the Faith Channel to the hands of Wu Wei, the God of Light. "Angel has done a great service this time." In the God Kingdom, Wu Wei sat upright in his back garden chair, carefully reading the confidential intelligence report transmitted to him in the form of consciousness. "I didn't expect that Emperor Aiden Dewey of the Kalba civilization was also in that mysterious fleet. It seems that Angel will face considerable pressure next." Wu Wei sat up from the chair, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "But this is good. While seizing the black hole source core, it is also a good opportunity to eliminate the Kalba civilization, a major threat. The immortal emperor of the Kalba civilization is the spiritual pillar of the entire civilization. Once he is wiped out, the entire Kalba civilization will fall into disintegration and become nourishment for the God Kingdom of Light. Issue my divine decree, all Seraphim-level generals, return to the Kingdom of Light immediately." Wu Wei quickly transmitted his decree through the Faith Channel to every Seraphim-level general. Besides Angel and Katerina, who oversaw internal and external affairs of the kingdom, Wu Wei also had Saint Liliana, Saint Luke, and Saint John Nassau stationed elsewhere. These level 12 Seraphim were his core personnel and the pillars of the kingdom's legions, suppressing various star regions. They couldn't leave their posts and legions for too long, but recalling them for support in the short term wasn't a problem. Upon receiving the decree, the key generals stationed elsewhere immediately put down their work and began returning to the kingdom through the gates of heaven. Wu Wei himself, with his hands behind his back, strolled leisurely to another part of his back garden. There, a simple, imposing, armored puppet, as tall as a dozen stories, stood majestically amidst the flowers and plants. Even the tallest trees in the garden only reached its waist. Now, Wu Wei slowly walked up to it, gazing up at its majestic form, and a fierce, murderous aura that made one's blood boil immediately washed over him. This was Wu Wei's other trump card. A level 13 war puppet. The hunt officially began. Chapter 397 The Source of the Black Hole. Time passed slowly, and Emperor Aiden Dewey's secret fleet had been sailing through the Cat's Eye Nebula for over a week. The 9 warships, conducting a thorough search, seemed to be soaring through a vibrant, colorful ocean. Gases and cosmic dust of different colors intertwined around the ships, creating a series of wondrous and bizarre scenes, like a large, colorful oil painting, a dreamlike spectacle. However, as the exploration deepened, the surrounding temperature increased. More and more large condensations began to appear in the floating cosmic dust. These clumps were no longer just drifting dust remnants, they gradually developed their own gravity and began to slowly orbit around the nebula's core. Undoubtedly, when one of the nebula's cores truly solidified into a star, these dust clumps would gradually evolve into planets orbiting and rotating around that star. And within this vast nebula, countless similar nascent stars were about to be born. However, none of these were the targets of the Kalba fleet and Wu Wei. The exploration of the mysterious Kalba fleet continued. Several days later, a massive blue cloud of gas finally appeared in the Kalba people's field of vision. This magnificent cloud, which caused the entire nebula to revolve, was smaller than a planet. A deep blue light, like flames, enveloped its outer perimeter. Vast amounts of energy were spreading outwards with the trembling of the fiery blue flame. Wave after wave of intense energy fluctuations, like a blazing sun, were enough to command the all of any living being, even from afar. Beneath this blue light lay a crimson shell filled with gas, energy, and cosmic dust, The shell was solid, and the vast energy emanating from within left even the self-proclaimed superior race of the Kalba speechless with astonishment, realizing their own insignificance. What a magnificent sight! Such intense energy fluctuations. It feels like facing a living being. This mass of energy is just like a living thing. Every Kalba soldier in the Kalba secret fleet who witnessed this breathtaking scene was deeply shocked by the vast mass of energy and the intense energy fluctuations it emitted. This spectacular sight, and the unprecedented vastness of energy, left them completely dumbfounded. On the flagship's bridge, even the usually calm and resolute vice captain, Kelder Pope, trembled slightly with excitement. He quickly turned to the Kalba Emperor and reported loudly, "Your Majesty. You see, we seem to have reached the core of the Cat's Eye Nebula. The core of the nebula is just ahead." The Kalba Emperor, Aiden Dewey, who had been sitting on the bridge throne with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Looking through the observation window of the bridge towards the star core, a deep blue light immediately filled his cloudy eyes. And at that moment, he chuckled. Hee hee. As he laughed excitedly, the swollen, festering tumors all over his body oozed a large amount of foul-smelling, putrid liquid once again. Pain struck again, and he reached for a handful of pills from a large metal dish beside him, stuffing them into his mouth. Then he laughed excitedly again. Hee. Finally, I found it. The precious source core left behind by the black hole must be inside that gas shell. With a black hole source core, I will surely discard this body and achieve true immortality. Advancing to level 13, or even level 14, was no longer a pipe dream. His inner ecstasy overshadowed his physical pain. He rose majestically from his throne and immediately shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command. Approach that gas shell immediately. I will personally extract a black hole source core." Ow! As Emperor Kalba's rough, hoarse voice echoed throughout every warship, all the Kalba people inside immediately responded loudly, and the entire fleet's momentum surged. Their years of arduous struggle had finally borne fruit. Now, this precious fruit was right before their eyes. How could they not be excited and cheer? If they could perfectly harvest this fruit, not only would their emperor, the immortal ruler Aiden Dewey, be elevated to a higher level of existence, but the entire Kalba civilization would also break through and advance once more. The Kalba people, reaching level 4 civilization, would become the new overlords of Star Lake. And each and every one of them, who had painstakingly searched for the source of the black hole for Emperor Aiden, would be a great hero, each receiving immense rewards. Filled with fervent anticipation, the Kalba fleet, consisting of 9 warships, immediately approached the vicinity of the gas shell. Here, the scorching temperature seemed capable of melting steel. The entire void felt as if it were enveloped in a giant microwave oven. Even inside the technologically advanced Kalba warships, the lower-level Kalba people were still scorched by the intense heat, finding it difficult to even breathe. The nebula core, shrouded in a crimson shell, continuously radiated immense power, wave after wave, like a pulsating heart, brimming with vitality. Hey, what magnificent power! Truly worthy of being the source of a black hole. Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba, seated firmly on the flagship's throne, was filled with excitement and longing. He then waved his hand, and Vice Captain Kelder Pope immediately understood, issuing the order. A frigate with its energy shield deployed quickly separated from the fleet and slowly approached the highly energetic crimson shell. To pinpoint the exact location of the black hole source, they needed to drill through the shell and extend the probe into the nebula core. However, the temperature here was extremely high, filled with too many unstable factors. Even simply approaching was fraught with danger. Soon, the Kalba frigate slowly reached the outer edge of the shell, but instead of advancing rashly, it dispatched a 10-man Kalba soldier squad, fully clad in metal protective suits. The 10-man squad, aboard their individual combat jets, flew steadily towards the massive nebula core. Before this colossal core, they were like insignificant mosquitoes. The 10 mosquito-like jets circled above the gaseous shell for a while, confirming there were no anomalies, before beginning their assault. This shell, composed of gas, energy, and cosmic dust, appeared solid but was actually just a fragile membrane held together by internal gravity. Before it truly formed a star, the Kalba individual combat jets, with their energy shields deployed, could easily penetrate this fragile membrane. Whoosh! With the sound of hail hitting a metal canopy, one Kalba individual combat jet after another plunged into the dust-filled gaseous shell, beginning their exploration of its interior. But at that very moment, An extremely ferocious energy surge suddenly erupted from within the shell. No, no. Something's coming out. Turn around. Retreat. Whoa. The Calba soldiers who had just entered the airframe to scout ahead hadn't even had time to see what was inside when they saw an intensely blazing flame, like a roaring raptor, suddenly charging towards them. Fear immediately gripped the Calba soldiers' minds. They screamed in terror into their communicators and simultaneously turned to flee out of the airframe. However, caught off guard, it was already too late. The flame came with incredible speed, and with a piercing screech, the ferocious fire instantly engulfed the individual combat aircraft. The Calba soldiers inside the aircraft only felt a violent jolt before a devastating explosion completely obliterated them into cosmic dust. Something inside the airframe. Retreat. The scream coming through the communicator sent chills down the spines of all the Calba people outside. The escort ships docked outside the airframe immediately started their engines and began a tense retreat. But at that moment, the towering flames that had been surging from within the airframe suddenly erupted from inside. In an instant, a crimson claw, seemingly made of steel, suddenly emerged from the flames, forcibly seizing the hundreds of meters-long Calba escort ship. No matter how the escort ship started its engines and tried its best to break free, the giant claw remained as immovable as a pillar supporting the sky. Then the flames began to dissipate, and a huge, crimson figure appeared before everyone in an instant. This is. On the Calba flagship, the vice captain, Calder Pope, felt his heart skip a beat. Not only him, but every Calba in the fleet trembled with fear upon witnessing this terrifying behemoth. Hovering before the fleet was a fiery red, raven-like bird-like beast. Its powerful wings, extending into the void, spanned over 10,000 meters. Flames, like its feathers, raged around its body. Its massive form was like a solid mountain, every inch of its body like flowing lava, constantly radiating intense heat. However, what chilled the Calba people most was that this bird-like behemoth possessed 3 piercing, menacing eyes. These 3 eyes, fixed on the Calba fleet, were filled with intense hostility, as if its rage could not be quelled without the complete destruction of the fleet. Beep. Beep beep beep. A loud alarm sounded from every Calba warship. On the flagship's bridge, Vice Captain Caudale hurriedly checked the energy detection report. His heart sank at the sight before him, level 10, 12. This is a level 12 Star River behemoth. The universe is vast and boundless, with diverse environments, giving rise to countless creatures in various circumstances. Therefore, besides intelligent races, many low-intelligence beings, similar to the beasts of their planets, have also emerged in the boundless cosmos. These beast-like creatures migrate between star systems like whales, or occupy their respective territories like lions and tigers. The most powerful among them are generally referred to by various cosmic civilizations as Star River behemoths. For these Star River behemoths, the universe is their ocean, and each star in the cosmos is an island for hunting and dwelling. For some special Star River behemoths, even stars are their prey. And this level 12 fire-type bird beast before him is undoubtedly one of the most powerful among the many Star River behemoths. Now, with an entire nebula core amplifying its power, this fire-type bird beast's combat ability is undoubtedly stronger than that of an ordinary level 12 Divine Realm expert, thanks to this advantageous location. This fire-type bird beast seems to possess some Golden Crow Divine Beast bloodline. I think it must be attracted by the black hole source core, wanting to devour it within this shell to achieve further evolution. On the flagship's bridge, Vice Captain Kilder was sweating profusely with tension. The Golden Crow Divine Beast is a divine being born from the core of a star, and in terms of rank alone, its potential is even higher than that of the legendary Divine Beast Phoenix. However, this fire-type bird beast doesn't possess much Golden Crow bloodline, but even so, it's still far superior to ordinary galactic behemoths. Moreover, the various treasures naturally born in the universe usually attract powerful beings nearby. Many cosmic spirit beasts, like intelligent races, will guard that treasure for millions of years until it truly matures before harvesting and devouring it. The fire elemental bird beast before them clearly intended to monopolize the black hole source core to elevate its own bloodline rank. If this beast succeeded, their entire fleet would likely be wiped out. Of course, most importantly, how precious was the black hole source core? How could it be allowed to be possessed by a mere beast? Main guns, prepare. Smash this beast for His Majesty. Assistant Captain Calder immediately shouted the order, and the remaining 8 Calber warships raised their decks, revealing their dark, energy-gathering main guns. Roar. The bird beast seemed to sense the killing intent emanating from its opponent, letting out a screech, and with a swipe of its claws, crushed the Kalba frigate in its claws into a pile of fragments like a toy. The next instant, the bird beast flapped its wings, unleashing layers upon layers of fire, like a tsunami, as it swooped down towards the Kalba fleet. This attack displayed the majesty of a fire-type king among birds and beasts, its terrifying pressure overwhelming and threatening to incinerate and crush the entire space. Fire. With a shout from Vice Captain Kilder, the main cannons of the 8 Kalba warships roared to life. 8 incredibly fierce, bright blue high-energy pulses immediately slammed into the oncoming fire. Boom. Bright blue and crimson explosions instantly erupted in the void of space. As the aftershocks subsided, the Kalba warship's formidable firepower had actually managed to forcefully hold back a level 12 star behemoth. However, this level 12 bird beast was clearly not badly injured. Instead, it became enraged, unleashing wave after wave of flames that relentlessly charged towards the Kalba fleet. In an instant, the entire star field was filled with resounding beastly roars and towering flames. The Kalba warships, repeatedly struck, resembled small boats in a giant wave. The shields flickered under the impact, the ship trembled violently, and in this dire situation, they could only relentlessly unleash firepower to forcibly prevent the beasts from approaching. HMPH, a mere crimson fire crow dares to stop me from obtaining the black hole core. At the height of the battle, Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba coldly opened his eyes. If I truly allowed you to advance to the crimson golden crow, I would avoid you. But now? Hell, obediently turned into cosmic dust. Before his hoarse laughter had even faded, he had vanished from his throne. When he reappeared, he stood before the crimson fire crow, his ugly face contorted with savagery. Chapter 398 The Immortal Emperor's Overbearing Power. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The crimson fire crow, which had just been frantically attacking the Kalba fleet, suddenly calmed down. It coldly stared at the bloated, festering creature before it, its body emitting a foul stench. This tiny humanoid creature was as insignificant as a fly in its size, yet the awe-inspiring aura emanating from it made its heart tighten. What exactly was this thing? The crimson fire crow was extremely wary, and finally, relying on its savage ferocity, it raised its beak and pecked at Emperor Kalba. Whoosh! The crimson fire crow's crimson beak, long enough to burrow into the earth's crust, was about to peck Emperor Kalba to pieces, but just a few meters away, an invisible wall suddenly blocked its path. A crack was heard. The crimson fire crow shuddered violently, the strong recoil causing its bones to crack and creak. However, the invisible wall in front of Emperor Kalba remained intact. This scene filled the already somewhat intelligent Star River behemoth with unprecedented terror. It desperately wanted to know what kind of monster this thing, covered in pus, was. How could it be so terrifying? Ignorant fool, how dare you attack me? Hairhead. You're courting death. Emperor Kalba sneered cruelly, then raised his massive, ulcerated, cyst-ridden hand and suddenly squeezed it towards the crimson fire crow. The next instant, an invisible gravity began to press down on the crimson fire crow, as if 6 invisible walls were pressing down on it from all sides. The powerful and heavy force seemed capable of crushing the enormous crimson fire crow into dust and fragments in an instant. The crimson fire crow possessed considerable intelligence, and upon feeling the heavy pressure from all directions, it knew it would surely die. In terror, it immediately began to struggle frantically. But its struggles were no match for the experienced Emperor Kalba. At most, it would only delay its death. Just as the Crimson Firebird and Emperor Kalba were locked in a desperate battle, a Divine Kingdom Arbiter warship quietly entered this starfield. The newcomer was none other than Saint Angel Doris, who had been tracking and supporting this place all along with her personal guards. At this moment, watching the battle erupting in front of the nebula core, the tall and thin Wu Yiren pushed up his glasses, his expression becoming more serious. I didn't expect that Emperor Kalba to be so powerful. To be able to completely overwhelm a level 12 Star River behemoth with golden crow blood is truly terrifying. And judging from his abilities, he seems to have some kind of control over gravity. This kind of ability is not easy to deal with. Wu Yiren was busy analyzing and recording, and this observation data would become teaching information within the Divine Kingdom, as well as important intelligence for their upcoming battles. How exactly did that Emperor Kalba, whose body was covered in rotten flesh, manage to do that against that behemoth? Even the usually fearless and reckless knight Liu Peng couldn't help but shrink back as he watched the battle unfolding in the distance. He was Angel's first apostle, possessing formidable strength, capable of both fighting and enduring. However, facing the Crimson Fire Crow, a terrifying behemoth with a wingspan exceeding 10,000 meters and capable of destroying the world with a mere flick of its wrist, he knew he was no match. If they were to encounter it, he would only have the option of turning tail and fleeing. Yet, the Kalba Emperor, afflicted with some strange disease and covered in pus, held an absolute advantage when facing the Crimson Fire Crow. This excessively powerful strength truly terrified him. Sister Angel, that Kalba Emperor is not easy to deal with. Should we stab him in the back now? Speaking of stabbing someone in the back, Lillian, who looked like a little lolly, had eyes full of cunning and coldness. It was as if playing some vicious trick on the enemy behind their back was a pleasurable experience. No rush? The dignified and capable Legion commander, Angel Doris, was also observing the battle in the distance. Hearing her subordinate's suggestion, she waved her hand and said, "The Black Hole Core hasn't appeared yet, and we can't be sure what other dangers might arise. Let Emperor Kalba clear away all the obstacles for us." "That's a good idea." Wu Yaran and Liu Peng nodded in agreement. Let's do it this way. We'll seize the opportunity when Emperor Kalba is about to obtain the Black Hole Core. Lillian's cunning eyes intensified immediately. As for those Kalba warships, will destroy them all. While Angel and the others were carefully holding off Emperor Kalba, Wu Wei, far away in the Divine Kingdom, was also observing everything through the Faith Channel. The Crimson Fire Crow is actually a subspecies of the Golden Crow divine beast? Tisk, could the myths I've heard before be true? On the throne of light, Wu Wei pondered to himself. He had heard in mythology on Earth that there was a divine bird in the sun called the Golden Crow, and today he had personally witnessed a subspecies similar to the Golden Crow. Even though it was a subspecies, its majestic appearance with its 10,000-meter wingspan and terrifying firepower that could be described as devastating the world deeply attracted Wu Wei's attention. So much so that Wu Wei even considered finding a few rare galactic behemoths to keep as pets in his divine kingdom. For example, having a Golden Crow pull his chariot was a great idea. Besides, Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba, who completely suppressed the Crimson Flame Crow, also left a deep impression on Wu Wei. That old guy, if his body hadn't collapsed, he'd probably already be level 13, right? Possessing terrifying power close to level 13, this alone broadened Wu Wei's horizons considerably. It must be said that the boundless universe is indeed teeming with powerful beings. In the small area he was currently in, he had already encountered so many high-level experts. If he didn't improve his strength quickly, how would he cope with even stronger opponents in the future? Therefore, no matter what, he had to obtain the Black Hole Source Core today. The battle in front of the Nebula Shell didn't last long. Under the absolute power suppression of Emperor Ed Dewey of Kalba, the Crimson Fire Crow was quickly defeated. Within the gravity cage constructed by Emperor Kalba, it was constantly being squeezed and compressed, shrinking smaller and smaller until finally, with a deafening boom, it was forcibly burst open. Thick clouds of smoke churned in the void, a shocking and imposing scene, like a nuclear explosion, lingering for a long time. "Hey, a stupid beast, daring to contend with this king." Emperor Kalba sneered contemptuously, his facial muscles twitching and trembling with each laugh, like maggots wriggling beneath his skin, terrifying and horrifying. Ugh. Cough. Due to the considerable expenditure of his power, his half-collapsed body once again suffered extensive festering, the intense pain almost devouring his soul. Left with no other choice, Emperor Kalba grabbed a handful of pills from his storage equipment and stuffed them into his mouth, simultaneously hovering in place, gathering his energy to regulate his breathing. A moment later, the pain in his body finally subsided, and collapse and rebirth reached a balance once more within him. "The Black Hole Source Core, I will surely obtain you." The more pain he endured, the stronger Emperor Kalba's desire for the Black Hole Source Core became. His eyes, burning with urgency, turned bloodshot. He could no longer endure it, raising his hand to seize the soul fragment left behind by the Crimson Fire Crow, while simultaneously wiping away the surrounding fire clouds. The flames gradually dissipated, and when Emperor Kalba reappeared, all the Kalba people on the fleet erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Long live the Emperor! Long live our king! Immortal king, eternally immortal!" Indeed, Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba was the greatest monarch in their Kalba civilization, and the most powerful monarch in history. With his formidable strength, nearly reaching level 13, let alone a level 12-star river behemoth, even two level 12 powerhouses working together would struggle to match him. This is why their Kalba civilization has maintained its dominant position in their star cluster, with only two other level 3 civilizations able to barely hold their own against them. Being able to gather under such a powerful prince naturally filled the Kalba soldiers and officers present with genuine pride and fervor. A moment later, all the flames that had permeated the surrounding area finally vanished. At this moment, a huge gap could be seen blasted into the nebula's outer shell. Right at this gap, a dazzling object instantly attracted the attention of everyone, including the Kalba Emperor. The dazzling object was actually not large, emitting a deep, almost pure black aura. This aura was like a black light, obscuring all color in its path. Within this extreme darkness, a dark red object, like an eye opened in the darkness, coldly and eerily observed everything outside, devoid of any warmth. At that moment, all the Kalba people on the warships saw that dark red color, like congealed blood. In that instant, everyone's mind trembled. Many of the weaker ones collapsed to the ground, their backs immediately covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. That vast and profound terrifying power seemed to originate from a bottomless abyss. That dark red color, inanimate yet more powerful than life itself, was like an evil eye connecting to another dimension. Even a casual glance at it, with its overwhelming power that seemed capable of devouring everything, could almost crush and swallow one's consciousness. How can there be such terrifying pressure? On the flagship's bridge, Vice Captain Kilder gasped for breath, his body covered in cold sweat. He couldn't imagine what kind of treasure the black hole core was, possessing such overwhelming power. Clearly, the black hole core hidden within the nebula's shell wasn't alive, yet it possessed a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of any living being. Even this powerful level 11 vice captain felt a sense of awe before this treasure, which could only mean one thing: the immense energy contained within this black hole source core far exceeded the imagination of everyone present. Good. The overwhelming power stunned Emperor Kalba, but after recovering, he repeatedly praised it, then threw his head back and let out a series of maniacal laughs. Ha ha ha, amazing. Truly amazing. To possess such magnificent energy, the black hole source core truly lives up to its name. The black hole source core was no longer a treasure whose value could be measured in star element. It not only possessed extremely vast energy, but also contained the complete laws governing the life, death, and rebirth of a black hole. If one could comprehend and absorb this law's essence, then the future realm would be limitless. Emperor Kalba urgently needed this law's essence to help him break free from this painful state of being neither alive nor dead. After that, he would truly complete his transformation and achieve immortality. For over 1200 years, I have searched for you in vain. Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba gazed at the crystal that shone alone within the nebula, his eyes filled with madness, muttering to himself, "Now you are finally mine. I cannot wait to merge with you." A powerful desire filled Emperor Kalba's chest. He impatiently unleashed his power, blasting away the obstructing nebula shell before him, while simultaneously guiding gravity to pull him towards the black hole's core. This unparalleled cosmic treasure finally began to slowly move towards him. As it drew closer, the black hole's core finally revealed its true form to everyone. It was like a flawless black crystal, the crimson hue at its center as beautiful as a serpent's pupil. It glided slowly through the void, and the entire nebula shell began to swirl and move anew due to the energy fluctuations it emitted. The magnificent sight was like a comet streaking through space. Witnessing this scene, all the Kalba people on the warship were filled with awe. Emperor Kalba himself, his eyes never leaving the black hole source core for a moment. As the distance drew closer, Emperor Kalba's expression, contorted with excitement and desire, wrinkled his swollen face. However, just as Emperor Kalba joyfully stretched out his arm, awaiting the black hole source core to fall into his palm, a majestic warship radiating bright holy light slowly appeared above and to his side. Aiden Dewey, the black hole source core belongs to our Lord of Light. Hand it over if you don't want it. With a chilling shout, a female angel with 12 magnificent wings appeared on the warship's deck. It was none other than the level 12 Seraph Saint Angel Doris, who had tracked them all the way here. Before her stood Liu Peng, clad in plate armor and wielding a greatsword, his fighting spirit burning, Wu Yiren, holding a silver holy bow, his expression cold, and Lillian, the venomous angel with a charming smile but ruthless eyes, all prepared for battle, standing guard around Angel. Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba turned his head sharply, his veins bulging with rage. He recognized this woman. It was Angel Doris, the commander of the Judgment Legion who had killed his beloved general and defeated the Kalba civilization's counterattack. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Assemble. The Angelic Army. Emperor Kalba never dreamed that his mortal enemy, who had always fought against their Kalba civilization, would suddenly appear at this moment, clearly intending to ruin his plans. Fortunately, the enemy only had one cruiser, 3 level 11 archangels, and herself, a level 12 seraphim. With only one seraphim in such a small force, they were no match for him. Hey, no wonder I sometimes felt something behind me, but couldn't find anything. I thought it was a chance encounter with a Star River beast, but it turned out to be you. Emperor Aiden Dewey of Kalba sneered coldly, his majesty undiminished. Angel Doris, is it? You have made a name for yourself in the war against Kalba, which I greatly admire. However, I really don't understand why someone as outstanding as you would work so hard for a god of light who always hides behind the scenes and schemes. TCHE, if we don't serve our Lord of Light, are we supposed to risk our lives for you? Before Angel could speak, Lillian beside her covered her mouth and laughed. Hell, you're right. Faced with a mockery, Emperor Kalba showed no anger. Instead, he displayed his imperial demeanor, exuding majesty, and said, "Why can't you join our Kalba civilization? Once I absorb the black hole source core, I will undergo a transformation in the essence of life. At that time, the Kalba civilization under my leadership will reach another peak, becoming a supreme level 4 civilization. At that time, your god of light will be insignificant before me, and I may even unify the entire Star Lake. With such a bright future, why can't you join my ranks?" Emperor Kalba's eyes burned with fervor as he coaxed, "As long as you are willing to join my ranks, I swear by the Styx contract that I will bestow upon you the title of Hereditary Grand Duke, and in the future, I will also grant you vast territories in the star field. Even supporting you to become a level 3 civilization no weaker than the God of Light is not out of the question." Over the years, Emperor Kalba had dispatched numerous cannon fodder legions to attack the Quinn system where Angel resided, but each time they suffered a crushing defeat. Although the legions sent by Emperor Kalba were all cannon fodder, their commanders were all pure-blooded Kalba nobles. The ability to defeat these Kalba noble officers one by one was a testament to the exceptional abilities of Angel and her subordinates. This made Emperor Aiden Dewey, far away in the Kalba capital, extremely impressed by Angel Doris, who had managed to confront the entire Kalba civilization with only a legion and a rudimentary coalition of several level 2 civilizations. It was precisely for this reason that he went to great lengths, making unprecedented promises, to try and recruit such a talent to his ranks. The officers and soldiers of the Kalba fleet present had no objections to Emperor Aiden's recruitment and promises, not even a hint of jealousy. After all, the name of Angel Doris, the commander of the Judgment Legion, was renowned throughout the entire Kalba civilization, and she truly deserved Emperor Kalba's offer of a position befitting a king or duke. Witnessing this scene, many soldiers in the Kalba fleet relaxed. In their eyes, how lofty and noble were the kings and dukes of the Kalba civilization? Even now, the treatment they received abroad was incomparable to that of ordinary princes and nobles of a level 3 civilization. Once the Kalba Emperor absorbed the black hole source core, the entire Kalba civilization would rise to prominence, and even an emperor of a level 3 civilization would likely be no match for a Kalba duke. Now, the Kalba Emperor was using such sincerity to win over a general from another civilization. In the eyes of these Kalba soldiers, probably no general could refuse such a temptation. However, just as the Kalba Emperor was happily waiting for Angel to nod in acceptance, Angel's Archangel Liu Peng couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, old man Aiden, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you compare yourself to our Lord of Light?" Wu Yiren, who had been silent and cold, also couldn't help but sneer. "We owe everything we have today to our Lord. How magnificent is our Lord of Light. You can never compare to his greatness." That's right. Lillian chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "You big worm, don't even mention our Lord of Light. You're not even as good as Angel's little finger, yet you dare to try and recruit her? Hell, you're truly bewitched." Shameless. Emperor Calbus' face turned purplish blue, and many of his boils burst open in anger. Behind him, the soldiers of Calbus' fleet could no longer tolerate such insults, and they all began to hurl insults and protest. Among them, the flagship's Tier 11 vice captain, Kelder, led the Tier 11 captains of the other 7 warships, all jumping onto the deck, determined to wipe out Angel's entire crew. Angel's side, represented by Liu Peng and Wu Yiren, were equally fearless. Liu Peng directly pointed his sword at Kelder, loudly declaring he would take on all 3 of them. Wu Yiren also wore a fearless and disdainful expression, his occasional remarks nearly killing his opponent. Lilian was even more direct, having already prepared her highly poisonous bombs while continuously spewing insults at her opponents. The conflict between the 2 sides had been completely ignited, and the atmosphere was escalating rapidly. All of this, in the eyes of Emperor Calba, was undoubtedly an insult to him, the millennium-old emperor. Aiden Dewey, how majestic is my Lord of Light? In my eyes, you are not even a fraction as great as my lord. You want me to betray my lord and submit to you? How, that will never happen. Angel, enveloped in holy and solemn light, stood high on the deck of the Arbiter's warship, looking down once more, her voice chilling and intimidating. Now I will say it again on behalf of my lord, the black hole source heart belongs to my Lord of Light. Leave the black hole source heart behind and submit to my lord, otherwise what? You ignorant brats think you can stop me. Emperor Calbus' face twitched uncontrollably, his eyes turning bloodshot with intense pain and rage. And what if we join you? With a haughty shout, a golden passage, seemingly opened from nowhere, slowly opened behind Angel. The first person to leap out of this gate of heaven was none other than the majestic 12-winged seraphim, St. John Acidal, wielding a holy sword. Following Acidal, 2 more figures flew out. It was St. Luke, a 12-winged seraphim, his spear gleaming, exuding heroic spirit, and St. Liliana, another 12-winged seraphim, wielding a holy iron whip, her wings wreathed in lightning and fire. With 3 12-level seraphim simultaneously taking command, a solemn and sacred atmosphere instantly swept across the entire cosmos like a whirlwind. All the Calbus soldiers present were dumbfounded. The vice captain, Kelder, and others who had been shouting moments before suddenly lost their confidence, standing frozen in place like mute statues. On the other side, Emperor Aiden Dewey of Calbus' face was extremely grave. 3 12-level seraphim. 3 high-ranking 12-level powerhouses had arrived at once. Adding Angel Doris, there were now 4 12-level enemies. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't handle this situation. No, this is impossible. The distance is so vast, how could that god of light have so easily opened a dimensional portal here? And how could that god of light have so many seraphim under his command? Emperor Calba's heart sank into increasing panic. No, he simply couldn't imagine how that god of light had managed it. Could it be that the other side wasn't even a level 3 civilization? Otherwise, how could they possess such powerful dimensional teleportation capabilities and so many formidable divine generals? Despair and fear began to envelop the hearts of every Calbus citizen, including Emperor Calba, like a winter hurricane. Meanwhile, far away in the other side of the universe, in the divine kingdom. How, that old codger covered in pus actually wants to recruit my angels? He's really delusional. In front of the gates of heaven, a building in the divine kingdom, Wu Wei was clearly observing all of this through the faith portal. Faced with Emperor Calba's tricks, he could only say that ignorance is bliss. Every war angel was created by him and would serve him faithfully for life, so how could they be tempted by external interests and power? Moreover, let alone angels, even those staunch believers at the fanatic level or higher would not betray their faith for personal gain. For the vast majority of intelligent life, faith is always paramount. Your Majesty, the escort ships are ready and can be deployed at any time. Behind Wu Wei, another 12-winged seraphim, the holy consort in charge of domestic and foreign affairs, St. Catherine, respectfully reported, however, large warships of the judge level and above are too large to be deployed without time. Deploying large warships now might delay the battle, so I request permission to lead the escort ships to provide support myself. Besides faith, another strength of the light civilization lies in its unparalleled spatial technology. Timely support, using superior forces to defeat the enemy, is the foundation of the divine kingdom's invincibility on the battlefield. However, facing Katarina's offer of service, Wu Wei waved his hand and politely declined, saying, "My dear consort, Angel's support is already sufficient. You should stay and oversee the Divine Kingdom to prevent any other unforeseen events within its borders. As for the escort ships, leave them to Isabella and Lloyd to command. He wasn't joking. 4 of his 5 seraphim were now gone. He didn't believe that Emperor Kalba was some monkey in disguise, capable of handling 4 seraphim of the same level at once. Furthermore, Isabella and Lloyd were his personal bodyguards, both currently at the level of 11th rank Archangel. With the 2 of them leading a dozen or so escort ships, they would be more than enough to deal with the other 8 Kalba warships. Isabella Lloyd, heed my command. Isabella and Lloyd immediately knelt and accepted the order, swearing, "Rest assured, my lord, those Kalba warships are ours." With that, they each boarded one of the 2 escort ships, commanding a fleet of over a dozen small escort ships as they flew towards the gates of heaven. The show's about to begin. Wu Wei watched his escort ship swiftly enter the gates of heaven, his consciousness returning to the distant center of the nebula. At this moment, outside the outer shell of the nebula's center, over a dozen small and agile Divine Kingdom escort ships began to fly into the battlefield from behind the gates of heaven. Isabella and Lloyd made a cool entrance, quickly joining Liu Peng, Wu Yiren, and others. On Angel's Arbiter warship, hundreds of war angels also boarded the deck, all ready for battle. In an instant, the morale of the Divine Kingdom side soared. The united and determined war angels displayed an overwhelming morale, like a raging torrent, charging forward regardless of the enemy in their path. Conversely, facing the war angels who held the initiative on the battlefield, the morale of the many Kalba soldiers in the Kalba fleet plummeted to rock bottom. The light civilization, how can it be so powerful? Not only do they have so many level 12 high-level experts, but also so many reinforcements. Vice Captain, what do we do? We are no match for the light civilization, should we? Damn it. Shut up. Vice Captain Kilder immediately roared, anyone who dares to back down again, I will personally execute him. After Vice Captain Kilder's stern shout, the many Kalba soldiers in the fleet finally calmed down a bit. At this moment, the Arbiter warships of the Divine Kingdom and more than a dozen escort ships had already attacked them. First Mate Kild glanced at the situation, gritted his teeth, and shouted in a deep voice, "Listen up, all of you. We are the mighty Kalba people. Our immortal Emperor is with us. Those angels cannot defeat us. Now, everyone follow me. Attack." With a roar, First Mate Kild took the lead, leaping to meet the oncoming war angels. The 8 Kalba warships and numerous Kalba soldiers, greatly encouraged, immediately followed. HMPH, quite the momentum. Your opponent is me. In the Divine Kingdom camp, Knight Liu Peng, as Angel's first apostle, was the first to notice First Mate Kild. Without a word, he led a squad of war angels to attack Kild's squad. Behind these 2 warships, fighter jets, and soldiers from both sides clashed in an instant. In an instant, the dense roar of artillery fire, the rapid soaring of fighter jets, and the close-quarters combat of warriors nearly turned the outer star field of the nebula shell into a boiling cauldron. Simultaneously, Liliana, St. Luke, and Nasidal, the 3 seraphim, advanced towards Emperor Kalba in a coordinated triangular formation. Behind these 3 seraphim, Saint Angel Doris drew a staff imbued with holy light, channeling powerful buff spells into her teammates. Aiden Dewey, our Lord of Light is the only will in this world. Our Lord is merciful, he has given you a chance to repent. Since you do not cherish it, then your death is imminent. Angel shouted fiercely, simultaneously raising her staff, a solidified, dazzling holy light instantly enveloping all 4 seraphim. The all-out attack of the 4 seraphim had finally begun. Enveloped in holy light, their attributes increased rapidly, and an indestructible divine shield enveloped their bodies. Coupled with their high morale and perfect teamwork, it was believed that no level 12 individual could possibly contend with these 4. You think you can destroy me? Hairhead hell, dream on. Emperor Kalba's eyes were bloodshot, he was now desperate. Seeing the 4 seraphim flapping their wings and charging towards him, he hardened his heart and leaped towards the black hole source core, dozens of meters away. Not good. Stop him. Nasidal, the most senior of the 4 seraphim, immediately cried out a warning, but it was too late. Emperor Kalba grabbed the black hole source core and shoved it into his own festering wounds. Hairhead, you don't want me to get the black hole source core, and I won't let you get away with it. Before his words were finished, Emperor Kalba let out a scream, and an astonishing transformation erupted. Chapter 400 The Emperor's Mutation. Emperor Calba screamed in agony, as his body underwent a horrific transformation. The tumors and pustules covering his body began to burst violently, filling his entire body with filthy pus and blood, staining it almost entirely red. And that wasn't all. As his body exploded and collapsed, new flesh grew at an alarming rate. Almost instantly, his body swelled several times its original size, like an inflating balloon. At this point, all his tumors and pustules were completely peeled off, leaving him resembling a skinless, monstrous creature covered in crimson muscle. Crimson muscle fibers were clearly visible on his body. Swollen, grotesque veins, like writhing earthworms, covered his entire body. A chilling white mist swirled around him, and the oppressive, terrifying pressure made the entire airspace desolate. The pure black, eerie black hole core, like a black crystal, was now like a naked heart, tightly embedded in the center of his chest. Countless worm-like veins and blood vessels were intricately connected to the black hole core. With each contraction and pulsation of these vessels, astonishing fluctuations, like a heartbeat, spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to tremble. What is that? His Majesty has been reborn. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned for a moment. Whether it was the War Angel or the Calbus soldiers fighting alongside him, all stared in utter astonishment at the scene. Such a ferocious appearance, such terrifying and overwhelming pressure, even from a great distance, their hearts nearly stopped beating under this pressure. Many of the weaker Calbus soldiers were already trembling with fear under the oppressive aura of their emperor. This primal, instinctive fear was like that of a helpless ant facing the overwhelming might of a storm. How did that bastard become like this? It's disgusting. In the void, even Liliana, known for her bravery and fearlessness, couldn't help but feel a chill. The previously rotting Emperor Calba was already a monster, but now he was clearly a monster among monsters. Level 10. Level 13. The battle-hardened and composed St. Luke frowned. A level 13 high-level expert was an absolute overlord of an entire star system in the universe. Even just mentioning the name of a level 13 high-level expert would make some emperors of level 3 civilizations tremble. Although St. Luke had never encountered a level 13 high-level expert before, the terrifying aura and energy fluctuations emanating from Emperor Calba, who had been forcibly implanted with a black hole core and undergone a horrific mutation, were at least several times stronger. If one were to describe the sheer power of level 13, Emperor Calba before them would be the epitome of it. That's right, it is indeed a level 13 assessment, the standard cosmic level. Behind the three seraphim, Saint Angel Doris produced a crystal ball-like object, a tool used to detect life levels. According to this detector, Emperor Calba's energy reaction had clearly reached a terrifying level 13 assessment. Even though Emperor Calba's current level of understanding and mastery hadn't yet reached the high level of level 13, the energy he possessed had clearly reached that level. That Emperor Calba is forcibly drawing power from the black hole's core. St. John Nassidle, the most capable and senior member, his gaze grave, immediately commanded, "We cannot let him succeed. The black hole's core concerns the fate of the divine kingdom. It must be retrieved and offered to our Lord of Light." With that, Nassidle glanced at his companions and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, time is of the essence. Follow me and launch a full-scale attack. HMPH. I've had this in mind for a long time." The warlike Liliana, who had long disliked Emperor Calba, let out a cold snort and immediately appeared above him in a flash. Without a word, she raised her holy iron whip, crackling with lightning, and slammed it down on Emperor Calba's head with overwhelming force. Nassidle followed closely behind, his 12 wings flapping violently, propelling him like a shooting star through the void, while his holy sword, brimming with divine energy, slashed towards Emperor Calba's throat. Attack together. At the same time, St. Luke and Angel Doris exchanged a glance and launched a fierce attack on Emperor Calba. St. Luke's spear flashed like a rainbow, aiming straight for Emperor Calba's back. Angel Doris raised her staff high, unleashing a powerful and destructive beam of light, a highly concentrated divine power, towards Emperor Calba. In an instant, the entire star field seemed to freeze in place. The combined attack of the four seraphim, with its terrifying energy and power, almost made the space itself boil and scorch. Moreover, under such a comprehensive and dense attack, even a battleship capable of dominating the stars would likely be blown to pieces in one blow. However, at this moment, facing such a powerful offensive, Emperor Calba, who had become like a monster, raised his face and laughed sinisterly. "Hey! Ignorant brats, I have merged with a black hole source core. I am destined to become an immortal emperor of this world. And you, hey, all of you, die? With a distorted shriek emanating from Emperor Calba's throat, he transformed his hands into claws and swung them violently in front of him. In an instant, a visible gray-black wave, like a raging storm, surged fiercely in all directions. Boom! The attacks of St. Luke and the four seraphim, including Nasidal, crashed against an indestructible wall. The resulting four explosions quickly merged, instantly transforming into a violent storm that spread across the surrounding space with overwhelming force. This was the power of gravitational impact, almost invisible gravity, yet possessing terrifying power. Especially at a certain level, it could even distort and alter space itself. Emperor Calba, who mastered the laws of gravity, used this ability to become the strongest being in his star cluster. Now, having undergone this mutation, his divine power has undoubtedly increased several times over. Thus, despite the intense impact, Emperor Calba, who resembled a biomonster, remained unmoved, a sinister grin on his face. Conversely, St. Luke and the four seraphim, including Nasidal, instinctively flapped their wings and retreated, avoiding the impact's sharpest force. TCH, what a monster! Liliana muttered to herself as she steadied herself. Such immense power. St. Luke also grumbled that Emperor Calba has only just touched the black hole's core, yet he possesses such power. If you were to merge further with a black hole's core, the consequences would be unimaginable. We cannot stop. We cannot give him a chance to breathe. Angel's gaze was solemn, completely entering battle mode. Angel is right, we absolutely cannot give him even the slightest chance to breathe. Nasidal brandished his longsword, we absolutely cannot allow him to merge further with a black hole's core. Attack! The four seraphim once again soared through the cosmos, simultaneously attacking Emperor Calba. This time, the four seraphim's attacks were noticeably more agile and precise. The relentless, tidal wave of attacks gave Emperor Calba no respite whatsoever. Stimulated by the terrifying power of the black hole's core, every cell and every life element in Emperor Calba's body was in a state of extreme agitation. As the battle unfolded, he gradually lost his composure, displaying a frenzied rage, seemingly driven by only one thought, to vent his anger. While the four seraphim and Emperor Calba were locked in fierce combat, the Calba fleet and the Divine Kingdom's escort ships were also locked in a fierce battle. However, the 8 Calba warships consisted of 1 modified heavy cruiser, 2 secondary destroyers, and 5 enhanced escort ships. The Divine Kingdom's side, on the other hand, had only 1 arbiter cruiser and a dozen or so smaller escort ships. Thus, the advantage of Calba's large warships became apparent. Their large warships undoubtedly possessed superior firepower and escort, and with 3 capital ships carrying over 1,000 carrier-based aircraft, their overall military strength was clearly superior to that of the Divine Kingdom. Fortunately, on the Divine Kingdom's side, every war angel was a powerful race born of war, and their individual combat prowess far surpassed that of the Calba's soldiers. Furthermore, the war angels were agile and mobile, and equipped with air combat weaponry. Ordinary individual carrier-based aircraft were no match for them. However, time was of the essence. Large warships had not yet been delivered, and without the firepower cover of large warships, they found it difficult to launch a strong attack in the short term, which also led to a stalemate in the air battle. Meanwhile, within the Divine Kingdom, Your Majesty, the black hole source is of utmost importance to you. We absolutely cannot allow Emperor Calba to squander it in vain. Holy Consort Katerina, her face filled with anxiety, volunteered again. I believe that Senior St. Luke and the others will surely defeat Emperor Calba, and our war angels will certainly be able to defeat the Calba fleet as well. But all of this will take time. Every moment that passes increases the risk to the black hole source, so I request permission to go and provide support. Indeed, as Katerina said, Emperor Calba had indeed been empowered by the black hole source, but the power he could gain was ultimately limited. Given time, St. Luke, Nasidar, and the 4 seraphim would surely be able to defeat Emperor Calba through coordinated tactics. Similarly, the Calba fleet was now at its last gasp. Even without large warships to aid them through the gates of heaven, the current arbiters, escort ships, and nearly 1,000 war angels, once they destroyed all of the enemy's carrier-based aircraft, would render the enemy fleet utterly unable to withstand the Divine Kingdom's attack. But all of this takes time. To completely end a war, unless one possesses absolute overwhelming power, it will inevitably take time. However, The difficulty now lies in the fact that Emperor Kalba has already implanted the black hole source core into his body. Although it is almost impossible for Emperor Kalba to digest and absorb the black hole source core in a short time, there is always a chance of something going wrong. The black hole source core is incredibly precious, and it is extremely important to Wu Wei. Even if Emperor Kalba is unable to absorb and decompose the black hole source core, even the slightest loss of its power would be a tremendous loss for Wu Wei. Therefore, the most urgent matter now is to exhaust all his strength to win this battle. Holy consort, I understand your meaning. Wu Wei, as the Lord of Light, glanced at the battlefield, paused slightly, and said, "This matter is of utmost importance. I should personally take charge. Speaking of which, I haven't been active for a while. It's a good opportunity to get some exercise." With that, Wu Wei sat back on his throne, but his consciousness had already left the scene. "I obey my lord's will." Katarina bowed respectfully to Wu Wei, whose eyes were closed. "Please rest assured, my lord, the safety of the divine kingdom is in my hands when you depart. HMPH, kid, you've got some skill, but I will never lose to you." In the battlefield at the center of the nebula, Kalba Fleet Vice Captain Keld cleaved the Archangel Liu Peng, who was fighting him, in two with a single strike, shouting, "Everyone, get your spirits up. Defend His Majesty's flagship to the death. We, the noble people of Kalba, will surely win the final victory." The Kalba Emperor's flagship was the reinforced Kalba heavy cruiser. This warship was indeed formidable, possessing powerful firepower and thick armor. Even the ordinary cannon fire of the Divine Kingdom's escort ships couldn't breach its deck. Now, with the number of Kalba carrier-based aircraft dwindling, they dare not launch any more offensive attacks. The Kalba people shifted to defense, tightening their formation and holding their ground around the heavily armored cruiser, attempting to use it as a fortress to launch a defensive counter-offensive against the Divine Kingdom. This demonstrates just how crucial the heavily armored cruiser was to the Kalba people. The Divine Kingdom's offensive began to stall, their main escort ships had limited firepower, and the Angel Squad struggled to engage in close combat amidst the enemy's heavy artillery fire. Just when the Kalba soldiers thought they were gradually gaining the upper hand, the still open gates of heaven in the void suddenly lit up again. Amidst a dazzling holy light, a metallic mass resembling a meteorite suddenly appeared, hurtling through the barrage of fire towards the Kalba's heavily armored cruiser. Boom! As if struck by a meteorite, the entire warship shuddered violently, startling all the Kalba people on board and around it. Surprised, the people quickly turned to look. They discovered that the metal lump that had landed on the warship's deck had actually stretched out limbs and stood up. Indeed, the metal giant rising from the warship's deck was the giant puppet personally controlled by Wu Wei's consciousness. This imposing giant puppet was one of the spoils Wu Wei had obtained from the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. Back then, this giant puppet, with a strength of 13, was made of steel and iron, indestructible, and its destructive power was astonishing. If it hadn't suffered from mechanical problems due to years of neglect, Wu Wei's group, even if they fought to the death, would not have been a match for it. Now, this incredibly powerful ancient immortal palace puppet had undergone decades of meticulous repair, and all its damage had been restored. Furthermore, its operating mechanism had been modified, allowing Wu Wei's consciousness to operate it freely. The Light God Kingdom had expended countless divine power, manpower, and resources for this ancient immortal palace puppet. Now, Wu Wei controlled it with his consciousness, as if he were wearing a majestic and imposing full suit of armor. The powerful feeling it brought was so refreshing that it made Wu Wei feel incredibly comfortable. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.